Yesterday saw the FanCode European Cricket Series return in 2022, and we saw a couple of interesting matches. We saw a split series in the morning. Costa del Sol, the host club, they looked pretty good, didn't they, in the afternoon, sweeping their series. But there's plenty of cricket still to play, and we're starting today with the Madrid derby. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Spain Cartama, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome back to the FanCode European Cricket Series. Well, here we are on day 2 of action. It's just a 6-day series to kick the proceedings off in ECS 2022. And we are here in Cartama, the scene of the ECL last week. It's great to be here. And we did get a full program in yesterday, despite some weather concerns. Hopefully today we do get the 4 matches in again. And we're starting with a big one. It's the Madrid derby in match 5. It's Madrid CC versus Madrid United. I know that both these teams have a healthy rivalry. Why don't we go over to the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch, who's with the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Madrid CC to call. Tails the call.
It's heads.
What would you like to do? Okay, Madrid United won the toss and they're going to bat. All right, good luck.
So it's Madrid United that win the toss. Their captain Ashraf Mohammed has decided that he wants to have a bat. Look, it is their first game in the series. We saw the other 4 yesterday, but Madrid United, they have made the long trip to be here, about hundreds of kilometres from the nation's capital. But we know that they do have previous ECS experience. They actually won the first ever ECS back in March 2020 in Alfas near Alicante. Also, we did see them in Sporting Alfas last year. Wasn't really their best side, and I think we'll see a variety of players depending on availability this week. One player I am really looking forward to seeing is Robiel Khan this week for Madrid United. He was excellent last year, a real find in that 2021 series with the bat, ball, and in the field. He's just a class act, so watch out for him when he gets on the park. But Madrid CC, let's talk about them, and they did split their games yesterday with Granada. Had some promising signs along the way. I do think John Woodward, the captain's got a big responsibility. He will be out there despite a lower leg injury that he sustained while batting yesterday. Also think that Raheel Shafiq, he is one to watch. It looks a pretty classy player to me. So we do have the Madrid derby doubleheader to start the day. The conditions here today, well, at the moment, a lot of cloud cover, so we might see the ball swinging around a little bit this morning. Currently, it's about 13 degrees. Expecting a maximum temperature of 16 and a few showers in the forecast this afternoon, but hopefully the weather gods will be kind to us like yesterday and we can get all 4 games in. Well, I'm always looking forward to seeing this man. I'm spending the day next to him, of course, in the commentary box. Rico Full. Well, he remembers the Madrid teams from the first ECS because that was his first European Cricket Series. We've come a long way since then, and now we're going to go all the way up to the commentary box where Rico is ready to go. The news from the toss is that Madrid United, they have won the toss and they're going to have a bat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximo. Vinny Sandu looking immaculate there, and dressed by Stuart, or Stan I should say, Stan Ahuja, and nice culinary suit there. I think we're going to have a bit of a clash here in the commentary box, but yeah, thank you very much, Vinny. Yeah, these 2 teams, I know them very well from a number of events, and many of them have been T20 matches at La Manga, but yeah, go back to the Sporting Alfas, beautiful ground in Alfas de P, and Madrid United were there the very first European Cricket Series, and they were the winners as well. Also played part in the very first golden ball we had as well. And as Vinny said, Robiel Khan, he's certainly one who's looking to impress, and I think their captain as well. I think he's going to be one to watch, Ashraf Mohammed. But the key thing for them is, I think, just adjusting. Remember, United, a little bit like Madrid CC themselves, they're a team that don't have a ground of their own, so they're very much a travelling side, play a lot of their cricket on the move. So it will take them a little while, maybe just to get used to the conditions here, and with those conditions, not so much the pitch. The pitch has played really well. I think it's been a fantastic, it's probably the best artificial surfaces you'd ever get. It's just played so well, no matter what the conditions are. The bounce has been true all the way. You can bat on it with confidence, give something to the bowlers as well. but certainly the outfield being a little bit damp. Still was a bit of dew on it this morning, a bit of overnight rain. Here comes the first delivery, and it's going to be Sadiq, man who impressed yesterday. And for those of you who are vigilant, you will realise that we are bowling from the other end this morning, so from the lake end. Yesterday was hill end, and the main reason for that really is, as you can probably see, the area where the wicketkeeper is at the moment was getting a little bit sticky, and with perhaps a few more showers forecasted in the week, it made sense to change things around. Sadiq once more. Oh, that's a really good delivery. That is what we call a bit of a jaffa, that. And Mirza, Sajjad Mirza, didn't know too much about it. Well bowled.
It's a great area there, mate.
Yeah, I was very impressed with Sadiq's bowling. And he comes again. Well bowled. And one thing that I'm asking the question here, it's a quick bit of work from the keeper. But the umpire satisfied that Mirza didn't go outside of his crease. Let's have a look at this. Goes for the shot. He's out here, you see, and then, well, fortunately for him, he does clock what the keeper, Harry Young, is up to. And he gets his foot back. Yeah, Sadiq, I think he's going to be a little bit more dangerous from this end, because I think if you get the ball short of a length, hit the seam, you're going to get a little bit more reward. And well, this one is reward for the batter. That's a lovely shot. It's a bit fuller, and that's all that was needed for Mirza to get off the mark with a boundary, just bouncing short off the boundary rope. That's a nice positive shot. And, he'll be feeling a lot happier, Sajjad, now that he's got off the mark. Nice shot. He just wants to change his guard again. Just checking. I suppose. Good morning to the umpires out there as well. In the air, he sort of slices at this. Does get a bit fortunate, chases on for the fielders. They do well. It's a flick back, sort of over flicked it really, but no issues. Galileo able to tidy things up. I mentioned a bit of dew on the ground this morning, a little bit wet. There was some bit of rain overnight as well, nothing heavy, thankfully. Asking the question, but not out. And, it's nice to hear the birds chirping first thing in the morning. That's normally a good sign. We're expecting to see some sunshine, but as always, especially the way this week has looked, there's always a chance maybe of a scattered shower as well, but we hope that this Sierra de Cartama, the mountain range here, will keep the rain clouds away. Nice shot, 4 runs. This is a lovely shot, and Sajjad Mirza gets his second boundary in the over, and that's beautifully executed all along the deck, and he splits that field once more. He got lucky with one earlier, which was a bit uppish, but nothing wrong with that. 4 runs, classy shot as well. It's at the end of the over. So 11 without loss. Nice steady start from the team, Madrid United. Yeah, we're saying good morning to the umpires. The umpires today are Ian Rubbage, who makes his way down to square leg, and Tyrone Peters. You'll remember Tyrone from the Bet the Ball European Cricket League that was hosted here as well. The buzz is still around the ground, I can tell you that, and still around Malaga, and even back at base at our hotel partner, the Sunset Beach Club. There's still plenty of people around that were here that watched the cricket last week, and they're still in sort of a little bit of disbelief that the Spanish champions are the champions of Europe. Second over, Shafiq. Just goes a little bit too wide for the first ball for Ashraf Mohammed. And it won't be, because this one won't be registered anywhere because it is a wide. Be encouraged, Shafiq, though, with the movement he got there. And I think in terms of the two bowlers here, they were the ones that really shone yesterday for Madrid. And this one is better, just a little bit closer. See what he's doing. He's trying to entice the batter to come out. Doesn't look like he's quite had a good stretch this morning yet, does he, Ashraf Mohammed? A bit of a lazy looking shot. This time, bat onto ball. Good backing up from Mirza. Gets the single. And a very good morning to a very healthy and active chat. Good morning, Maya. Rahib is there as well. Shanto. Liam Day. I'm sure Shafiq coming in again. Looked like he was going to stop there, but I think he was just thinking what was going to bowl. Came up with the short one and gets him a dot. Didn't quite get hold of it. Mirza. Yeah, like you know, that's the YouTube chat, so you can get involved, and there's always some interesting conversation, always interesting topic on the chat, so why don't you get involved? And remember to subscribe, tell your friends, tell your family, and also namaste, salam alaikum, sassari akal, eyeball one to all of our lovely viewers watching in the sub-Indian continent via FanCode. Bowled and no risk taken there by Mirza. It looks like he wants to be batting for the majority of the innings. He hasn't had any rash shots as yet. He's quite happy to respect the good delivery there. Fuller delivery. Oh, and this is smashed right at Shafiq. And it was that height, wasn't it, that you like as a bowler you like. I thought he was going to get the second bite at the cherry here as well. It's firmly hit, but he gets a good bit of hand. It pops up in the air nicely for him, and then, oh, it just gets away. Look at this. You think he's going to drop nicely back in his hands, and, well, he just weren't able to react quick enough. And then he strays down the leg side to his disappointment. So, not only did Shafiq bowl well yesterday, I think he was one of the key batters as well. He made impressive knocks. 33 out of 17 deliveries against Grenada in match 1. Unfortunately, though, they didn't manage to get the runs, losing by 5. It's nicely played to the man inside the circle at long on. It'll just be a single. And gets a nice round of applause for his efforts there, and pretty tidy over. Score 14 at the end of the second. So just the 3 runs from it. And, well, you can see the tables there. Costa del Sol, 100% record from them, takes them to the top of the table. And Madrid CC, well, they got the 1 win, didn't they? They're in second. And they're joint there with Grenada. Madrid United. Now coming into the equation, Rico Full here in the commentary box. And alongside me, walking into the door just now, is Mr. Maximo. Buenos dias.
Buenos dias, Rico. And to all of our viewers, wonderful to have you with us for another day of ECS cricket. Certainly enjoyed yesterday, and so far so good today. Starting with the Madrid derby this morning. Here's Galileo.
Short and put away. He missed out on an earlier one that was banged in short, and Mirza, but not this time. He says, "Yeah, I'll have that. If that's the best you can do, I'll thump these away any time of day." So 4 runs. He's liking the look of Mirza here. He's looks a very competent batter.
Yeah, for sure. The boundary's the order of the day now. Just need to lift things slightly.
Good comeback from the captain, Galileo Finlayson Blur. What a lovely name.
Yeah. So I was asking about his last name. It's hyphenated like Finlayson Blake. It's to do with his Spanish heritage. It should have a little accent on the E.
Ah.
He's saying. So
Okay.
that's where that comes from. Yeah, from Hamilton, New Zealand originally. And so he's hoping to develop cricket in Spain. It's one of the things he's doing since he's arrived here. So isn't that a great story? For both these teams, you probably mentioned it before, but with no cricket grounds in Madrid per se, they travel a long way to play the cricket, don't they?
They do, both these teams. Known as Leo to most of his friends. And well, he takes him on, it's in the air, and oh, just out of reach from Hakeem. And he's not the quickest, but I think he does enough to get there.
Yeah.
Sticks out the right hand, but not able to snatch onto the ball.
This would have been an all-time catch if you pulled this one in. A real worldie.
Well, goes up in the air again. Will it be second time lucky? No, he's not wanting it. And, well, this could have gone on either side of the field there. And I just think that one there was probably worth having a dive in at that from Victor Medina. He's fielded really well here yesterday. And, well, maybe it was further away from Medina than I thought. It's another single. Well bowled, a slower delivery. I think that was probably just a little bit too high as well. And from the way it was played, I'm just guessing that's going down the leg. We'll see it again here on the replay. And yeah, you see a little bit of movement away, but I think this is always on the way up as well. But clever slow delivery though.
Yeah, it certainly was. Change the pace, very important. Takes us to the end of the power play. And the score now is 22 for no loss. And yeah, well, Rico, Madrid United, do you think it's a bit of a disadvantage that they didn't play the first day? So 21, pardon me, after 3 overs, but...
No, I don't think so at all. I think, if anything, maybe it's a bit of an advantage, because no doubt they would have watched all the likes of Granada, Madrid, and also Costa del Sol play. I mean, they will know, of course, how Madrid play. I'm sure there's been many derbies between these two teams. This is almost like, this is the equivalent of Real Madrid playing Atletico Madrid, I think.
It is,
these
yeah.
two Madrid teams. But of course, I think Costa del Sol, and they'll be slightly new to them, some of those players. It's interesting how they fare against them. Had to wait for this a long time, didn't he? Took a while to get to him, James Bentley. Bentley took a wicket of his very first delivery yesterday. He bowled well. He and Hakeem impressed me. No pace was coming on the bowling, but the line was good. And that's what made it difficult for batters that were facing them yesterday. So can he repeat that here today, Bentley?
Yeah, he's a recent pickup for Madrid CC. Have some good success yesterday.
And well bowled again, and quick thinking from Harry Young, but not quite as quick as Mirza, who just managed to get his foot back in. See here, it's just the bounce from that end. There's a little bit more bounce. You weren't seeing that yesterday. Get the ball in the right areas, and it does do things for you. Bentley just losing his one there. Have to make his way back. Who's that? It's on 16 of 16. And decides he's going to go big. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna, Sona, Ginna, Bada, Shaka. First Maximo of the innings and of the day.
Yeah, it was powerful. It was on the timing there from Mirza. And this one carries the boundary comfortably, doesn't it? So, Madrid United think I'd be a bit disappointed with last time that they were seen in the ECS back in Alphaz late October. I think obviously they're sending a message here to their crosstown rivals.
Yeah, that was a good firm shot. And, just got the feeling that he wouldn't have liked the fact that he was going around run the ball, but he changed that with one shot. And now he's looking to do it again with a second, and he's hit this pretty well as well. And that was worries, I think, for the cameraman. And he's saying, we don't like it this end. It was better the other side. They weren't trying to hit us. What a lovely shot this is. It's a clean strike through the ball. Not trying to hit it too hard. It's all about the, look at that. That's an exquisite shot. And the secret to that is keeping the head perfectly still and getting all of the body weight, the body distribution into the shot. Lovely one, 6 runs.
Yeah, really nice batting. You see, the ante has been upped. And Bentley has to try and find an answer. As Mears has hit 28.
And, this time, it's going down the leg side, but well, there you go. You see, old is gold, as they say. David Sturton saying, you're not getting past me. 32 years in Madrid. And, well, 17 years playing for Madrid CC. Fine stop at square leg.
Bentley, can he close with a wicket?
Up in the air, but gets away with it and gets a bit of good backspin on it to take it to the boundary. So that's a good over. They needed a good one, and Bentley, well, he goes for a few. And this is all good batting from Mirza. He just waited his time, hasn't he? Just slowed up a little, didn't he, when he was 16 off 16. And then, well, we saw a couple of big sixes and a boundary there. He's on his way. And so are Madrid United. The score now really rattling up.
Yeah, so very good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Great to have your company. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. And this is my twin. This is Rico Full. And, well, Rico, it's great. And I mentioned that these two teams, they took part in the first ever ECS back in March 2020. That was your first series with us as well, of course, in the commentary box. So must bring back a few memories as well to see them out there.
It does, yeah, it does. And I'm glad to see that it's not just me that's got older. But, yeah, it does. I mean, it's always, I have to pinch myself, really, when you think back to where this all started and how it grew from that first Dream 11 European Cricket Series, as it was then, back at Sporting Alphaz. And it also, not just, the other amazing thing is not only, as we've said many times, has the quality of the players got better, as Hakeem has come into the attack. Oh, and gets one straight through the defences of Mirza. And he will do this, Hakeem. And I was saying that these two teams will know each other pretty well. But still, Hakeem will cause trouble. Yeah, so going back to that, it's just been the improvement of the teams. But I think the improvement of the whole package, the players, the officials, and the production. Well, you know, spring productions have just been amazing. And so many people comment on the production and the stream and the quality of it. Now asking the question, has it gone right across? And no, and I suggest from the look on the batter's face that this is probably going down the leg. He's gone pretty wide, keep an eye on it. Yeah, not so much so. I think it's a little bit the height as well, perhaps.
Yeah, I think so. The height might have just saved him there. Pretty good shout.
Yeah, well, Hakeem had a couple of things to say to the batter as well. I think he may have also got a bit of glove on that. But Hakeem causing trouble. And he doesn't get hold of this at all. It's going to end up dropping short of the fielder. He'll take the single.
Yeah, so noticed the last couple of overs, certainly a bit of a change in mindset, I think, to try and get after the bowling a bit more. They do have 10 wickets in hand here. Has been principal in that. That's for Ashraf Mohammed. He's played a bit of a passive role. Hasn't had much of the strike at all, has he? Only 5 balls. We're almost halfway through this innings.
So made a bit of a change to field here to Mohammed. It's this fairly well struck, but once again, really good fielding. Not getting past me. Nicely stopped by Galileo there. Has got protection behind him, so I think it would have just been the single. But still, it's just letting the batters know that he's there. Straight down the leg side, a bit of an effort ball from Hakeem. I don't think he needs to try and bowl faster, actually. I think it's the keeping the pace off the ball that seems to be working for him.
Yeah, sometimes that is the skill in itself, and yes, comes all kind of arms and legs at you, doesn't it? It's yeah, a few batters have struggled to pick up his timing.
That's well bowled. Good Yorker length delivery. And Harry Young trying to get a bit funky with his feet, but I think the batter was always in the crease. What a good over that is from Hakeem, and as I mentioned before he came on to bowl, that's one thing that he and Bentley have done really well. Bentley didn't quite get it right today, was just a little bit short of a length that the batters were able to get hold of, especially Mirza, but Hakeem there, well, just the 4 runs off his over.
Follows up the over from Bentley. They went for 17, so it kind of gets it back in, I'd say, kind of even Stevens in this game. Just have a look at that player coming in, number 3, Robiel Khan. Now, he is one that I saw for the first time back in October.
Yeah.
He is a real professional unit for Madrid United. I think he's their key.
Yeah, this should be taken, and it is taken. No mistakes, and Shafiq, well, he's just reminding us that he's from Madrid. And that was a little bit of the Cristiano Ronaldo celebration, cricket style. Well, liking it, Shafiq, liking it. And they're liking it as well, because look, that's the first wicket to go down, but they really have managed to contain Madrid United so far. There's only been that one expensive over for 17. Other than that, it's been good work. Here's the catch. No mistakes there from Galileo. And I'm sure that at some point we'll see that celebration as well from Shafiq.
Yeah, well, it was a safe catch, and a good captaincy to be in a little bit off the ring. That one hung in the air a long time. And so it's the first wicket of the day, and it falls with score at 42 for 1. And so gives us a chance to look at Kamil Ahmed, who comes to the crease at number 3. Thought maybe they would have batted Robiel, but was he holding him back a little bit? And yeah, good reward for Raheel Shafiq, who, along with Hakeem, he's the only one who in his first over didn't concede a boundary.
And a good start, and well, it's a good bit of cricket, because I'd like to see this again, you know. I'd like to see the side on, just how close this was. It was very quick reaction from Shafiq.
Yeah, he was home though, I think. They might have a little sneaky at this, but I felt...
I like it though.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine if the guy's that far out. Yeah, so he's back. But it's just clever play. That's how you get 2 runs. That's how you get off the mark, Rico, in 2022. Hey, also, you're not wearing pads on the back of your legs. That's, well, I get a bit worried when you start turning around like that. That comes every bit as fast as a ball getting bowled at you. Probably faster.
Yeah, coming on, mate. Probably saying, yeah, okay. I don't mind if every time I hit it, you double the score.
Keanu's saying should be a dead ball after hitting the stumps, but I don't agree with that.
Nah.
Because I'll give you a scenario in a minute where I think you couldn't have that rule.
Well bowled. And he'll have another go, will he? This time he decides against it.
One reason, there's many reasons I don't think it should be a dead ball when the ball hits the stumps though, is, you know, let's say the other batter was out and they were both at the same end and you just hit the stumps, and you don't even get a chance to run the other guy out the other end, for example. That's one reason. But yeah, no, so to be honest, probably wasn't a smart throw. He didn't have to throw that. Didn't get the run out and gave away 2.
Shot, fielder is there, and well, he's
Well,
trying
Woody's
to stop it with his foot. He's already got a damaged leg. Woody, use your hands, buddy, otherwise you're going to get another bruise on your other leg. Wow, Woody, this wasn't his best attempt, was it?
Well, if he's got 1 good ankle left, he would have had 0. Woody's going to end up with a hook for a foot by the end of this week if he keeps trying to continue these shenanigans.
I think they're going to write that down for a fine. That's going to be a fine for John Woodward. That's not the way to do it, Woody. And this one is may plug, you know, it does. I didn't think it was going to go to the boundary. And they're all trying to get behind the stumps now. And somebody's got to stop this. They're still going. Oh, they're going to keep going. I cannot believe how many people are backing this up and nobody's able to stop it. This is just unbelievable.
I have a feeling this would have been out of hit the stumps at the other end as well. I mean, what entertainment.
Wicket keeper's in nowhere. Nowhere.
Stuck in
Harry
the
Young's trying to
quicksand.
get back, said, it's over me, boys, over to you.
I just got a feeling. Look at this this last throw. Don't know if we'll get a great view at it. I think he would have probably been run out. Almost goes for 6.
Well, just Shafiq saying, what do you want me to do with that, he says.
Next one's a wide down the left side. Whew.
Yeah, I mean, look, there haven't been big runs, but they're just, they've given a few extras in this one, haven't they? A few overthrows.
Questions in their chat about the outfield being a bit slow. Yeah, well, some areas are. We had so much rain last week, and then a little bit more yesterday, probably a little bit overnight as well, but it's a miracle how well this field's playing, I think.
Shafiq drills in that pitched up delivery once more. It's played out to the man at long off. And there will just be a single. Medina doing the work there. Victor Medina.
Into the over, 54 for 1 after 6. So at the moment they're on 90 pace. If you can get, say, 10 and over from here, I think that's probably realistic. If you can get 12, you'll be over the 100 mark, which I think is a pretty good score.
Yeah, we just got the 100 once, didn't we, yesterday? And that was in the very first match by Granada, 104. But other than that, all the scores are between 80 and 90. So, and again, that links back to what you're talking about, some parts of the ground just being a little bit slow. We do believe that you get to a 90. 90 is like sort of a 110 score on this pitch. I think if you hit it well along the ground, it will go to the boundary. But anything in the air that you're relying on the bounce to take it, it won't. Well, that is an absolute peach from Hakeem. What a beauty this is. And it's gone through the defences of Kamal Ahmad, and it's yorked him. Really well bowled. And, well, this is, you know what I like to say with deliveries like this? This is about knocking the castle over. Here we go. Here it comes. Wait for it. Jug of the Hutte. Absolute beaut.
It's always a good time to dial up the Yorker. That's what I would say at this level and in this type of the game. Full, straight challenges the batter. And Kamal Ahmed, he couldn't get the bat down in the right spot at the right time. So, Hucky coming up with the goods. He's impressed me. Got a bit of hustle and bustle about him this morning as well. It's the second wicket to fall. It's 54 for 2.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant bit of bowling from Haki or Hakeem. And he is, you know, he is the nicest guy that you could ever meet. He's always got a smile on his face. And the one thing about him, you know, Hakeem, he's got a number of these carpet shops in Madrid. You know, the old, those proper, authentic carpets.
This, actually, yeah.
And from his, that come and are made from his hometown in Afghanistan. And usually, whenever Madrid CC do a lot of their tournaments and quite a lot of work for charity, he's always donating one of those carpets as like a prize, and they are absolutely brilliant. I can tell you that. The quality is fantastic. I wonder if he's brought a few with him.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind, because especially some of the damp bits of the outfield, I could use a carpet sometimes. Anyway, moving along. Next one's a wide. But yeah, some really great stories behind all these players, and obviously some have lived in the country longer than others. But one thing I really love is the sense of inclusion and the diversity as well. Even amongst this Madrid CC lineup, I think there's something like 14 nationalities in the squad.
That's right, it is. Look, this is your man in now. Now, I must admit, I haven't seen too much of him. Heard a lot of him. Boo-boo.
When I met him last year, you were doing the Italian T20 finals at the same time. So I know that you've probably seen a snippet or two, but you wouldn't have seen too much of him in real time. And look, he probably hasn't played a lot of cricket, but I know that he is part of that high-performance squad in the national setup, which starts on Thursday. I've got a bit of information about that as well, which we'll get to in due course.
Hakeem. And doesn't quite get hold of this, but they should be looking to come back for 2, and he turns it down. And it does get stopped eventually. No overthrows this time. Yeah, I think there's a point now here where Mirza really has to say, right, okay, I'm still here, I'm in the 40s, but really, I haven't accelerated as much as I should. He's played more than half of the deliveries. He needs to get gain now, and I think, hope that Khan can give and provide a bit of support at the other end. Oh, well, this is a chance. Gets the edge, and Harry Young not able to take the catch. So, Ubul Khan gets a bit of luck.
Yeah, I mean, it was a late deflection. Went quickly, didn't it? That was a chance to get rid of a big player. Get him early. Just off the end of the fingers. Good effort from Young, who just reacts, but yeah, can't get there.
Big opportunity. And they do on this occasion. Come back for 2. So he gets alive, Rubel.
He pulls out. I'm not quite sure why.
Well, Hakeem. And you see, just about to release the ball, and you just hear that cry of, "Oh man!"
Thing is, you can always just bowl it anyway, and the batter's backed out the way. Sometimes you can do yourself an injury trying to hold on when you're planning to bowl to the very, very last second.
Up in the air, this is a chance. And it's, oh wow, this is not bad communication. This is bad. I get the feeling that you saw the fielder getting under it. That was James Bentley, and then Galileo, for whatever reason, called mine.
Yeah, well, he called mine, but he didn't really convince himself, did he, Galileo? Because he called mine, but he still had one eye on the fielder who was coming in. I think it's got to be the outfielder's catch.
Yeah, that's not a good call from Galileo. James Bentley was the man who should have been taking that catch, and he was called away from it. Oh, Hakeem, he could have had 3 wickets in this over.
And they've dropped Rubiel Khan twice.
It's another edge. And this one will get to the boundary despite the efforts of the fielder. Good hard chase there from Daniel Walker, but he's not going to get to that. And, well, how unlucky is Hakeem here? He's found the edge of the bat twice. Once the catch was dropped down, and then there was other chances as well. But a very good over from him, and a little bit of bad luck as well. But he's bowled really well. His 2 overs have gone for 15, and he's picked up the 1 wicket as well.
Have a look at this. This was a recently released info. This is the 21 now. 21 people that are going to take part in the Spanish national team high performance squad. Few familiar names in there. Late inclusion. Breaking news, Atif Mohammed, after his performance over the weekend, has been added from Pakai Camp. And they've also got Mohammed Kamran, Mohammed Isan in there, Rubiel Khan, who we haven't quite seen the best of him yet, Kuldeep. A few other names we know from ECN and a few others. Talk me through your thoughts. We'll come back to that in a second, Rico.
Full toss, and fortunately for the bowler, from the captain, Galileo, they say it's gone straight to the fielder, otherwise that could have been a lot of runs. Look, I am absolutely chuffed that Atif Mohammed is there. If there's ever a player that's deserved his opportunity, as well as Mohammed Kamran, I think great Ishan there as well. So you've seen those players that we've seen. Prince Diman, let me tell you something about Prince Diman. You know him because you've seen him in Barcelona. This weekend he scored 200.
Yeah, I saw that.
And oh, is it to the same fielder again? Well, this is almost like a repeat.
Like the hand method, though, from Woodward.
Yeah, I mean, there's some great, exciting plays in there. But you know what? It's going to be really, really difficult, I think, for the coaches to actually then go from that to say, right, who's going to be the 14 or 16? I'm not sure what it is these days to score a 14 or 16. What 14 or 16 do you take from that? It's going to be a really difficult decision.
Yeah,
but a good position to be in. It's well bowled, asking the question, and well, does he get back in time here? And it's all happening out there at the moment. We're seeing shots being played. That should be going to the boundary, going to the fielders. And some celebrations here, so I think...
The LBW.
The LBW has been given, has it?
Yeah, we'll have a look at this. And it was breaking late. Get your thoughts on this one. It does come in a bit. I think, man, this first point of impact, you know what's... I'll tell you what I think's happened here. We'll let this run, because then it was almost run out. Let this run a bit longer, because then he goes on an imaginary run. Yeah, he's in there.
Yeah, he gets himself out. I don't know what you think. I reckon that one's just going to...
I'll tell you what's happened here. I mean, that one's fine. but on the camera one, it flicks both pads, right? So what's happened is, have a look at this really closely. Hits the left and then onto the right. So I think this is when those, in slow-mo, it's quite obvious. I think that's hitting the front pad and going down the leg side.
Yeah.
But what's happened is, the last thing the umpire's seen is the ball hitting the back pad and heading straight for middle stump.
Yeah.
And that's why I think he's given the decision. So, look, I don't think it's a good decision, but I can understand for sure how in real time you could kind of be tricked that way.
Yeah, he's disappointed with it. You can see straight away. He sort of suggested the umpire said that can't be out. It's going down the leg. But look, you know the umpires only get one opportunity to see him. They don't have the technology, and they've got to give it the way they see it. And I think that Jerome Peters has assessed it. He's thought about it. I thought, yeah, in his opinion, it was going to go into
He hasn't picked up the little flick off the front pad. That's what's happened there. And when you really slow it down, you can see that that's what kind of took it to where the last point of impact was. But, you know, we'll be fair to him. It's not easy, of course. Got no DRS or these kind of things for LBW, so fair enough.
There's up in the air, fielder coming in, and catch taken. And that's a good catch from that man coming in from the boundary. That's Imran Siddiqui. So 2-2. And Madrid CC, that is, are finding the perfect time to pick up wickets. And you can see that that rate, they were trying to get up to around about 10 and over were Madrid United, but with these wickets falling, and especially with Mirza back in the hut, it's going to be difficult from here on in.
Yeah, so it's 2-2, and could have a hat-trick opportunity. Haven't had a hat-trick in the ECS yet. We had 5 in the ECL. Just a few people talking about some other names they picked up on there, including Lorne Burns, who we've seen a fair bit of him on ECN over the last few months.
What's the little maestro in there?
Yeah, Gurumai Vanchi, he was in there as well.
That's good to see.
Yeah, he's in there.
And
Mohamed Yassin, we didn't mention Mohamed Yassin from Pakai Care as well.
And what I've heard about the little maestro, Gurang, is that he's become pretty fit, pretty lean.
Yes.
And,
Yep.
and he may have grown a few inches as well. He's only a young man. But it's the future for cricket in Spain is so good at the moment. I mean, look, this last weekend just proves it. They just won the Bet2Ball European Cricket League.
Yeah.
They are the champions. They're the kings of Europe, and getting batty all the time. Hat-trick Paul. Here we go. Finlayson Blur. And it wasn't the best of deliveries to the left-hander, and it's been smashed away to the boundary. A bit of a full toss, and Waka Hussain says, well, I'm going to walk this to the boundary, and he does.
Yeah, I like it. I like the approach. And so it will be wicket 4. Takes them up into the 70s. Still 6 wickets in hand, so you can't imagine getting into too much trouble. Remember Madrid United as well, the very first golden ball. They were the ones that won it. They had another golden ball experience back in Alfaz.
It's another full toss and almost carries to Imran Siddiq again.
So it's the end of the over. 72 for 4. And just a couple of names there from the ECC that just kind of stuck out to me. Chris Munoz-Mills, of course, the captain. Always Ahmed is in there, as you'd imagine. Tom Vine, good slower ball, kind of limited overs bowler, isn't he, Tom? As well as Wakas Raja, I think. Quite a few names there that we have seen playing on ECN in various competitions. And yeah, that ECC was a good competition last year. I know a lot of people enjoyed it. Jack Perman as well in the squad. So that's the way to do it. Get everyone together and see who performs. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Certainly, yes.
Get him in the one place. It's not easy, of course, in a country as big as Spain. All right, 9th over, and Bentley will start with a wide. But that is the way it's got to be done, isn't it? I mean, you've got to get as many people as you can conceivably get at a camp like that and see who stands out.
It's the way to do it. I totally agree with you. And it's nice to see that, we're moving forward in a lot of areas with cricket in Spain. And cricket in Europe in general. It's a question from Liam Day was saying, is Samir Naik also part of the coaching staff? Yes, he is. So Samir there with Corey, and of course they are on the lookout for a fielding coach. So if you know anybody. In the air, it doesn't really get this well timed because you know that Samir and Corey probably not the best coaches to teach the guys how to take the
I was
catches.
going to say, and as this wasn't on the graphic, but Samir Nayak, he is the assistant coach of that squad.
Yeah.
What about him yesterday? His little catching issues. Just got the heebie-jeebies for 1 minute, Samir. Dropped two sitters. And, yeah, so I like the thoughts on the chat in there. I don't know, there's some questions I won't be able to answer. You'll have to ask Corey when he comes back on commentary in a week.
But it is exciting times. And you know what? We're highlighting and focusing players coming into camps here in Spain. It's Bentley. Oh, this is a wild swing, not a good shot at all. But I'm sure it's the same story all around Europe. There are so many good European cricketers now that are starting to be found by the federations that, you know, the selection staff just can't ignore them anymore.
Yeah.
They've got to organise camps like what we're doing here in Spain just to get them all together and say, right, let's make sure that the best of the best are going to be the players that are going to be representing our country. I'm pretty sure that the team that will play T10 here in the ECC will be completely different to what we saw last year, you know, for the European Cricket Championship, because I'm pretty sure you're going to see the likes of Mohamed Barber, you know, playing. And so
couldn't leave him out.
I think the T10 format is an excellent opportunity to get a mixture of the experienced players like Barber and some of the under-19s. That's my own personal opinion.
Yeah, that's a fair opinion. Horses for courses. Seen every other form of the game. But also expand on this question comment from Liam saying that Yassine has a lot of first-class experience. As we get to the end of 9 overs, 75 for 4. That's Mohamed Yassine, 48 games of first-class experience in Pakistan for Sialkot. He's a classy player. Struggled with illness at times during the recent ECL, but he had an important role to play towards the end as he was opening the batting with Barbar. And so he's in net.
Well, they're just slowing down here, aren't they? Just focus on this game a little bit. Just Madrid United just haven't been able to get any major runs. And you see that they've got 11 off the 7th over, and then the 8th over went for 7. That last one from Bentley, just 3 runs. Superb over. So, Madrid United, they want to be getting, they would have wanted to be by around about 90, halfway point. They were only in 42, but they hadn't lost a wicket, so they didn't get the acceleration in when they needed. And when Mirza got out, they just haven't hit any boundaries. Can they get going here? Won't be easy as Imran Sadiq comes back into the attack. And to talk about attack, it's the batters that have been attacked here. Khan has to wear this one. Hasn't really got going, has he?
Nah, it looks rusty to me. He's just a bit late on this one. Hurries onto him.
Ooh, that's caught him right in the ribcage.
Siddiqui just gets this extra pace off the wicket. All arms and legs.
Now, is this going to go over the fielder? No, he's got right under it, but he drops it. And, well, Shafiq, he stay in the field. Gets worse.
Robio Khan has been dropped at least 3 times that I can remember.
Yeah.
And, yeah, it's just hasn't made them pay. And he's running out of chances to make them pay, to be honest, with only 4 balls left.
Marcus Hussain, what can he do? Oh, here's a go, and well, this is, I tell you what, the running there from Rubo Khan was sensational. How quick he was. Just wondering how quick he was out the blocks. Did he go? I mean, we can't really tell. It'd be interesting to just, if we could just rewind that back slightly and see when he actually takes off from. But he was so quick. Yeah, excellent running.
Acceleration was something else.
Will he make the most of it, though?
He's keen. He hasn't shown what he can do yet, but I'm telling you, he can hit the ball a long way.
This will be a wide.
I mean, he hit one at Alfaz that landed in the restaurant across the street. Hit the building on the full across the road. Yeah.
That is a huge hit.
Absolutely.
That is a
over
huge hit.
over the duck
so
pond.
over the duck pond,
over
into
the street
restaurant.
and hit the building.
Is that the nice restaurant with all the little...
Yeah, it was nice.
Okay. That's a massive hit.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen one that's gone all that way at Alfaz.
Absolutely smoked it. He bat on ball at the moment. He's had enough. He says, right, I'm not running.
He doesn't want to run. He wants the boundary. And you know what? This is risky because he may not get it. I think you've got to take whatever that comes their way. They haven't got into the 80s yet here. The biggest hit I've seen at Sporting Outfest was the other side, over the road and into the balcony of one of the apartments.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
That's a big one too. All right, 2 to come.
They're going to push, and he wants to. And I think they need to go here, but of course this is all about what Castle saying, I'm not getting run out, I'm going to have my go ahead in the boundary.
I think then even Robiel probably acknowledges, he just hasn't quite found his timing in this inning. So,
but that's why you don't turn around singles when they're there. You turn the single down only to take a single. So in a way, they should already be in the 80s here.
But he didn't know he wasn't going to hit a 6. All right, here we go. 79, last ball coming up.
And this time, Rubal Khan decides he's not going to race down the other end. A good take from Harry Young. He's done well behind the stumps there. And this has been a marvellous performance from Madrid CC. I mean, take into account that at the halfway point, the score was 42 and there was no wickets down. You really thought that Madrid United were going to get the acceleration in and be finishing sort of 90 to 100. But they really couldn't get going.
They didn't get a boundary in the last 2 overs, which really hurt them.
I think big turning point that LBW when Mirza was out, and after that, I mean, even though Rubal Khan did come in, he just, like you said, just looked rusty.
Yeah, well, time to shake the rust off. Cars, game on, ECS action, day 2. The Madrid Derby starting out the day's proceedings. And, well, early on, it was Sajjad Mirza. His 42 was the foundation of this innings. And although he had a couple of hairy moments, he did hit the ball pretty nicely and set up this total of 79 for 4 for Madrid United in the first innings of the day.
Yeah, it was all about Sajjad Mirza. He played some nice shots, but then he sort of, I don't know, it's almost like he was a sleeping giant, fell asleep. And then it was when he got to 16 that the acceleration came in again. That was Shafiq getting his wicket, and he liked the celebration, and this was just beautifully bowled. This was Hakeem doing what he does best, and it totally did come in Ahmed. And he wasn't done yet. He could have had a few more. There was a couple that found the edge. One went to the glove and out, and one that went to the boundary. This was that LBW decision, which I must admit that the decision came so slow from the umpire that I actually missed it. We were looking at the run out at the other end. I didn't realise that the finger had finally gone up. The batter was, he was disgusted with the decision, didn't like it. But, the umpires, as we say, they can only give what they can see and what they believe is going to happen. They don't have the advantage of the technology as we are able to have a look at it again and again and again to satisfy our minds. But that was a key turning point, I think. Sajjad Mirza, I think, was in his 40s. He was looking to go big, looking to accelerate and maybe get a good partnership together with Rubal Khan. It wasn't to be. Rubal himself, well, just run a ball. That's not like him at all. So that rustiness is still there. Waka Hussain, and he did play one boundary. But really, I think between the two of them, they were fighting who was going to get the strike. And but they weren't able to make it count. 79 for 4. And as we have a look at some of the bowling performances, everybody bowled really well. Look, not one of the bowlers, not one of the 5 came for 20. I think that's outstanding. The captain, Galileo Felicé Bleu, I think he was good. Took some good catches as well. There was only one that he called for, and really he shouldn't have done. He should have left it for Bentley. But still, look, in terms of his bowling, 2 for 13. And Imran Sadiq was wicketless, can you believe? But only 14 come off his 2 overs. And Hakeem, he was another one that was very unlucky. He could have quite easily picked up 3 wickets today, 1 for 15 from him. And Shafiq, well, he did a good solid performance from him as well. It was a really good performance from Madrid CC. There were 1 or 2 lapses in the field, but other than that, it was fantastic, and that's why they were able to contain Madrid United to just 79 runs off their 10 overs. So 80 required by Madrid CC, and bear in mind that they had 2 matches yesterday, and they won 1 and lost 1, and they batted pretty well as well. I think they'll fancy themselves to go on and knock these off. And I think the key players for me was certainly, I think, Marcus Harvey. He'll be pretty key. And I think Rahil Shafiq will play a part in it as well. So join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, in about 10 minutes' time as we return to the conclusion of match number 5. Volvemos en 10 minutos.
Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Cricket Oval. It's ECS action coming your way, day 2 of this series in Spain. Cartama is the host, and it was also the venue for the European Cricket League over the last 6 weeks. So week 7 of action, this field has held up remarkably well when you consider the amount of rain that fell around this time last week. Actually, it was almost underwater, and just caused us to rejig the schedule slightly and go into the reserve day Saturday. And after the champions were crowned, we had the day off Sunday. All the best. Rest on the 7th day. We are back, though, for the first FanCode European Cricket Series of the year. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network with you. And it's great to have your company as you're looking at the Madrid derby. Match 5 of the series. It's Madrid CC about to come out and chase the target of 80 required for victory after Madrid United won the toss and elected to bat first up this morning. And I really like the contribution of Sajjad Mirza for them in their first innings. And yeah, now we'll get to see Galileo, Finlayson, Blay open the batting with a player I think looks pretty good to me, Marcus Harvey. And they will need 80 to win. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. As always, I'm joined by Rico Full. Rico, a bit going on this morning, of course, with that high-performance Spanish national team that we've discussed at length, and we'll probably keep discussing throughout the day. But right here, we've got a good game of cricket on, I think, as Waka Mirza is behind the stumps, and Abdullah Farooq looks like he will be opening the bowling for Madrid United.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting game. Galileo Finlayson Blur. He is a Spanish national, and I know it's one of his dreams to try and play for the Spanish national team. And, well, he'll have to wait a little bit longer before he faces his first ball from Abdullah Farooq. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things that I know he's talked about. He's 26 years old, of course. He's played cricket in New Zealand. He's been a cricket fanatic since the age of 7. And one of the things he's mentioned several times, he'd love to have the opportunity to play for El Roja, for the Spanish team. Well, maybe if he gets a few good performances in here. You never know. Corey may add another name to that camp.
Well, it can't hurt. But, you know, one thing that has been noted, and lots of people messaging me, saying that a lot of the players picked, they have performed on ECN. And ECN's kind of showcased them, especially in a country like Spain that's geographically so large. You know, it must be difficult to see, you know, for scouts to get around and to try and compare players between regions. But yeah, ECN's been a bit of an evener.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it is difficult. I mean, I know that in my time that there's been plenty of camps and things that we've tried to arrange, but of course there's always travelling issues for some players and work issues as well. And I honestly do believe that's why those many weeks of ECS within Barcelona helped. Yeah, I mean, those European Cricket Series, if you remember at one point we did sort of 3 almost back-to-back in Barcelona, and we saw all the players come out. They loved the format, they wanted to play, they're keen to play, and well, that's when we really saw some of the names, some of the youngsters, of course. Latif Mohammed was one, and Gurang Mavanishi, the spinner. It's in the air, and it just shies away from this. I think this is why you have to be walking in, and Kamil Ahmed, I think if he was on the move here, I think he would have snapped this up.
Yeah, this is my thoughts actually. Just a little bit flat-footed, and this was hit. Very fine first slip in place, but yeah, a bit of an uppish stroke, bit of a nothing stroke really from the batter, almost offering catching practice, but not carrying. Good little outswing here. I thought we might get a bit of swing, and like what I'm seeing from Farooq, I know that Corey, the Spanish national team coach, he's going to be really interested to look at the bowling of Robiel Khan. I think that at that level, that's how he sees him, as one of the seam options or potential options. So we'll see if he opens up here. I'm just going to do an early call for a golden ball because Madrid United, they're kind of the golden ball specialists, you know. That's a maiden to finish up though, so how about that? To start proceedings, none for none after the first over.
Yeah, that's really well bowled actually. He's got the ball to, I think what he's done there is sort of highlights why this end for me is ideal for good seam bowlers. You get the line right, it's very difficult for batters to to play, especially if you're a batsman that likes to play predominantly on the front foot.
Yeah.
If you like playing on the front foot, well, you get a bowler who bowls that line to you, it's going to be difficult. You're going to have to try and play your cut shots, and you can see there that Finlayson Blur, he did play a couple, but he wasn't really aggressive enough on them. He needs to be trying to hit over the top. So, well, all of a sudden, that target 80 looks a lot higher.
So now trying to get a chance to look at Harvey. He's been camped up the other end so far. Yeah, but take your point. That's true about this end. Just going back to the golden ball thing, Madrid United, they won the first ever golden ball. That was back in March 2020. That was golden ball 1. They also won golden ball 23. And so they're the first team, I think, that's won a golden ball with the bat and with the ball.
Yeah.
It was Robiel Khan, actually, golden ball hero against Alfaz back in the ECS Spain Alfaz LP. First run, finally, and it comes through a wide.
Yeah, first one's on the board, wide ball, just going a little bit too wide here, Ahmed. As the sun starts to break through and burn away some of this low cloud cover.
Yeah, hopefully the weather stays good as well. There was originally a few forecasts for showers this afternoon. Hopefully they stay away.
Oh, and there's going to be more runs here, and this may be 5. And yeah, 5 wides. And that's not good. A bit of bowling, tries to over-adjust and gets it wrong, and then the wicket-keeper, well, he wants to dive, but he just couldn't get going there. Waka Mirza.
Waka was just a little bit slow to take the first step, and that's why he's always playing catch-up. But correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't it Waka that hit the winning boundary in the first ever golden ball?
Oh, now you're testing me. I couldn't be sure.
I'm pretty certain.
I know what the shot was.
Yeah.
It went over.
Skewed over
towards
third man.
Third man, yeah. And this one is just over the diving efforts of the fielder, and it's Abdullah Farouk. He gets the dive in, but he can't stop it. 4 runs. Nice shot.
It's actually a pretty good shot. It probably would have been a wide as well, but gets in position there and absolutely cracks this to Harvey. Of course, 3 over power play. So despite the maiden over, the second over not quite going to plan so far.
Yeah. I think, listen, you could be related to Marcus Harvey, because he's got a bit of Scottish in him.
Yeah.
Bit of Australian. A bit like you, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we're not all the same, but appreciate it. This is going to be more runs. I think it's off the leg.
His pads.
Yeah.
Well, we've had everything here. We've had the solitary wide, we've had the 5 leg side wide, then we've had boundary off the bat, and now we've had a boundary off the pads.
Yeah, I mean, this is all to do with the movement. It's just swinging in a little bit too much, and still the batter makes that shot in a way because he gets inside the line of the ball for the most part. Just kind of flicks off the thigh pad for 4.
Yeah, he's an energy consultant, Marcus. You think you could give me a bit of energy? I
don't think you need. I think you would be giving back to the grid.
Would I?
If you were connected. You've got excess energy.
Slower delivery, and that's good batting from Harvey. Plenty of runs come off this over so far. Not too many of them off the bat.
I think at this level, though, getting those top wickets and top order wickets is so important, isn't it? Just to try and stifle the rest of the batting side. And we know that they probably don't have the batting depth that we see at ECL level, for example.
And wants it. Oh, and a misfield from Farouk. If he takes this cleanly, could have been interesting. And well, there's certainly, this is the ground. If you ever want to be on an outfield where you can really attack the ball, this is one. I mean, it's like a carpet. It really is. Just wasn't able to take that cleanly. A very good morning to the Binu family who are watching. Up in the air, doesn't get this time. It should be just the 1. They do take the 1. So Paul, Nita, Nashita and Dhruv. Hope you're all well. And watching from a combination of places, from Madrid and also from Dhaka.
It's a fair way apart, those 2 places. 17 for no loss after 2. Yeah, good morning to you guys. Hope you're well, and great that you're joining us for the European Cricket Series. And early in the piece still, this is Madrid United's first match. Yesterday we saw Costa del Sol. They were the most impressive team for me, as they won both the games over Malaga. Today they'll take on Granada in the afternoon. And yeah, I mean, plenty of cricket still to play. Each team will play 8 matches across the first 5 days of action, then finals we'll have on Saturday. All right, here we go with Robiel Khan bowling over number 3. And hit a good one from him here, as the second over went for 17, whereas the first one went for absolutely nothing. Let's see how Harvey handles him.
Got the slip in play. A very close slip as well, to be honest. Let's see.
He's hiding behind the keeper, isn't he?
Hesitant single, but does get there.
Yeah, I've got to say, the captain Ashraf Mohammed fielding it slip. I mean, you almost can't see him behind the keeper.
Yeah, very close.
But he just gets a good angle of what the bowler's doing maybe from there. Maybe that's what that's about.
Nice take behind the stumps there from Wakamiza. Nice steady approach he has, doesn't he? Good follow through. I do like that. I think you can tell a lot from a bowler from the follow through as well. Just the way he's confident. He's got a good sort of build up of energy as he gets into his action, and the release point is good.
Also an outstanding fielder. He is one that won't let the team down.
Oh, that's a beauty, absolute beauty. And yeah, I think Finlay Simbler just saying, yeah, that was a little bit too good for me.
That's a good one. Hey, Keanu in the chat saying if Lords is the home of cricket, is Cartama the home of European cricket? Well, I think there's no doubt about that. This is where we are.
It is for sure, yeah. This is where Cartamania started. And
I'm trying to work out how many matches we would have played here now. But it'll be about 250 after today.
Bowled, and you can see again just what I was saying before. If you're not very good at playing the back foot, you're going to have a few issues from quick bowlers bowling at this end. He's nice and busy, isn't he? Just gets back to his mark.
He's accurate. That's the key.
And that one goes through again. So yeah, he's certainly got a good bit of pace about him. I say he injects a lot of energy.
So, only one off this over. Last ball coming up.
Oh, and he's got it. Absolute beauty. That was quick, that was fast. And that was Jagde Fatte style. Jabardasti bowling. And that's why everybody's talking about Robiel Khan.
Yeah, you see it right there with your own eyes. And Finlay Simbler, in the end, it's not a happy time at the crease for him. He'll go for 1 off 12. He's eaten up a couple of overs in this chase. And this one was just a good Yorker. Look at the feet there. I think it's Finlay Simbler just probably just trying to get on with things, hoping for the best, but it didn't end well. As there was the fuller delivery. Knocks back the off stump, and that's the first wicket to fall. It's 18 for 1 after 3 overs. What a good over that is. 1 for 1.
Really good bowling, and that's all about, I think, the batter just deciding he's going to have to try and do something different because he wasn't able to negotiate any runs from Khan, and he just tried to give himself a little step away towards the leg side, but all that did was create the perfect sort of length from Khan to get in, sort of angles it into Galileo, picks up the wicket, and that's a good over for him, and a good power play really from Madrid. When you calculate that of 2 overs, they've only managed to score, they've only given away the 1 run and taken 1 wicket. It's just that second over really from Ahmed where 17 came off. If it weren't for that, they'd be in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, exactly right. And so it's going to be Raheel Shafiq at number 3, but he'll be at the non-striker's end. Harvey on strike.
Oh, he could have played this onto his stumps quite easily. He gets away, gets lucky.
Mel Ahmed is the bowler here again. Over number 4. Actually, his first over did go for 17, but he did swing the ball around. Just had a few problems controlling it at times. There was a 4-leg buys in there. There was a 5 wides in there.
Shot, and that's gone like a bullet. It has been stopped sort of partially by the fielder. But then he has to chase after it. The stops it going over the ropes are 2 runs. But this was hit like a rocket.
Yeah, he does hit the ball well, doesn't he? And a lot of people look forward to seeing Rahil Shafiq again. I mentioned him before the game as one to watch. He's got really good hands when he bats. Snaps through the ball.
Yeah, it's good timer off it, isn't he? And certainly gets plenty of power in the shot as well. He's not a big man. So it's like changing the field. They're pushing the man back. So is this going to be the shorter delivery? No, it's a slower one. And he waited for it well and dispatches it. Manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es 6 carreras. Qué grande. Qué guay. 6 carreras.
Yeah, the pace-off finally came, but he was ready for it. And 2 overs that really garnered almost nothing for Madrid CC, but still the other 1 and a bit so far have been pretty productive. That's why they find themselves still on track in this chase.
Shafiq looking good, timing the ball well. And a clever shot, work to be done by the fielder. And well, he does it very coolly, a one-hand pickup. And has confidence in the surface. And does Akib Hussain, just the one.
Yeah, it was actually quite an incredible pickup in the end from Akib down
Look
here.
at this, watch this.
Gets it in the left hand, it's not going to his right. That's the area where, let's just say, one of the German fielders is still having nightmares about a similar kind of stop back in the Group D final. So we won't talk about that right now.
Oh, and he's celebrating before he catches it. It's as simple as that. He's celebrating the keeper, Wakamiraz, before he takes the ball and he drops it. It's a sitter.
I'm not so sure that the keeper's celebrating as just trying to catch it. You see, that's doing a little edge. I think everyone else is celebrating.
I think he's already moving to do the celebration.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a bad drop.
A misjudgment. So, bad player to drop as well, Harvey. Now he's going to get 4. So, I mean, Kamil Ahmed can't take a trick at all. He ends up going for 27 of his 2 overs. And really, if you include the 4-leg buys, his 2 overs went for 31. So, a disappointment, but live and learn. The score at the end of 4 is 32 for 1. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Rico Full. Hello to all of
everybody.
Our viewers. I know we got viewers from all around the world, don't we, Rico?
Yeah.
So a big hello to all of you. You mentioned our viewers in Dubai and Madrid, in Europe, out of Europe. A lot of stuck around after the ECL as well. But we value all of our viewers, and it's going to be a really exciting few weeks as we head around with the European Cricket Series again.
Yeah, it's been fantastic, and thank you all for joining us. Of course, as we always say, you are the best viewers and supporters that we can ask for. They're absolutely marvellous. Thank you for all the lovely comments on the YouTube chat as well. Hey, listen, I mean, yesterday, I wonder if we can show the viewers the rainbow that we had yesterday, because I know Diana Oroz, our ECM photographer, has taken some photos. I've never seen a rainbow quite like it.
It was a flat rainbow, almost like we were seeing the top of it, and it was quite incredible. It's on our social media, I know that. At European Cricket.
Out.
You can check it out, and well, it's just good that we've got the rain that stopped, and the rainbow for us is that we've got cricket. And now here's Robiel, who's going to bowl out straight away.
That's quick, and well, he's not reacting to the call of Harvey there. Shafiq, he's trying to find where the ball is, and Harvey said, hey, never mind that, listen to me.
Yeah, if you're not sure where the ball's gone, always a good idea to look at your partner, because you should be able to locate them, and they normally can see where the ball's gone. So you can work out from their actions whether there's a run there or not.
You surprised the game with Khan straight away?
Yeah, a little bit. They might hold him back.
This one is so well bowled. Just getting his radar spot on.
I mean, they've got some options. They held back Abdullah Farouk, who bowled a maiden in the first. So I think they thought, well, we don't have to hold both back. Maybe we'll stick Robiel out there while he's up and going. He gets to bowl his two on the trot.
Catch him!
Oh, this got away with this. It could have gone anywhere. And in the end, the fielders, fielders between them, Do stop it.
That's a bit like rugby league. You know how that one player
Just
puts the ball
drops the
down?
foot, yeah.
One player it's called to play the ball. And picks it up. And just when you think he's going to pick it up, he forgets. So, don't worry, I'm here. James Stewart noticing our outfits are coordinated today, colour-wise. Not intentional. It's great minds think alike, Rico. All right, Robiel. I think probably first runs off the bat. He's had him 1.5 overs.
This one was quick. It was really quick now. Is he going to react quick enough here? Well, gets there quickly. But I think the batters do well as well. Interesting how they've kept this field attacking. They've still got that field in place, the slip in place rather. They've still got the fielders in, so they are certainly attacking. I think they believe that maybe the way to
It would have been out, you know.
get this match is to attack. Yeah, just losing his line a little bit. I think he's trying to bowl just a little bit quicker here now and just losing his line a bit. Just going down the leg. See if he can bring it back into the right areas.
That one would have hurt, that last one too. Yeah, it's good full delivery again. And yeah, Robiel, you can see why he's in the national high performance squad this week. He's getting him through. No, he's got to hit. I think there, the one thing, if I had to be critical, which I don't have to be, but I will, is he's only really bowled one ball that's hit the stumps. That would have hit the stumps. You know, I think you need wickets here because you want to get into the middle, lower order, quick as you can. Got one more chance, have a crack at Harvey.
And that's really well bowled. Look, what you don't see, I think, before this ball is bowled, is that Rubal Khan, he signals to his fine leg, says, get finer. And the reason why he does that, because he knew this was what he was going to do, bang it in short, gets a short ball in, and because, and only because he moved his fielder, did that not go to the boundary.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's one way to do it. It could have gone for 6, really, but will be a single. I would have thought maybe going to the stumps with one ball left would have been the way to go, but still can't certainly say anything negative about that. 2 overs from Robiel Khan, 1 for 4 off 2. And so halfway through this innings, 36 for 1. And yeah, you've got 3 overs of this innings have gone for 0, 1 and 4. And there's 2 overs that have gone for 31. So they're quite inconsistent scoring. As we see change of bowling, like I was saying. He is bowling his left armers here in over number 6.
Yeah, this is going to be an important point here now, because they've managed to stay in the game and keep things tight, but now they're going to have to use new bowlers.
Now, let me just see what the issue is here. I don't think there's any issue with this. Just coming together. I don't know whether the batter didn't realise that it was going to be a left-arm bowler. I think that was just the only discussion about there. But, I mean, it seemed pretty obvious because the batter was on that side, and whether it was announced or not, we'll wait and see, because there's a little bit of a discussion going on at the moment.
Yeah, it was a good delivery.
Yeah.
It's right up there in the block hole. Just some conversation, a little conversation about something here. Okay, so where's this one going? 36 on the board, halfway point. Now, like for like, well, Madrid United were on 42.
Yeah,
but
I feel like it could be a really close game. That's what I think.
I mean, Farouk has still got 1 to bowl, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So they've held, and he bowled the maiden first, the very first over.
Like Hussein's pretty consistent as well with his left armers, as he bowls wide, of course. But yeah, I mean, they've got some pretty good bowling attack, Madrid United. But having said that, they've still got their top order at the crease. Shafiq's obviously been in good form. Question mark for me is Woodward. Where does Woodward bat? Does he bat at 4? No, he's carrying that lower leg injury.
Just the one, just the one.
A nice looking shot, and the fielder's going to get dirty for his side. Well, he even throws the cap at it, but he can't stop it. That's 4 runs. You've got to be sliding here on this surface. You've got to get the slide in. You've got to stop it. No slide. Well, no gain. 4 runs. Lovely shot, though. Perfect timing. Beautifully played, but the fielder's got to get down, got to get dirty for his side.
Yeah, see, that's just not the percentage way to do it, is it? Boots it over the line.
Good batting. After getting the boundary, just takes the single, rotates the strike slightly. I think these two will know that while they're still there, and even though they haven't scored too many runs and too quickly, that a couple of good shots from them and everything changes. And certainly this man, and Shafiq, he certainly looks dangerous. I've liked him from the first shot he played yesterday. Talented player. And well, this one is going to be 4. If you're not going to stop the one before, and if you're going to keep trying to stop him with your legs, two things are going to happen. One, that. And 2, you're going to limp off, and there's no Magic Mary here this week.
We had St. Patrick's Day last week. There's a bit of Michael Flatley about this. And Lord of the Dance.
Don't start me off. You know when we start, there's no stopping us. But yeah, you got to do better there. I mean, look, you got in the key places, you got to have your best fielders, and if that man there can't get dirty and stop him, then he's got to be changed. And I think that might be the conversation here. You can see that the wicketkeeper, Wakas Mirza, is trying to get the captain out of slip, and the captain saying, I'm not going anywhere, I'm staying here.
He's kept there for the 10 overs, I think. I don't think I've seen a slip all the way through to the 6th over before either.
There's roots coming out of the soles of his shoes. I think he's going to root himself to that part of the ground. He ain't going to move. He's going to produce an apple. Oh, he's moving. He's moving. He's heard us. There he goes.
There he is.
Goes into that little spot there.
And now he's there for the second half. You can bet that he's not moving off there either. Short cover. The grass won't grow. There'll just be a set of footprints there. Ashraf Mohammed getting the opportunity to captain today as we get to the end of the 6th over. Score is it's creeping up there, 48 for 1. So they're right on the rate there, 8 and over, which is what they needed at the start. We just have a look at Farouk, 1 over, 1 maiden. Didn't concede a run. Rabiul Khan, they only got 4 off his 2 overs. I'm a bit expensive, and likewise that over from Waka Hussain, but I would say that his fielders didn't really help him out that much.
No, they haven't done so, which is disappointing. Just interested to see if there's what the spin options are. This Madrid United team, whether there are. I know that our good friend and Itifak,
yeah, we're missing
Ahmed,
him.
He'll be here later.
Yeah.
I don't think he's here today. I think from tomorrow. Of course, a lot of these players, or most of these players, have to take time away from their work professions to play. So we will see Itifak tomorrow, and he would be at this point very useful to have. He's a difficult, cunning bowler to get away. So yeah, good morning. Buenos dias, Iti. If you're watching, I'm sure you are somewhere, and looking forward to seeing you again, buddy.
Well, we're 540 kilometres away from Madrid. That's how far these guys have come to play.
That's an edge. I'm sure. I certainly heard something there. Yeah, the finger does go up. I was going to say, either my ears are deceiving me, but that, I think, was a straightforward edge to the keeper. So they get the breakthrough. So it's not going to be Marcus Harvey who's going to be around to help bring victory home to Madrid CC. He had to depart.
Yes, Kazar Ahmed, who's out there, and it's right off the bottom of the bat, I think. It's right off the toe. Get a good view here. We'll slow it down again if we can. You see, just a little bottom edge. And yeah, it is heard by Ian Ramage, who has to send Marcus on his way. But still, got them off to a reasonable start here. He contributes 19, and it becomes the 2nd wicket to fall. Score now is 48 for 2.
Yeah, that's a good wicket to get at the good time for Madrid CC. And John Woodward is not coming in next. The batter's making a very slow walk out. Not really sure what's going on here. There's some debate about something. What? I couldn't tell you.
Maybe they just want to know if it's a bump ball. Oh, here we go. No ball. No ball called. Must have been for the field. Wow. Is it? I mean,
oh, wow.
Wow. Okay, they had 6 outfielders. I'm getting the information. So that's why it's been called from off the field. I thought maybe they were checking if it was a bump ball, but it certainly wasn't that issue. So
my scoreboard
6
scored to pot
outfielders
now.
Oh, well, Time to get out liquid paper. So, a big moment in the game then, because this will become a free hit as well. And so, well, just like that, Control Z, undo. And they had 6 outfielders. That was the official word that I got. And so,
well, there you go. It's all happening here at the Cartama Oval. And so it's not out.
not out.
Free hit. And he hits it pretty well. And it stays hit. It goes all the way. Bolle. Kinna Sona Shaka Lagyao. That's the way to put away the free hit. He went for the slower Yorker length full toss. But well, the batter who gets a new life, Marcus Harvey says, right, I'm going to make the most of it.
Oh, talk about your game turners. You know, from out to not out and 6. Now 25 off 23 acquired.
Nicely played down the ground. And to try and knock each other over there, the two fielders, but they do stop it.
Oh, now you just feel immune as a batter. I mean, Harvey, he's been to the pearly gates. He was turned around and he's been sent back to earth. Yeah, doesn't look frightened of anything. He's on 27.
It's a nice little delivery from Koza Ahmed, of course. Koza, he's going to be absolutely devastated. He thought he's picked up his first wicket. And well, he finds that the same batter comes back and hits him for a big 6.
Yeah, a couple of dots though, handy.
I get the feeling, looking at Koza Ahmed running back to his mark in between every ball, that they may be having some time issues here.
They were seconds away from a time penalty in the first half apparently as well. Madrid CC. They'll get a bit of an allowance for that last incident.
Push for 2 here, you have to, don't you? And they do, and do pretty well.
I remember some of the bowling they've still got to go. Abdullah Farouk, he was unhittable in the first over. Yeah, but man, that just hurts so much, doesn't it? Last ball coming up for Ahmed.
More running.
It takes us to the end of the 7th. The score now is 60 for 1, so 20 required off the last 3 overs. Another big finish coming up here. ECS action, 4 matches a day. And typically you'll get some close finishes, and regardless of how this one finishes, I'm sure these two teams will be out to do well in their last match of the day, the second leg of the double header between United and Madrid CC. News from the toss this time. It's Madrid CC that won the toss, and they've elected to bat first. Back to match 6, and it's coming away in about half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network. We've seen some good performance there. Marcus Harvey, you just saw him get a life. I'm sure that Rahil Shafiq will be keen to have another good game. In-run sticky. He's been good with the ball. And as far as Madrid United have gone, I think, yeah, Robiel Khan, he's probably the one with the bat. I think he'd probably like to click a little bit more. Technically was impressive with the ball already. As we head into the last 3 overs. And now we are going to see some spin. And to me, it looks like it's captain Ashraf Mohammed who's going to bowl. And let's see if he can keep his team in the game. It's a bit of a gamble at this stage.
This is a big gamble.
You're hanging in there, about run a ball pace. Remember, you still do have Abdullah Farouk to come back, but the captain, he's deciding to bowl himself here in the 8th.
Nice. Flights this one up, and the batter flights it even higher. That goes all the way. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagia. Well, that was a gift, wasn't it? And the man who's been given a gift, he's been given a life. Marcus Harvey says, thank you very much, Skip. There you go, fetch it.
Yeah, Harvey takes this one on. I mean, it's a challenge length. That's probably what I'd call it, because if you miss hit it, it can create an opportunity. And this wasn't miss hit at all. Maximo time. That one gets the rate down below run a ball now.
So, captain, what's the reply going to be? Well, he goes the same sort of way. This time it's wide and high. And there's a slight fumble by the fielder. They take him on. It's going to be close, but he gets there.
That's good running by Shafiq. I think he recognises that Harvey's got the hot hand, and so he takes on a bit of a dicey too. Saw the spotted the fumble and just went straight away.
And it's just tossing him up at the moment, Mohammed. And it's almost like a free hit for the batters. He's not testing them in any way at the moment. I'm just wondering if he's going to try something different. I certainly wouldn't be giving Shafiq any width. Oh, and they're asking the question. This is very close. And
A couple of issues here. Make sure he doesn't get his gloves in front of the stumps. The keeper, Mirza. My feeling is he's probably just out.
yeah, because it goes to the keeper very slowly, but I think he's done enough. Let's keep an eye. First of all, keep an eye on those gloves.
No problem there.
That's fine.
Ooh.
No, he gets back. He does
Yeah,
get
it bounces once, but yeah, I think he does get back. See, the time the stumps are broken. He's
That's
down.
all to do with the pace. There's no
Yeah.
pace on it going through to the keeper, so the batter's got the time to go all the way around and do what we call the old windmill.
We've seen a couple that with a bouncing bat, where the bat's bounced up, and that's one of those situations that still is out. If the bails are taken when the bat's in the air, through a couple of those in the ECL.
Catch, gone, and that's a real soft dismissal. But I'm just saying that Shafiq, you wouldn't want to give him any width because he's very strong in the offside, and he just puts the ball straight into the hands of the fielder. I just think here Shafiq there, he started playing the role where he wanted to be feeding the strike to Marcus Harvey, then play a few shots himself. You see, that's a nothing shot, and he'll be gutted to get out like that.
If I'm another team, I'm watching Shafiq against slow bowling, saying, well, maybe that's the way to get him, because he almost got stumped, losing his mind to the ball before. This time tries to be careful, still finds a way to kind of spoon it to the fielder at cover. So a master stroke from Ashraf Mohammed as he brings himself on in the 8th. He roos through a heel Shafiq. Kamil Ahmed takes the catch, and the score is 69 for 2, still 11 required. 13 balls remaining.
Oh, would you believe that? Well, what's going to happen here? I think, Imran Sadiq is probably not going to play this defensively. I'm pretty sure he's not. Oh, he goes for a big one. It could be 2 and 2. No, it won't be. He gets enough on it. He goes all the way. He's a big, strong lad, Imran Sadiq. He thumps it. Didn't get it down the middle of the bat, but he gets enough on it for it to go all the way to the boundary. Big hit.
And Robbie Khan was hunting this down, but even he wasn't going to do it. He came all the way from long on. Over the head. Maximal, 9 overs down. And the score, well, 8 overs down, I should say. It's 75 for 2. 5 required off the last 2 overs. Well, this is where you got to hand it back to your maiden specialist, surely, Abdullah Farouk. Saying if you could bowl another maiden, that would be pretty useful for us.
Yeah, look, he does pick a wicket up there, Ashraf Mohammed, the captain, but that was no time for him to be bowling that. I mean, yeah, there was 20 required of 3 overs. You would have gone with Farouk to try and get another really tight over in, and then you're looking at maybe 18 off 2. You're in the match now, really, unless he does something amazing here. But still, even if this is a maiden, 5 of the last, yeah. Easy. It wasn't good captaincy, as far as I'm concerned, from Ashraf Mohammed.
Harsh but fair, probably. Anyway, Farouk needs to do a Bulgarian Express and bowl 2 maidens from this end. 7 dot balls in a row.
That's quality, isn't it? I always think that when you, especially in this format, you know, you're only bowling 12 balls. He's bowled 6 right at the beginning of the match, and then he's practically done nothing. Where he's been fielding, he's been kept cold, kept quiet, and he comes back, and the very first ball is right on the money. That takes a bit of doing. So watch out for this man, Farouk.
Now you need to probably bring a fielder or 2 in to try and stop that little run, because that even hurts you now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
No tail enders he's bowling to either. Harvey and Siddiqui. Interestingly, Woodward dropping out of the top 4, maybe because of that lower leg injury. Sustained a blow there yesterday when he was batting.
Well bowled, just not able to stop it. Yeah, you're right. You look at the match situation here. I'm quite surprised there's so many fielders on the boundary. You've got to have them in to try and just sort of say, right, okay,
Yeah.
let's stop the singles. Tried to take it into the
Not
last.
like
you know?
you can see him getting drilled down the ground over. We've got 2 long offs at the moment, for example.
Yeah. And this is, well, I was going to say, we were going to prove us wrong. Well, what they're doing here, oh dear, that's the... I'll leave that one to you.
You got 2 long offs. Sometimes you can have too many long offs. And I think here, then just kind of throws it in. And I think they saw the throw was just a,
Well, he
little,
doesn't throw
a
it.
little nothing underarm. Score's tied now.
And trying to finish in style. And he will. It goes all the way. Shaba Shaba Kinna Sona Shaka Lagya Game Puri Hogi. And it's a good victory for the Madrid Cricket Club over their friends and close rivals, Madrid United. But I get the feeling that this one's got 1 apiece written all over it, Vinny.
Yeah, well, you could say so. But, yeah, you just tactically, some of the things we've seen in the last couple of days, I think seeing some of the differences of the domestic level versus playing at the elite European club level with just how some of the bowlers were managed. In the end, Harvey, you make your own luck, don't you? He was certainly out there and thought he was gone, and he wasn't gone, and suddenly he is there winning the game for his team.
Yeah, that was a big moment, wasn't it? You just thought if Harvey was out there, new batter coming in, and maybe that Ashraf Mohammed probably wouldn't have bowled that 8th over because it may have just tempted him to do something different. Who knows? But it was certainly a close game up until then, you have to say. It was 2 overs really that made a difference. I think the first over from Kamal Ahmed after the first one from a maiden. And but that man there, well, Rubal Khan, he certainly got his radar right. And I think watch out for him, and also the other opener, Abdullah Farooq. I think between the 2 of them are going to cause some damage with the ball. And I get a feeling that Rubal Khan will get his batting will click as well. And you see that was a short ball there where he communicated that through to the man at fine. And this one was not the way to do it. That's one thing that Madrid United will very quickly have to change. The way they're trying to stop some of these ground balls, trying to stop them with their feet. And, you could count probably 12 to 16 runs given away when the ball should have been stopped and it wasn't.
Yeah, but how about that? Maybe the wicket reversed because of the field being illegal. There were 6 outfielders. Yeah, that's got to hurt, doesn't it, when you've got that situation? Anyway, then we saw Ashraf Mohammed come on to bowl the 8th. Yeah, it was a bit of a gamble. Didn't pay off, you'd have to say. And then he went for a couple of maximos today. Did pick up the wicket of Raheel Shafiq. I think the fact he was a bit expensive made it a bit too difficult, and in the end they did get the win. And they bring it up in the 9th over. And so, well, again, that's a good first hit out, I suppose, for Madrid United. I'm sure they'd like to square the ledger in the second game. And so, Rico, we'll take a bit of a break. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes. It'll be the return leg between Madrid United and Madrid CC. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. For all the details, you can go to our website, EuropeanCricket.com. See you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
How we play cricket on the Costa del Sol.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Well, after the first derby, it's time for the rematch. And once again, it will be Madrid United and Madrid CC going into battle here in match 6, the second match of the day. And we've got the two teams now with Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee. Let's go over to the coin toss.
Tails are call.
It's heads.
We're going to have a bat.
Okay. Madrid CC won the toss, they're having a bat.
So it's Madrid CC this time that win the toss, and they're going to have a bat. So we'll see the innings reversed. Look, I did like Sajjad for United this morning. I think that he really provided some impetus for their innings early on. Had a bit of a rough call, I thought, in the first one. Arobiel Khan never really got going with the bat, but we know he's a very good quality player. Madrid CC, though, we know that they are out to get some more points on the board. So I think there's a lot of healthy rivalry between these two teams that are a long way from home. Let's go over to the commentary box where Rico Full is there and ready for the start of match 6. The news from the toss, Madrid Cricket Club have won the toss and they're going to bat first this time.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu, as we welcome you back to the Cartama Oval here in Malaga, and in preparation for the second match between the two Madrid sides, Madrid United versus Madrid CC. Madrid CC, well, they watched Madrid United put some runs on the board and chase them down in the first, and they were successful. And now, well, they want to have a bat themselves. I think that's a good shot. It's a good toss to win and have a bat first. I think it's a good opportunity to get some of their batters in there and scoring runs. And as we have a look at the fantasy dashboard, Madrid CC, the likes of Galileo, Marcus Harvey, and also Shafiq, I think they've looked good. Him and Siddiqui, I'm loving his bowling. Harry Young's been good behind the stumps there as well. And Abdul Hakim, I think he's the one that's going to just keep surprising us all the time. Madrid United, well, wasn't the best of starts they had. I think Mirza was, as you heard Vinny say, a little bit unlucky. Ruba Khan will get better. But keep a look out for Abdullah Farouk as well. I did like the way that he bowled. And I think they would, after having that first match under their belt, I think they'll be much stronger in this one and a lot wiser. Need to improve a little bit and tidy up with their fielding, that's for sure. But I think they'll be looking to try and contain Madrid CC to around about the 90 mark, and if they can do that, they'll be looking to knock the runs off themselves. They were pretty good with the bowling. They contained Madrid CC in that first match pretty well. It was just two untidy overs really that made all the difference, and that was the second over from off the match by Kamil Ahmed. That went for 17 with a lot of extras coming off that, and then I think the captain Ashraf Mohammed, he went for 15 in over number 8. Other than that, it was a tight contest, so they want a good tight start here, and just keep applying the pressure and see if they can, like I say, said that I've got a feeling that it will be level this little mini series between the battle of the two teams from the capital. It's going to be Marcus Harvey to take the first ball from Farouk. Here we go. And well, Marcus goes big straight away. What a lovely shot this is. I didn't see this one coming because well, Abdullah Farouk in the last match, they couldn't get a run off his first over. The first 6 balls were dots. This one, well, is 6 from the first. What a shot this is. Beautiful. Well, if Abdullah Farouk thought he could just have a gentle run in and release for his first delivery, well, now he's got another thing coming. I get the feeling he's going to be fired up for this one. Here he comes. And well, he is. And that's what you've got to do. Come back strong. Yeah, I think the first ball there was just a little gentle run up and didn't expect that. Now he's woken up. Terrific shot from Marcus Harvey first up. Looking to take the single on the wheel. Fielders are just too deep, not really walking in with the bowler, which allows the batters to take the single. So the captain, Galileo Finlese Bleu, will get on strike here now. Be hoping to get a good partnership going with Harvey. Still got that slip in place, which of course is the captain, Ashraf. And well, if the bowlers can keep this line, you never know. You may get the opportunity to take a catch at slips. Welcome to our umpires as well. You just see there, that's Andrew Elliott. He's at the bowler's hand, and it's Ian Rummage once more at square leg. Farouk just a bit over pitched, and Kalala trying to get that through the gap on the offside, but it goes straight to the fielder. No run there. It's Rubul Khan. He's doing the fielding. So far, it's been a lovely day. Not very little breeze around. Sun is coming and going, but certainly not cold by any means. There's a bit of warmth around this ground. Bit of a full toss there. Will they take the single?
Normal.
The ball to go. Well, that is the over actually. So it starts off with
A little bit sick as well.
8 on the board.
And plus.
And Rico Full here. A good time to welcome back into the comms box, Vidi Sandhu.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Hello to all of our wonderful viewers. Looking forward to the rematch here between these two teams. It was Madrid CC that had the early honours, but could we have another split mini-series in the morning? The Madrid derby. And it's going to be Robiul. Actually, it's not Robiul Khan. It's going to bowl over number 2. They're going to stick with Kamil Ahmed in the second over. This is the issue we had earlier when he bowled the second over, occasionally just pushing it down the leg side. That was a good take by Waqar Mirza. I double checked because I knew I wouldn't be wrong. It was Waqar Mirza that hit the winning golden ball, the first ever golden ball back in 2020, and that was the game against Levante.
Yep.
And it was the 3rd of March 2020, so it's over 2 years ago. Well, something that didn't really occur to me as we see Mason Blake getting that one away for a single. Yeah, it didn't occur to me. It's another March Spain series. Every year we've played some ECS cricket in Spain in March. Since we started, we were in Alicante, of course, or Sporting Alphas in the first ever one. And then we were in Barcelona this time last year, in February and March. And here we are, starting kicking off the ECS season in Spain again.
Yeah.
Bowled by Kamil Ahmed.
I must admit, I do love it when my phone sort of wakes me up in the mornings and say, with the old photos and saying, this time last year, this is where you were. And I meant to tell you about this one. Remember when we had the unfortunate weather here during finals week and we were mopping up water and scooping it up? I mean, the photo that morning, I'll tell you.
Can I have a guess at what it would have been?
Yeah, I know you're gonna ruin it. Go on, I'll let you guess. Tell me.
Was it when there was ice on the field in Rome?
No,
oh, no. Or was
it actually wasn't, but it was in Rome. It was when we had that what was it?
Oh, the
sort of 30 seconds of madness.
The 30-second wind gust
that came.
That blew everything at the ground.
And that was the pictures that I had that morning with the tents all mangled and all over the place. The sight screen that had fallen down and oh wow. Good shot.
Yeah, nicely played off the back foot. And Harvey is certainly making the most of a bit of luck this morning, but there's nothing lucky about the start here. This is just a classy back foot drive. Bit of Steve Waugh about that from Marcus Harvey as he moves into double figures.
Yeah, that was a really nice shot through the gap all the way along the deck as well. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it here now. So a year ago, let's see what it brings up. That looks like Bologna to me.
Yeah, well, because that was the week after, right? Because last year we were in Rome. This week we were in Bologna. We plan to visit there again a bit later in the year when it's a bit warmer in Italy this time. Yeah.
Well, that was
a great facility.
Was a place with the crocodiles, right? The crocodiles.
Yeah, the crocodiles were there.
Yeah.
And Pianoro host club for that series. If I had to look at what I was doing a year ago in Bologna, in Italy, it was eating 1 kilogram of gelato.
Yeah.
On the way back to the hotel. Had to do a couple of laps, but it's the home of gelato, you know.
Yeah, you enjoyed. I do believe you enjoyed showing us your pictures of your gelatos. Well, this one could have been a stop by the man at slip, Ashraf Mohammed, but it goes past him.
Yeah.
Takes single.
He's already been christened the apple tree in the chat. But this one does get away from him. It's the end of the second over. The score is 18 for no loss. 2 overs down gives us a chance to see the updated table. And Madrid CC, they'll be pretty happy that they were able to register that win in the first game today. That's their second win. Takes them to equal on points with Costa del Sol, but we'll see Costa del Sol this afternoon.
Yeah.
Granada will also get to see them. And I'll be interested to see Kingma against Costa del Sol. He just wraps things up a little bit this afternoon with Kingma. Anyway, we're going to move into over number 3. And here's a man we've had our eyes on this morning, Robiel Khan. 1 for 4 off his 2 in the first match. Let's see how we can go here, because I think in particular you'll want to see the back of these openers. Right on the money straight away. And that goes to throw left-handed, which he probably can do as well. He can do pretty much everything else with the cricket ball, Robiel Khan.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to miss Vivian Kingma too much, because if you look just down there to your left,
Yeah.
there's an indentation of his body that says Vivian Kingma, I was here.
Yeah, with yesterday's date. I know, we've been looking at it. I keep having to walk through it every time I go onto the ground. All right. I'm sure he'll be bringing some more entertainment this afternoon. This one beats the outside edge. And so we've got Ashraf Mohammed still at slip, and he does like to stay there through the first half of the innings. Tell me what scenario you think that he's taking a catch, because I reckon if this gets nicked by Harvey, it's flying over him or around him. What do you think?
The scenario that will take a catch, if it hits him and then pops into his hands, basically, because I don't, at this pace, I don't think he's going to move quick enough if it's edged towards him.
One is dropped. Oh, it was a slower ball from Robiel, and it was just popped to square leg. Oh, that's disappointment. As I think that's Kash Iqbal, who's into the side. And
there's nothing worse than this as a bowler, because you've done everything. You've got your slower ball in, you've tricked the batter, and then your fielder, Kash Iqbal, has dropped an absolute sitter. And, well, he's smiling.
How's Harvey's luck? I mean, he's living a charmed life, isn't he? He's dropped on 13 then. Yeah, Robiel Khan, frustrated, but he's getting on with it. And so, yeah, we've seen they've got a bunch of bowling options. We're interested to see if they go to, if the captain bowls himself a bit earlier this time with the spin, bowled himself a little bit late, and instead of a couple of other options back in the first match today. This one's worked nicely by Finlayson Blade this time.
Oh, there's nice shirts from Madrid United. I'm really loving the shirt. They're really smart. I like the detail on the bit, so when the two collars come together, and they're lovely shirts.
They're a different kind of colour scheme. I like it.
Yeah, that's nice. I like that.
Like where I came from growing up, there's sorts of people that when there's construction work on the road, they've got the high visibility, right, to show you when you can go and when you can't. This is the quicker one, I think.
Quick delivery, and certainly it's been called a wide.
Yeah.
Down the leg side, I guess.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, good decision. But yeah, like little lollipop things, and stop-go signs, with the high visibility patches.
Magic Spray Mary would like those.
I think so.
Yeah.
They almost look like Power Rangers or something, don't they? So it just worked for 1. So happy to take that off Robiel Khan, who concedes 5 in his first over. It's the end of the power play. The score is 23 for no loss.
Yeah, I don't like that if I'm bowling. And there was a time when I was bowling sort of that sort of pace, believe it or not. But look, when you're bowling that and you're bending your back, and batters are taking singles like that, you say, no, skip, that ain't happening, sorry. You've got 3 men there, I want one of them in here, so they're not going to take that single. And I'll do that on both sides. It's easy singles that you're giving away, easy runs. There's not been too many runs scored. It's been low-scoring battles, the first one between these two, and I think everyone is important. You've got to save them.
I wonder if bowlers still think that way, even in T10 matches. If that still annoys them to go for a run, or
Oh,
whether
yeah,
they think
it does.
one's a good result.
I think it does. I think as a bowler, there's a time when you're happy to give a single. For example, you've got an established batter in, and the new batter comes in. Yeah, you don't mind the established batter taking a single so you can have a go at the new guy. But otherwise, nah, you don't want to be giving those runs away. Because you've got 3 men there in a cluster. Just have one of them in slightly in, so you're not giving that single away.
All right, here we go. Ashraf Mohammed. He is bringing himself on early. Trying to buy a wicket. First one is just hit too wide long on by Marcus Harvey.
Yeah, doesn't give it as much air this time, does he?
Yeah, I think he'll throw a few up there, though. I don't mind this tactic to try and to buy a wicket early. Corey would say, go shopping. See if he brings anything back home in the shopping bag. You have to decide as a batter. You have to make a real definite decision to be hyper aggressive.
Yeah.
To go down. That's the kind of ball you can go down, try and hit it straight for 6, but if you miss hit it, you might be out. Or you can just kind of take your medicine there, pat it into the offside. You're probably not going to get 6. And so he does go after this one. It goes a long way. Maximo Harvey, he wasn't having any of this. He gets down to the pitch, then gets down on one knee and escorts this one out of the ground. 6 runs.
Yeah, Harvey goes to the moon, and that one was too short. And uses his feet well, doesn't he? Harvey gets to the pitch and then puts it away. What's the reply going to be here from Mohammed? Will it be maybe perhaps the quicker one?
Slow one. Yeah, sticks with it. I thought he might. This one should just be one to Robiel, who's patrolling that area. Very good fielder.
Yeah, Galileo for me, Vinny. I think he certainly looks like he's got all the shots, but is not getting any power in the shots. He's not trying to hit the ball over the top of the fielders there on the offside. He needs to rock back and hit it hard. See what I mean? He's happy to get into position and get his wrist and play it down the ground.
Do you think
but I think he's got time to be able to get the power in the shots as well.
He probably can go up a gear. I think he might just be thinking he's the support role in this partnership to get Harvey on strike. He's up and going. Oh, he scored 71 runs today without being dismissed. And it goes again. This one is going, and it's gone. Maximo, or Robiel Khan might have caught it, but he was going to be about 20 metres over the fence. And so a big finish to the over. Mohammed ends up going for 16. It's 4 overs down, 39 for no loss.
Yeah, that's a big shot. Boom. Shaka lug, yeah. And he got there pretty quick, didn't he? Robiel Khan, because he did all of the obstacles and was just ready there to take the catch maybe at the end, at the other side of the boundary. But, yeah, I mean, another expensive over from the captain there. Yeah. I think he's just trying to find, I mean, he tried to bowl a little bit late in the last game. It didn't work out to plan. He's trying to maybe just get those overs in at some point. Maybe they're missing that one extra bowler. Maybe they're bowler short.
We often see them going to spin after the end of the power play, don't we, in the 4th over. So it's not really working. I think the other thing is Harvey, sometimes it's your day as a batter. I mean, he was dismissed earlier. He was dismissed fair and square, but there were too many outfielders. He got called back. And, he never really looked back since then. He looks a different player, I have to say, since that moment.
He's batting very confidently. He's timing the ball well. He's taking on the bowlers. He's prepared to come down the track, get to the pitch and hit over the top. I'm liking what I see.
And once again, he got another reprieve. He was dropped it square leg off Robiel Khan. And that's one that should have been taken. So we talk a lot about the fielding. We saw how important it was in the ECL as well. Pakai Care were struggling a little bit in the field, but they really improved things, I think, in that aspect of the game.
You're absolutely right. You're 100%. Pakai Care, and I remember, I think, talking to yourself and also to Andrew Ryan, saying that the downside of their game, where it could fall apart for them, could be in the field, but they improved and they got better. And that's what Madrid United have to do here.
Sajjad Mirza will grab the ball. Wow, the money first up as Waka goes and fetches it. Just the one. And I'll tell you the main reason I remember Waka Mirza, the keeper, who's coming back now, is after he hit that golden ball 4, as someone came to rush onto the ground and he accidentally kind of shoulder charges them in the head, one of his teammates, when they came on to celebrate. This is a good delivery from Mirza. This one beats Harvey.
Yeah, nicely bowled.
That was one of those moments I'll remember for a long time. Of course, that was the first ever golden ball. Since then, we've had 26 others.
Yeah, I mean, it's changed, isn't it, slightly? the format of the, not so much the format, but the laws of it, or the regs of it, I should say.
There's been one small change, and I'll talk about that in a second. This is up in the air, and it's gone off the fence. Maximo Harvey moves to 35.
Big hit, and this is a powerful shot. This is all upper body strength. He sort of flat bats this for 6. Bang.
Yeah. Easy free swing of the bat there. Yeah, the only change has been that it used to be whoever bowled the last ball of the innings had to bowl the golden ball, but now it can be any bowler. Good
comeback.
Good reply from Mirza. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know how relevant that is or not, because I mean, you might want to bring another bowler back, but you could argue it's an advantage to have the guy who just bowled the last over to continue because he's fresh and he's in the groove of bowling, I suppose. How often do you see someone come back and bowl a wide first ball, for example?
Yeah.
In a new over, but that was a small tweak that was made along the way. So ball gets away from everybody. It'll be 2 wides.
Well, how about this? This is just... so there's the wide signal. It has been called a wide. I thought I did hear it.
Comes
wide
off the pads.
was said.
Yeah. It was just a early call. So yeah, second bounce, not easy in that area of the ground for the keeper. As we see Finlayson Blake, he'll clip the next one off the pads for 1. Yeah, I mean, the batters won the first 5 golden balls, and since then the bowlers have dominated. I think it'll be one of those things in the long term, over years and years and years, you'll probably see kind of swings and roundabouts with it.
Out, yeah. But you know what amazes me? I think you know what I'm going to say. See this delivery played out will be another single. Yeah, what amazes me is that golden ball, so what we had, 23?
27.
27.
Yeah.
27, right? And in all formats, not once have we seen a no ball or a wide ball.
Correct.
Because how often do you see hat-trick ball wide?
Yeah, wide.
Yeah, we saw it today already. We've seen, bowler gets a wicket, knocks the stumps over. The very next ball he bowls, it's a wide ball.
Yeah.
But with the golden ball format,
we've never had one. 4.3 overs of golden balls as we hit the end of the halfway mark here. And in this one, the 50 has just come up. 50 partnership as well of 30 balls. 50 with no loss after 5.
But we have to say there, because some people were saying, okay, what happens? Because only 1 ball. Well, if it is an illegal delivery, it will get bowled again.
It has to be bowled again.
So they'll get the run, but then they'll obviously just need 1 off the...
That's right. And if it's a dot, then the fielding team can still win. So I'm going to go to over number 6 now. And this will be Kawsar Ahmed. I thought bowled pretty well earlier as well. I wonder if Madrid United will prefer chasing, even though they did win the toss and batted in the first game, but I felt their batting just fell away a little bit. Maybe having a target will crystallise them around a common goal. As Harvey drills this one down the ground. It'll just be 1.
Yeah, I think probably that point of this innings now where probably the captain, Galileo, is going to try and play a few shots, because he's probably will be wary of the fact that they're halfway through. You got somebody like Shafiq to come in as well, who can hit the ball pretty well. That you'd want somebody in that can start playing a few shots. With this one, it's been ticketed away, and I think this will be called a no ball because of the height. I'm pretty sure of it.
Yeah,
and there you go. The umpire's waiting to give the single, so no ball, so free hit.
This one just gets away from him a little bit. I think it's an attempted Yorker. I think it's a good decision. So free hit coming up. Be a first and final warning as well, won't it?
Yeah, you can see that the umpire in Ramage just pointed it out to the captain, saying that's his first and final. Well, that's really well bowled, and the bowler, he's not even appealing because he knows it can't be out. It was a free hit. This is a really good delivery. And it's right in the block hole.
I was going to say, Marcus Harvey mentioned a bit about his background, Scottish-Australian. A little bit like I am, I suppose. Wait for this one, though, from Kawsar Ahmed. This is flat batted, but should be fielded. Using the hand method now. I've got to say it's a better method in that part of the ground. It's Mirza doing the fielding that time. But yeah, he's been around the traps. He's He's had cricket experiences in Trinidad, Colombia, for example. Trinidad and Tobago, Colombia. And well, now here in Madrid, but he's even represented the University of Western Australia. Well, that's my old university. This one is
I told you you could be brothers. You weren't listening to me when I told you that in the first match.
I did listen to you. Well, I was just going to expand on it a little bit. That's just a single. But and they've got a beautiful ground there, University of Western Australia. It's called the James Oval. And I would occasionally, when I was at university, we'd have games there. And it's not a huge ground. It's right in the middle of the campus. This one is not going to be caught. Just didn't quite carry to mid off. Does well actually to skate around and keep that to 1. That's Usman Mohammed. Yeah, but occasionally during the week you'd have some international students from different countries where they don't play cricket. Okay, so you get a lot of Chinese students there, but they wouldn't realise there's a game going on because they would just see a big field. They just think there's people hanging out, right? And there'd be, of course, the boundary lines there. The cones would be out, or the flags.
Yeah.
As we get to the end of this over, Finlay Blake will retain the strike. He moves to 13. It's 57 for no loss. Yeah, but occasionally we'd have these games, these kind of games against touring sides or something like that. They'd be on like a Wednesday afternoon, right? And then I'd turn around and I'd go to say something to the first slip, and it's not first slip at all. It's this guy going to engineering at his 3 o'clock lecture. Obviously has no idea there's a game going on because they just walk straight through that. Absolutely, because it was between the cafeteria and the engineering block. I remember that very, very well. That was always quite
I have
funny.
to say that happens at quite a few venues I've been in Spain because again, especially sort of 15, 20 years back when I think a lot of Spanish are now more educated about the game, especially, well, they will be now, especially after Spain became the champions last weekend. But you used to get a lot of that in the air. He's a bit slow moving, but in fairness to the fielder in front of us here, that was always dropping short of him. He gets a single, and that's a keeper saying. Yeah, you get people just walking across, they're walking the dog.
They'd be saying,
or whatever.
you're using all this space. I don't understand. They'll say, why are you using all this space? There's no one even around here in this bit. Why can't we use this space?
You know the bit they can't understand? And it's walking behind the bowler's arm.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody stopped and think, why are you all looking at me? What? And you think, move. What? Move.
What? I'm over here, you're over there. Hello to Luke, Belgium, who's in the chat right now, but he's not feeling very well, and just letting us know what's happening with him in the chat. Luke, wishing you very speedy recovery, and all our thoughts are with you, of course, at the moment. Hope you enjoy the cricket anyway, as much as you can.
Yeah, get well soon, Luke. Thinking of you. And I'm gonna wrap up warm and get a, I don't know, nice cup of hot chocolate with a little bit of something nice in it. What do you have? A bit of brandy in yours? Bit of brandy, bit of Jameson.
Depends.
Hot chocolate
what
and whiskey.
mood is.
Ooh, can't beat it. Could be another wide.
Fruit's just hasn't quite been the same as he was in the first game, has he?
No, he's trying to. You know what he's trying to do? He's trying to attack the stumps. In the first match, he was just bowling short length. He weren't trying to knock the stumps over. He was just getting a good line. There we go. This might change things. Better on him. What's the weirdest thing? Here's a question for you. I know the chat is very lively.
Yep.
So here's a question. What's the weirdest sort of thing that's happened, or the pitch invasion, if you like, while you've been playing cricket? The weirdest thing that's come
I've
to the field of play
before. Yeah. Well, I'll give you mine after this. I've got two actually. The game I was playing was a swarm of bees.
Yeah,
Swarm of bees came across, and we know it was quite a tense game against our rivals.
Yeah.
And a pretty good level of cricket as well, but we were all like babies. And I was batting at the time, and I was down, completely done.
Yeah,
all the,
doing what you're told to do.
Fielders that were sledging me, suddenly I'm down on the thing with them, and they're like little babies trying to avoid the bees. Just missing. Yeah.
I'm going to tell you mine because you'll appreciate.
I've got one more, but you give me one of yours first.
Yeah, my one, you'll appreciate this. It's the very first time I think I played at Sporting Alfas.
Yeah.
And as you know, a few times during the innings, the ducks like to go from one end of the field to the other, and we had to stop play while there was about, I think, 18 ducks with all their little chicks and whatever that went from one part all the way to the other. So they literally went from the pond to the other side of the ground. As this one is going to the other side of the ground as well. That's accelerated as it hits the deck and 4 runs. And it's been a while since we've seen a boundary. And things really did start to slow down there. But that one will help. 4 runs, nicely played by Harvey.
Yeah, well picked up by Harvey.
And then, of course, later on, about 10 overs later, the Ducks decide, right, it's time to take the family back to the pond. So we have to stop everything again. Has to go all the way back. So, yeah, that was interesting. And then the geese get involved as well. And you know all about the geese. You don't mess with those geese.
Trust me, I know. 68 for no loss after 7 overs. And, talking of locations, going to be in Portugal next week for a couple of weeks. And then be in Holland and Bulgaria, Romania. And we plan to go to Sweden after this as well. So each location has its unique kind of aspects. And hopefully you can join us for the calendar of the FanCode European Cricket Series back in 2022. Let's move to the 8th over. Koza Ahmed's going to bowl out. Some attention on the foot, going nowhere. Harvey gets there in the end. Might have been pretty close, actually. It's like a Mirza.
I think if this hits, Harvey would have probably been in trouble. Let's have a look at it, a good look at it here. And, yeah.
Touch and go. I'll give you another one. And it was actually a game I was umpiring when I was growing up. It was my younger brother's game, but during the second innings of a Sunday morning match, the sprinklers came on. So just in the middle of an over, all the sprinklers came on the whole ground.
Yeah.
And it was literally in the middle of an over, and it was the second innings of a game.
Yeah.
It was a 30-over match. And we ended up, someone said, well, I know a ground that's free, and because we couldn't turn them off, no one knew the council or whatever it was.
Yeah.
So we all packed up, both teams, and they finished the match on another field.
Seriously?
That happened.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's all about getting the cricket in and trying to stay dry in the middle of an Australian summer. Goes down the ground this time, Finlayson Blake, but it might be over. Robiel's not going to drop this, and he makes it look very easy. We've seen all kinds of fielding, haven't we, this week, but Robiel can't. He is a top-class fielder, and he grabs the first wicket. It's Koza Ahmed that comes up with it. The end of Finlayson Blake for 16. It's 70 for 1, but still a very good opening partnership setting up a pretty good score for Madrid CC.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think, probably a good time, if you like. It's going to sound weird, a good time to lose a wicket. I think Finlayson Blake, I think he's batted well. He's tried to get the acceleration going. He can't. He's now gone. You've still got Marcus Harvey, the more dangerous of the 2 openers out there. He's looking set. He's looking to bring up a 50. And I think this is an ideal time with the remaining balls to go for somebody like Shafiq. If they're going with Shafiq to go out there, well, they're not. They're going with Sadiq. Well, that'll help as well. Just somebody to get the momentum going now, because I think they will want to push on to get to the 100 here.
Yeah, I agree. I've got a few options, I suppose, so you don't mind getting a bat. I don't mind that. Say hello to Craig Higgins in the chat. Well, he's donated $3 to us. Appreciate that, Craig. And he'd like a shout out for his dad, who loves Euro cricket. So, Lindsay, hello, Lindsay Higgins. It's great that you are enjoying what we're doing. We love bringing it to you, and hopefully you keep watching. Wishing you all the best, Lindsay.
Hello, Lindsay.
This goes Ahmed.
Hey, look, this is a weird one. I just remembered another
one.
Yeah, this is the truth. You're playing cricket, and it's the ground is. There's a park as well with swings and rides, whatever. It's a lovely day. Kids are having fun, whatever. I think this was this in the UK, by the way.
Yep.
So it was during the summer holidays. I think we were playing in the Bushy area, Bushy. You'll see this delivery, and I'll tell you more. A big swing and a miss. And you know me, I'm all up for doing our bit for the environment, and I think it was that sort of time. Do your bit for an environment, whatever. Next thing you know, it's a father with his kids turns up, and well, not too far from where I was, starts digging.
Digging?
Decided it was do his bit for the environment and plant a tree, but it was on the field of the play.
What?
He was planting a tree in the field, but it was not in the middle, but it was within the boundary of the cricket field.
Well, this is skewed up in the air. It's going to fall safely.
And everybody's like looking at the umpires are saying, whoa, what are you doing? He said, what do you mean what I'm doing here with my kids? I'm doing my bit for the environment. I'm planting a tree just here. Then you can't plant a tree there. He said, why not? I said, well, this is a cricket field.
It's backward
He
square
said,
leg.
but this is a park. And yeah, that argument
72
went for a while.
72 for 1 after 8. So how was that resolved? Did he plant it later? Or was the tree planted? And
That he did plant it, but he did patch up the hole we made
Right.
and planted it a little bit further down off the field of play.
never
But,
heard
yeah,
of that either.
He wanted to plant a tree.
Well, interesting stuff. And,
And talking of trees, there's that tree, as I've just been
I
reminded. I
was
think
gonna say,
Martin's
was
just
that the
reminded me.
tree that grew
That-
into
that
the tree at
wasn't the tree.
Alphaz?
No, that wasn't
Is
the
that the
tree.
story?
The famous tree at the on the inside the boundary at Sporting Alphaz. You know it well.
We do.
So hits the tree, 4 runs, no 6.
I think I'd make that tree 6 if you hit it on the full. Don't you think?
No, it's a standard law.
Yeah,
isn't it?
well, no,
Well,
the law,
it's
you
not
can make
standard,
it whatever
it's-
you
yeah,
like,
it's
right?
your local rules. This one has been lobbed over the keeper.
Off the glove, I think. So Harvey will get 1. 2 overs now to go. I just think it's fairer because if you can hit it on the full, it's near the boundary.
Yeah.
So I think it's more likely to have been 6 than 4 anyway. If you hit it on the full, I'm saying. If you hit it on the bounce, it's still 4. I just think sometimes then you're going to have judgment calls where if it flicks, for example, a ball that's going over the tree that flicks the top branches is technically 4, right? I just think if you could make the rule again, I'd probably make it 6 and take it or leave it. Here's Robiel, though, 9th over. Always surprises Siddiqui, who is no stranger to surprising batters with pace himself.
Quick delivery from Will Khan.
Yeah, just a bit late on this. You'll see. Bang. It's on him. Bowls with some good pace, Robiel Khan. Yeah. Speaking to Corey Rutgers, he sees him as an out-and-out bowler. I mean, we'll see him batting up the order in this innings at club level, but he thinks he's good enough as a seam to crack it. This one comes back in, and now they're going to take off. And I think he's going to be run out here. And yeah, to me, very much doubt whether Siddiqui has made this. Robiel Khan, not a man you want to take on. Comes in his follow-through, and he makes no mistake. There's a desperate dive. Again, he's dived off the pitch, which I think is probably not the best way to do it. And, we'll see how close he gets anyway from side on. We'll slow it down as much as we can for you here. But he's gone, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think when you see it again, the bat was probably still in the air. It's a valiant effort to get there, but a bit of an accident here as well. I mean, look at this, the wicketkeeper goes down and
There's the
almost
shot.
takes everybody out.
It almost eats the bails as well.
It's
Does
like there's
Paul.
an explosion there, isn't it? And everybody goes flying all over the
There's
place.
a lot going on, but in the end, the original instinct was right, and it will be the end of Siddiqui. He's run out for 3, and Madrid CC they lose the second wicket at 74 for 2. Still an over and a half remaining.
Yeah, so Shafiq does come out eventually. I think the gamble of Sadiq coming in doesn't pay off. They wanted him to go in and get some big hitting happening, so they'll go with Shafiq, and he hasn't really disappointed as yet with the bat. Play some nice shots, but this is going to be a good test for him first up.
It's going to be a really good battle, I think, between these two. Robiel Khan to Raheel Shafiq. So Alex Olivier saying there's a beautiful tree inside the boundary of the Peter Maritzburg Oval. I know about that. Always keeps the players on their toes. Of course, in Kent, there's a very famous tree as well, but it's now off the field. This one angles in, and a bit of footwork. This one would have been a wide if Shafiq had got inside the line. Instead, it goes down as a dot. Madrid United, they're out for revenge after dropping the points this morning to Madrid CC. And, just not letting him get away despite Harvey trying valiantly. He's got 45 of 27, but supporting players haven't been able to kind of command the stage as much as Harvey has. And so what happens here is Shafiq is just acting cool, like it's a little pre-delivery movement, and so Robiel Khan thinks he's not ready.
Yeah.
And then he's saying, no, I was ready. I was just trying to psych you out. And he said, well, it worked because I didn't even bolt. See, look, he's just like, he's just got a little bit of...
I don't think he was ready.
No, he is. Look, that's his thing. And it didn't work because he missed it. And now they'll probably run. And now...
He's got to hit him. And he does. Well, that is all about getting your radar spot on. What a good bit of work this is.
Well, it is, but what they have done is let Harvey steal the strike back. I mean, what it does do is it moves Rafiq for a duck. So, I mean, You can argue whether that's a sacrifice that's worth making just to swap the strike at this stage. But how good's Robiel Khan? And this is exactly why I don't think the ball should be dead when the stumps are hit, because we never would have seen this. Because he grabs it and in one motion throws down the other stumps. Both stumps are disturbed. But the most disturbing thing for Shafiq is he's going to have to go. He's run out for a duck and it's 74 for 3.
Yeah, gone for a duck. That wasn't what was on the agenda. And this man there, coming out now, it's, the president of Madrid Cricket Club, a man who's done outstanding work, not just for Madrid CC over the years, all the different positions he's held before becoming the president, but also does a lot of outstanding work for Cricket España. Comes out with a smile on his face, and he'll be hoping to latch onto a few.
Yeah, well, so Harvey does get it back, and he works it a long way towards the boundary. In fact, it'll get there. So, yeah, they did run out his partner essentially, but in the end, might be a sacrifice worth making as Harvey moves to 49. It's the end of 9th over. The score is 78 for 3.
Yeah, he's a little bit disappointed with himself there, Robiel Khan, because he likes to have his fine leg really fine. He's always moving him. Whenever you look at him, there's one position he's always fussy about, getting that fine leg much finer, and then he bowls that delivery on the legs of Marcus, who puts it away for 4 runs. So, yeah, a little bit disappointed the way he's finished his spell, but he has bowled well. He's only gone for 11, and though he wasn't able to pick up a wicket, he was involved in that terrific run out. So, Madrid CC 78 is where they're at. I mean, Madrid United scored 79, batting first in the last match, so they really do need to get going here. And John Woodward is going to try and clobber these away to the boundary. Be eyeing up mid-wicket for sure.
Here we go. 6 balls to come. Sajjad Mirza will be the bowler. Woody's after him straight away. He's going nowhere. He'll be caught first ball. And the batters will have to cross back, of course. And so that's a good result for Mirza. Also keeps Harvey away from the strike, who's on 49. It's the 4th wicket to fall. Has 5 balls remain in the first innings. It's 78 for 4.
Yeah, the El Presidente goes for the golden duck. And I think all he was trying to do is get bat on the ball and get Marcus back on strike. But he scooped it up in the air, caught and bowled opportunity, no mistakes made. And Marcus Harvey stays at the non-strikers end, stranded at the moment on 49.
Just want to thank Craig once again for your generosity, Craig Higgins. Appreciated that. And yeah, we certainly love that you're enjoying the European Cricket Network. Make sure you hopefully spread the word to your friends and family. All of you out there know that the viewing numbers are very, very good for the European Cricket Series, as you'd expect, following on from the ECL, which was the biggest tournament in world cricket. But it's great to have you all with us, and thanks again, Craig. But yeah, so pretty good bowling by Mirza. I've liked him this morning with the bat and the ball. Harry Young comes to the crease, and he was the one that was asked to do somewhat improbable task yesterday of hitting a 6 to tie a cricket match. This time he comes out with 5 balls remaining. I think if he's smart, just needs to try and get something on this and get Harvey down there, who's on 49.
Yeah, it's I mean, they've got Ashraf Mohammed in as the player in close to try and stop a single, but he's not going to stop a single. He's still too deep for me. They've got to be in the game plan here, Madrid United. If they are, they'll stop the single and keep Young on strike. If they don't, and it doesn't look like they're going to, it looks like that Marcus Harvey could get there and hit a few boundaries to finish the innings off. And you see there, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's an easy single. You need to block those on both sides of the ground, because now, well, Marcus Harvey looking to get to his 50 and looking to capitalise on the 3 remaining deliveries in the innings.
So 4 to come. Harvey, can he get that elusive half century?
He does. Doesn't quite hit it as well as he would have liked, but that's well batted. Marcus Harvey gets to his 50, and he'll enjoy the applause. That's his second 50 of this FanCode European Cricket Series. He scored 51 in 23 deliveries yesterday against Grenada as well. Well batted to him.
Yeah, well batted. Now he can maybe make 100 here. He's now 98 for the day. Young says, I'm going to go myself. Robiel's after this. And once again, takes it with ease, and that will switch the strike back as well. And so Mirza grabs a second wicket, as all these little moments could be crucial. Fortunately for Young, he had visions of whacking it for 6, but he couldn't quite get the distance. He gets the height, and the result is a 4th wicket now for Madrid CC.
Yeah, they just they made the first half of the innings was 50, and that was 50 without loss. And it you thought at that point the 100 was on. There was a good 6th over from Kawza Ahmed, and that just went for 7. And then it was 11 of Abdullah Farouk's over. And then after that, it's just been 4, 6, and this one so far 2. That's again a good fight back this from Madrid United.
So 80 for 5, I should say. After that one, Daniel Walker comes out, and this one grabs a bit of the arm, I think. And will this go to the boundary? It does. I think this is probably, well, was it off the no, off the gloves? Yeah. So he's going to get 4 here, and Walker, you can see in the end that Harvey was pretty happy just to take 1, but I think it's a good result that they get the 3 extra runs.
The boundary, Iqbal trying to chase it down, and almost causes a bit of damage to the boundary fence there. Couldn't stop himself. Yeah, that's a bit of a result. So ball to go. We're in the 80s.
This is where they don't run. I'm not quite sure why, because they had nothing to lose. That'll be the end of the 10 overs. Walker will finish on 4. Harvey on 50. Maybe they were unsure about how many balls remaining there, but I can tell you that will be it. And Madrid CC has had a competitive score of 84. I think Madrid United, though, they'll have visions of getting on the board. They certainly don't want to go winless in their first day back in the European Cricket Series, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, look, 34 off the last 5. That's not a good effort, especially when you think that Marcus Harvey is 50 not out, and he almost bats 50% of the innings as well. So he's made 50 of 29. So when you consider that you've had an informed batter in there, I think Madrid United have done exceptionally well, and they will feel that maybe they have become stronger together in this match, and they're going to even this sort of mini-series between the 2 teams from Madrid. As we see some of those highlights, there were some nice shots early on, and both Marcus Harvey and the captain Galeo started well. There was that drop, wasn't there? Harvey, don't forget, he was dropped from 13 by Iqbal, and that was a bit of a sitter. And Madrid United will look back at that and say, well, if only we picked that wicket up early, well, this score may have been around the 50 and 60 mark. You just never know. That man there has impressed, hasn't he? I know you mentioned that Corey Ruckers is watching him closely with his bowling. He's going to be part of that performance camp, but he certainly didn't let down with his fielding as well, not just his catching. You saw the run out there. He was involved in 2 run outs, because we saw the one when he was diving at the stump, and this one, it was that laser arm and a direct hit. So yeah, he's certainly an up-and-coming star of Spanish cricket. So watch out for him. He'll do really well, I'm pretty sure. But smiles on the faces of Madrid United at the moment, but will they maintain those smiles? Will they be smiling when they finish the second match number 6? Because if they can win it, it means that they do even things up a little bit, and it keeps this group wide open, doesn't it? With all teams sort of up there registering some points on the board. So let's just have a look at that scorecard. So as I say, Marcus Harvey, he led the way, 50 of 29. Had a good opening partnership there with Galileo and Laissez Bleu. But then nobody else really then clicked. I think just changing the batting order there, Imran Siddiqui coming in before Shafiq didn't really pay off. Shafiq then, well, he was run out. When you can see Marcus wanting to get on strike, Shafiq having to go, and a direct hit from Rubul Khan. So the sort of the end of the innings really for Madrid CC will be disappointing. They'll need to do a little bit better. John Woodward, caught and bowled, was just trying to get again Marcus to strike, but a welcome boundary from Daniel Walker, and which got the score into the 80s. The bowling figures, again, I think Mirza bowled really well, 2 for 17. Kawza Ahmed, liking the look of him, picks up a wicket, conceding 10 runs. I was surprised with Abdullah Farouk. think he bowled really well in the first match. Wasn't at his best in this one. I think he was trying to hit the stumps too often. Rubul Khan went for 11. No wickets from him. He'd be disappointed with a couple of deliveries that he bowled, really. Just getting the ball down on the leg side. But other than that, I think his performance was good in the field. Took some good catches and involved in 2 run-outs as well. So match 6, the second one between Madrid Cricket Club and Madrid United, is evenly posed. It's Madrid CC have got the runs on the board, 84, so 85 required for victory for Madrid United, and I'm pretty sure that they're going to come out firing all guns to try and knock these runs off. But Madrid CC, they've got a few tricks up their sleeve as well, so this is going to be an exciting match. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, as we return for the conclusion of match 6. Hasta pronto! Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval as we get ready for the reply from Madrid United. And Madrid CC batting first. 84 on the board. It was a low-key finish from them. 50 of the first 5, but only 35 of the second. So United certainly kept themselves in this match and now be hoping to knock these runs off. And the umpires are out there, Andrew Elliott and Ian Runman. As we get ready to start. So Sajad Mirza opening the batting. Bowled very well. Let's see if he can do the same with the bat. Oh, it's a short, wide delivery that David Sturton had to deal with. He's behind the stumps in this one. So a man who's been in Madrid over 30 years now, 32 years, 17 years with Madrid CC. So first one's on the board, courtesy of a wide. And that's a firmly hit shot, but really well fielded. Good cricket there. James Bentley getting down, getting dirty for his side. That goes through him. That's 4 runs. That was really well hit. Such as Mirza. Pitched up. Gets played out. Single taken. Harry Young, who kept wicket in the first match, was charged again, doing the fielding. And now it will be Akib Hussain. Faces first. The left-hander. Field changes. Madrid CC also deploying a slip. And it's Shafiq, who's just been given instructions on where to stand by Dave Sturton. And just straying with the line to the left hand, goes down the leg side, gets a bit of pat. Be a leg by. And the field will move again. The right and left combination always causes a few issues early on. Fielders have to be alert and awake. Imran Sadiq goes for the short one again, and this gets a bit of the batter. Gets him on the gloves, I think, but doesn't carry through to the keeper. Yeah, off the gloves, and he's very lucky to see that drop short of Dave Sturton. Oh, this is a glorious shot. That goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Kinna sona. Shaka Lagia. Picked this up really quickly. Quick hands. And there wasn't the best of deliveries. And helps this one along its way. 6 runs. First Maximo of the innings. So Imran Sadiq needs to be a bit more consistent with his line, and he comes again. And he goes for the slow delivery. You can see this one was coming from the way he ran in, because he ran in really slowly as well. I thought he was going to stop, and he just loops it up and goes for a single. That's the end of the first over. The score is 10. Rico Full here, and also joining me is Vinny Sandy from the European Network.
Yeah, it's going to be here. Pretty nice little pickup, wasn't it, from Mirza first up. Yeah, that one crashed into the fence for 6. That's all they need to do. 85 the target. They do have the batting to do that, you'd imagine. Well, they're going to have to deal with a tough little period here. Rahil Shafiq, he's going to come on and bowl over number 2. It could be a very interesting match. We're talking about the Grady 80s. When teams score in the 80s at ECS level, you often get some pretty good cricket matches. Here's Shafiq. He goes straight down the ground and pumps this one out of here. Maximo Mirza not mucking around. This was just pitched up and well balanced. Good contact point. 6 runs.
Yeah, that's a really nice shot. I like the way he keeps himself nice and steady, and you see that little bit, he just sort of ducks down, picks the ball right up as he launches himself or propels himself upwards, hits that for a big 6.
Not the welcome that Shafiq was expecting. This next one's full up more of a block whole length, and it's Dan Walker doing the fielding down at third man. Yeah, so you've got to get Mirza, don't you? And we slate Hussein's out there as well. We've seen Madrid United threatened with the bat, but it hasn't really clicked. It was Sajjad Mirza they relied on a lot in the first game today. When he departed, they had a bit of trouble keeping the innings going, but they've gone for Aqib Hussain here. Left-hand, right-hand combination at the top of the order for United. And that's exactly what left-hand, right-hand can do. This is pretty well stopped by Sturton, but he's stuck in the quicksand, can't get up, and the result's going to be 2 wides.
Yeah, certainly does really well now. Well, his cap comes off. He's going to have to put it back on his head. He's full of sawdust. Be careful. Good stop, though. As he dusts himself off.
Yeah, so, yeah, just the difference between the right-hand and left-hand lines you have to bowl. It's, as we see, umpire just wasn't ready there, as Shafiq was debating whether he should go through with it anyway. He decides, no, give the umpire a chance to get in position. Hope they don't get done for time penalties by 15 seconds. Goes after this. Probably would have been a wide. It's a good effort by Dan Walker. Wow, that's a proper wipeout. The result's going to be 4, but you can't fault the effort from the Madrid CC third man fielder.
Daniel Walker, he throws everything at this. बहुत अच्छी try की थी फील्डर ने, काफी dive मारी, but लग गया चौका. And I think he just winded himself going for this. Just needs to take a few seconds as he gets back onto his feet. Terrific effort.
Getting Woody consoling him, but that's probably no good. I mean, Woody's already down to about 0.5 good legs. It's a handy boundary for United. And goes straight down the ground. This will be 4 more. This is a better shot from Mirza, who he just identifies mid-off, mid-on, both in the circle. He knows that he can go straight, and he does. Goes straight well. Gets cuatro carreras.
Yeah, there is a bit of swing on this delivery for Shafiq, but still, I think just a tad too short. And the way that he's seeing it at the moment, I think anything pitched up, he's going to be hitting it straight over the top.
Question from Helix in the chat: do they play cricket on turf wickets here as well? And the short answer is yes, they do. At the moment, because of the volume of cricket, we've been sticking to the artificial, but there are turf wicket facilities here at Cartama. Yeah, picks this one up nicely. Shades of the first over. As he gets one, he just leans down and caresses this one out of the ground. Maximo Mirza off to a flying start for Madrid United.
Yeah, lovely shot this. Goes down on one knee, doesn't try and hit it too hard. Helps it along the way. A very, very good pickup. And he's looking really dangerous as the 2 batters there. Spending a lot of time having a conversation. I wonder what they're saying to each other there.
Final thought on the turf wickets as well. It's probably a bit easier to play on turf wickets throughout the summer, the warmer months as well. So you can get a good, nice, hard wicket. But yeah, the groundsman, David Cooper, he does a magnificent job with this facility. Originally, was growing grass to export to golf courses, so you know it's good quality. Last ball the over. And this will be more runs. Shafiq just drifting onto the pads, and it's been a high energy start from United, as after 2 overs the score is 37 for no loss.
Yeah, this is a great over. I think we're going to say this one goes supersonic, doesn't it? With that boundary, 27 come off it, and that's expensive. And Shafiq, he's one of your better players, and if he goes for 27, well, these could be worrying times for Madrid CC early on in this contest.
You can see that Madrid United, without a win, they would love to join Granada on 2 points after this game. And depending on how they win it, they could even go above them on net run rate. Yeah, it wasn't quite supersonic. It was 27, so high magicals. They're finishing 4-4-6-4. There was the 6 at the start of the over as well. So, yeah, not the over Shafiq would have wanted. He's having a bit of a game to forget so far. Remember, he was run out for a duck. when he tried to scramble one when the keeper hit the stumps. He was run out by Robiel Khan. And so they need something quick.
Well, it's haka time. Hakeem coming on, and well, let's see what he can bring to the party.
Yeah, short and fielded by Bentley in there at short square leg. I don't mind Hakeem as an option here because I think he doesn't really come onto the bat as quickly as some of the other bowlers we've seen so far. So just changing the pace. And we know his accuracy, that's his main thing. Abdul Hakeem. This one's in the air and it won't quite carry. Walker's up and about. Another meeting with the ground. This time it's not as intense. Hussain off the mark.
Yeah, just tickles it away, and I think Hussain knows what his job is here straight away, and that's just to keep feeding the strike to Mirza. He's hitting it so well. 3 a ball at the moment. That's a stupendous pace.
This will be an interesting contest. Can only deal with the slightly slower offerings of Hakeem. Well, this one, somehow he's found a way to get himself out. This is short, and I'm just going to say it was slow, and that change in pace completely does Mirza, who departs. Big moment in the game, as Woody, he wouldn't know, he was on a dodgy ankle because he prowled across to that one, took the catch, captain leading from the front, and Madrid United lose their first wicket. It's 38 for 1, but 33 of those runs came off the bat of Mirza.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to hand it to Hakeem here. I mean, he normally, as you said, he does bowl full and straight, and he obviously made a decision that he was not going to pitch the ball up to Mirza, who's been hitting big down the ground. I'm not going to say it was attractive, but he thought about what he wanted to do, bowled a couple of short ones in there, and Mirza wanted to put this one away, but it got some good height on the ball. And John Woodward coming in, taking the catch. El Presidente does the job. Safe hands there from Woodward. So they get the breakthrough, and they needed that because Mirza was really going, well, he went off like a rocket, didn't he? So now, who's going to take over, and can they keep this momentum going?
Yeah, I said the captain leading from the front. I should have said El Presidente leading from the front. Of course, Galileo Finlayson-Blake is the captain. But yeah, slower bouncer. It's very in vogue at the moment. And so Hakeem has just been doing his research, and he found a good way to get rid of a dangerous batter there. Kamal Ahmed, the player in at number 3. This one's the other way. Sneaks down the leg side.
It was pretty high as well, wasn't
wide.
it?
Yeah, I'm not sure about the height. Definitely was down the leg side for a wide. Yeah, that one I think was lucky to get away with that. The difference is that this one would have been a free hit.
Oh, that's too high for me.
Yeah.
But they get the extra, but of course, not a free hit, no ball.
Well, probably inconsequential now. The next one's a dot anyway. So, Ahmed. He's had an interesting morning himself. First morning in the ECS for 2022. Bob with some good swing and pace, but couldn't control it at times. Let's see if they can put together a partnership here. Madrid United. Hakeem, he's got the golden touch. Oh, this one is passing before he knows too much about it. And we'll have a little bit of a El Clasico touch. And talk me through this fielding, Rico.
Well, what is this? That's Victor Medina. And, well, we know that Madrid are pretty famous for their football. Well, how about this? He lays this on and then decides he's going to dive to get out of the way. Or does he trip over his own foot? I'm not really too sure what happens there. But he lays it on to Harry Young, who gets the throw in.
To book him for the dive there, I think. I think you see enough of that in European football. Certainly made sure he wasn't in the way. This one
doesn't get hold of it.
Yeah, won't carry. This time using the hand method.
That was Madrid's version of sexy cricket, maybe.
Maybe it was. That's the end of 3 overs. And Madrid United, they're 40 for 1 after 3. But like I said again, 33 of those runs were scored by a player who is no longer there, Sajjad Mirza. 45 required off 42. But I've just got a feeling there could be a few twists in this game yet.
Yeah, I think this is the case of Madrid United now going to say, right, okay, we've got a good start. Okay, that last over with that wicket slows things down, but we just got to go out and keep playing positively. And I think both teams can maybe take advice from that. I mean, both teams haven't lost too many wickets when they've been out there, sometimes badly, but haven't got big runs on the board. And I think maybe just perhaps valuing their wickets a little bit too much. Go out there and hit the ball. No more tiki-taka. Let's keep seeing a bit of the boom-boom.
It's a good start from Finlayson Blake, who is into the attack for the first time. We mentioned how he's originally from Hamilton in New Zealand, so probably similar conditions that he might have played in a few times. Bit of cloud cover around. It's cool but not freezing. Kamal Ahmed trying to get moving. He's on one. This time thick outside edge and very good catch, taking a backward point. And that's James Bentley. He's lifted off his feet. He's got long levers and lucky he does. This was always curling away from him. And Galileo Finlayson Blake gets the wicket. And thanks to a fantastic bit of fieldsmanship at backward point. That's the second wicket to fall, 40 for 2.
Well, I was talking about the sexy cricket earlier. Well, this is sexy cricket. That's a really good catch. He's anticipated that really well, moves early. This is all about moving and keeping your body still, and then gets the dive in to make sure he reaches it. All smiles on the faces of Madrid CC because they've got another wicket. And after a blistering start from the Madrid United boys, but it's down to Madrid CC now. They're clawing themselves back into this match.
Yeah, it's a nice catch for the moment in the game as well. As looks like we're going to get Usman Mohammed batting at number 4. And, yeah, have liked what I've seen so far from Bentley. Hasn't always had success with the ball, but I think he's always giving 100% for his team. This is a good one. First up by Finlayson Blake. Gets it past Usman Mohammed.
Yeah, it wasn't most attractive of shots. Was sort of guessing and hoping to get something on it, and doesn't. That would give confidence to the captain from Madrid CC.
Yes, he's come on and he's been really good with his accuracy first up. Not all bowlers have today. Once again, that offside channel.
Yeah, more swinging and missing, and Madrid CC sticking with this attacking field, so they've still got Shafiq in there at slip. And we've got the two, we've got one man in close on the offside, and just as I talk, they're deciding to add more to the infield as Danny Walker now comes in as well, so really putting a squeeze on here. And he's still playing and missing. Just suspect that this one is just moving away from the batter, and that's why he's not able to get anything on this. Look, standing right in front of his stumps, and yeah, look, there's that movement away. Very little foot movement, and you see he's a candidate for LBW if the skipper Galileo can push this right up.
Oh, this one doesn't miss by much at all. Just a bit of extra bounce. Took that over the off stump, I think. What a good over that is. It's a wicket maiden for the captain. So this game has turned on its heels. 4 overs down, and it's 40 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a bit of bother here now. You said it yourself. All of those runs coming off one bat at Mercer, and now he's gone. They're just swinging and missing, not moving their feet at all, not getting to the pitch of the ball. You're not going to play too many shots if you're just standing still all the time,
Yeah,
are
it
you?
was kind of an issue they had back in that last ECS where we saw them in Sporting Alfas in October, where they left it to too few, and if they didn't get going, then sometimes we'd see them falling in a heap. They did get better as the week went on as well. That's something to think about. We know they're missing a few players due to availability issues. They'll have to kind of juggle their squad a bit. Of course, we're about 550 kilometres out of Madrid. That applies to both these teams, I suppose. As we start a new over, and it's Abdul Hakim holding over number 5. And we'll have a look at this first up. Maybe just sneaking in, but the issue there, again, he runs in front of the umpire, I think, so I think that was 50-50 call. They'll let that go in the end. They need to start moving again, Madrid United. Right, back over the wicket. So it's just something we see at European cricket level sometimes, don't we? ECS level, about bowlers just not getting out of the umpire's eye line. It's going to be very hard to get decisions going your way.
Yeah, I think that's all the umpires will say to the bowler. Say, look, and we have seen it as well.
Yeah.
You know, they say, look, yeah, okay, I know it's artificial, so you go in there, but look, one thing I will tell you is that if I can't see it, I can't give it.
So will be a wide, as it was swinging away from the left-hander. I think he probably will enjoy bowling to the left-hander, Hakeem, but he's just got to start a bit more to the left because he gets that really noticeable left to right swing, the in-swing to the right-hander, out-swing to the left-hander. Yeah, Sain's just struggling to get going here. He's been there all the way, but he's only scored one.
For these two batters, 10 balls between them, 1 run. Oh, what a stop this is, and that's all I'm going to call it. It probably was a catching chance, but this has gone so quick. We've already seen him take one brilliant catch, James Bentley. This was motoring. This is a stop.
An absolute bullet, wasn't it? I mean, it was hit so hard. Well, if he takes this, and shut the gate, that's the catch of the year. Get a good view of it here. Bang. Oh, imagine that. Does make the stop, though.
Yeah, that's a great stop.
This next one gets a bit of something on the way through.
They're just putting pressure on themselves. I mean, this is not good cricket from Madrid United here at the moment. They're not able to, not putting any runs together, and when they are there, they're not taking them. Where's the backing up there? That should be taken. That should have been the run.
See, to Hakeem, you got to not back away. The ball will keep following you. You have to stand your ground. If anything, get across a bit. So if those ones sneak down the leg side, you'll get wides for them. Don't want to get in the way. So chipped away and... Well, they're going to take 2, but could be trouble. I think he's gone here.
I don't think he makes this, you know. I really don't. I mean, this is just crazy. I mean, when they should be running, they don't. And when they shouldn't be running, they do. And, well, he's very confident that he's got him, Dave Sturton, and I agree with him.
Yeah, I have a feeling that this is going to be gone. And first, it was the captain that dropped the catch. But then this one here, oh, yeah, I think he's gone. We'll go that back and we'll slow that down a little bit for you if we can. But I think you'll see here, the money shot's coming. It's just here. And he's gone. Gone by about a foot. So great keeping as well by Sturton. Gets in good position. Raheel Shafiq, I should say. It was a perfect throw from him. I don't know if Galileo will take some of the credit for palming it off in the first place, but the result is the run out of Usman Mohammed, and he departs at 43 for 3.
Yeah, and well, I don't think that's probably a bad thing, you know, because I think Madrid United, they got the good start thanks to Sardar Mirza, and then I think the other batters just haven't been able to get back onto ball. They haven't been playing smart cricket, so just to have somebody new coming out there, and I think it is Rubel Khan, maybe that could change things, because otherwise they're in danger of eating up a lot of balls and getting very few runs on the board. So you just need somebody to go out there and be a little bit assertive, be brave, score, hit a few boundaries, and all. And with that, Madrid United will be back in this match.
Exactly right. Well, I think they're already back in this match, to be honest. And now Waqar Mirza gets a chance. This hits him pretty full. Maybe going down. No, he's gone. It's given. I was looking for reasons that you wouldn't give it, and there was a bit of in-swing, but I've got to admit, my first instinct, well, this was a really good shout. Hakeem getting the in-swing, and we'll get a good view of it here. Well, right behind the bowler's arm. Have a look. I mean, comes in, and well, certainly hits in line. It's just a matter of whether it's continuing on to hit the stumps or not, and that's one of those ones. Probably goes down as an umpire's call for me, and the call didn't go the way of Waqar Mirza. It was the golden ball hero 2 years ago, but today he's going to have to go for a golden duck as he falls off the last ball. The 5th over, it's 43 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, there is swing here, and you can see the loop on the ball, and he does come from a bit wide as well. Hakeem, but the umpire is standing wicket to wicket, has to make the assessment and deciding that that probably was going to go on and hit the stumps and puts his finger up.
Yeah, this is what I would say. You just got to remember, a little bit of the ball needs to hit the outside edge of the stump. And I certainly don't think with too much confidence you could say that that was missing. You could argue that maybe it was. I think it's just what the umpire's view is. Like you said, they feel that's going on and hitting. I think with technology as well, we've seen a lot more balls hit the stumps than we think. But then occasionally there's ones we think would be certain would hit the stumps that wouldn't. So in the end, I think umpire's call there. And so Hakeem, 2 for 6. What a good 2 overs from him. Now, in a little bit of trouble, to say the least. 43 for 4. Second half of the innings coming up. And it will be Bentley to bowl the 6. First one loses it down leg side. Gets away from the keeper as well. He's going to be picking sawdust out of all kinds of places for a long time, I think. David Sturton, but this will be 2 wides to start the 6th over.
Yeah, they need ones whichever way they can get them at the moment. That rate that just continued to go upwards after, well, it started well, didn't it? The first 2 overs, 10, and then it was 37 of 2, 40 off 3, a great power play. But you can see since then they can't get out of the 40s.
Still a lot of cricket still to play. This one, yeah, doesn't come back, so it will be a wide. Don't want to get too Robuel focused, but he's another one that hasn't batted yet. Not batting in the top 6. He did look a little bit out of touch earlier, but I think this also might be about making sure that everyone gets a chance with the bat early in the tournament. Don't want to leave anyone sitting out there too long without getting a hit. Bentley getting some good swing, as we've seen this week, but this one just a little bit too wide, called correctly.
Yeah, I think because he's bowling so short, the swing is kicking in early, and just needs to get the ball fuller, and then that swing will be beneficial to him.
In the air, it gets over the man in the infield, and then another wipe out from Dan Walker. And, pretty good throw for a man lying on the ground, but we'll get back for 2. I do like the way that Walker isn't afraid to throw himself around in the outfield.
Yeah, he's prepared to get dirty for his side. And speaking of dirty, just have a look at his kit. Well, that's certainly going to have to go in the laundry today. And, he's taking a little bit of Cartama back to Madrid with him, I think.
This one's not a good delivery. Gets away from Sturton, and Walker's going to have to put in the big ones here. And yeah, this one's okay, I think. It's going to be extras for sure. And there'll be 3 wides in the end. You could see Walker quite calculating there, just working out exactly how much energy he'd have to use. Sturton stuck in the sawdust again.
Yeah, he's rescue me. He says, rescue me. And well, this is not going to plan this over so far. Too many wides, too many extras. And well, that's what happened. You bowl a straight one, you get respected.
Abdul Farouk getting an opportunity. And yeah, I mean, the extras just kind of playing Madrid United back into the game. Talking about how they've been reliant on Sadad Mirza for their batting this morning. Same storyline playing out here. This is hit and they run on contacts, and so Harvey will be disappointed not to handle this cleanly. They do get a single.
Yeah, it was struck well, probably struck too well if it was taken straight away by Harvey, because there would have been an opportunity perhaps for a run out. But they do get a single, so starting these two to get things moving, courtesy of a few extras.
Bentley can sort out the line to bowl a left-hander here. Down leg side. It's always going to be a risk. He gets good swing. Now, a little tip that I got when I used to bowl outswingers was, as we see Sturton there, struggling again.
Totally loses this. He says, look, he stops it, and then afterwards you see he's looking for it. Where is it? Where is it? Where's the ball? Where did it go?
He's sitting on it. All right, disturbing. You couldn't feel that. This is better. And the tip I was going to say about bowling outswing to a left-hander is if you're struggling with balls going down the leg side, rather than try and aim outside the off stump, because then you kind of lose your natural movement, is actually start your run up a little bit wider so that you're approaching with it. And
better body angle, and then you can still do all those things that are getting that swing movement, but you should just be kind of facing in a more useful direction. So anyway, got a blockbuster finish here, I think. Bentley, couple to come. So it's been pretty well located and well knocked down by Finlayson Blake in the field. So just the one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big contrast, isn't it, between the two teams here from Madrid. The one is prepared to throw themselves around and stop those balls in the field. Madrid United were not. Could that be the difference in results between the two of them?
This one probably just going down the leg side. So Bentley had a few problems with control, but still not a disaster of an over. He goes for 13. Score at the end of 6 is 56 for 4.
Yeah, 56 for 4. That over just helps to bring that rate down a tad. It was hovering around the 8 mark, now just under 7. So they don't have to do anything crazy here, Madrid United, but it's very important that they don't go back into that shell where they're just not getting any runs. Remember, it took them an age to get from the third over where the score was on 40 to get out of the 40s. They only just managed to do it in that over, the 6th.
Yeah, well, the 3 overs from the end of the 2nd to the end of the 5th, only 6 runs. So
yeah,
things really ground to a halt. They need to get moving again. Finlayson Blake hasn't conceded a run yet, but he has now bowled a maiden, wicket maiden in fact, in his first over. So now he's back in the 7th. Is this game up for grabs at the moment? I think you've just seen a few batters struggling to get going. And one of them is Aqib Hussain. Now he's happy to take one, but in Hussain, he did open the innings, and normally you wouldn't expect that you'd be 3 after batting for 6 overs. Okay, sure, he hasn't had a lot of the strike, but he needs to make sure that he gets a bit more productive. Otherwise, this run rate required could climb again.
Swing and a miss. Yeah, it was a surprise, wasn't it? Because Aqib Hussain came in at number 5 and only lasted 1 ball in the first match, and that's got him promoted.
Yeah,
My captain wasn't so good.
Probably already kind of planned in advance, but still. Yeah, this one will be a wide. There's, again, good movement, not always controlled. This one just leaves the right-hander. Just have a look at it here. It's a good weapon for a bowler to be able to swing the ball, no doubt about it.
14 wides now, and they've got to be worried about the time here as well.
It's a really good point that you make. This one's going nowhere as it just jumps on Farouk slightly. Yeah, we did have a slightly delayed start to the 2nd innings due to a technical issue. And I think we've still got about 10 minutes, so look, they're probably going to be okay, but certainly don't want to be rolling too many of those extras. 26 off 20. That's well fielded. Bentley, it's a really good fielder to me. He always pulled off an impossible catch earlier in the innings.
Yeah,
He doesn't mind basically gambling in that really short cover position. So there's just absolutely no chance of a single if the ball's hit near him. Well, this is skied in the air. It's hanging in a long time. And what a good catch that is. Excellent catch. Siddiqui is the man that is able to pouch it, and well, Bentley will appreciate that, as he set that up with a good stop the ball before. But we've seen some very good catches in that position, haven't we? And yeah, you see, just going with the shot, wasn't he, Abdullah Farouk? And went higher than it went long. He had to 7 overs, 59 for 5. It's this game really tightening up.
yeah, very good catch this from Imran Siddiqui. It goes up in the air a long way, and you can see that it's moving in the air, but he keeps an eye on it. He even watches it go over from sort of left to right as it goes over his shoulder, and then takes a very good catch away from his body. Good safe hands, and well, as this one looks like it's going to be a climatic finish. Let's have a look at what we've got coming up.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this afternoon. Costa del Sol, they're 2-0. They were very impressive yesterday. Granada had a bit of a mixed time of it, and the return of Paul Fletcher is not one thing we're looking forward to, but it's Costello Sol, they won the toss. They'll be fielding first, but yeah, Viv Kingwa in particular, I think. See what we get out of him. And that will be game 7, starting in about half an hour from now. This one just somehow goes over the stumps. Marcus Harvey running straight down between middle stump and middle stump as well. Just needs to get off the pitch. And Harvey's been the hero with the bat today. Let's see if he can do it with the ball. Big over. Rabiel Khan has come to the crease, so this could be a big moment in the game as he faces up for the first time. Gets a wide first up.
Yeah, it's you see there, he's trying to. There's only one man out there on the offside, sort of at the extra cover point. So he's trying to get this over point, I think, lofted.
This one again, just a little bit too wide. Good eye by Rabiel Khan to let this one go. This game for me right now is 50-50.
It is
50-50 for me.
But Madrid CC, if they lose this, will look back at the extras they've given. It's been expensive.
A little bit of an edge from Rabiel Khan. Yeah, the problem is Hussain, 4 off 11 shows he's just had trouble with dot balls. And this is where, at a bare minimum, you need to be getting one a ball. Don't let that rate climb up any further.
He's waiting to unleash, isn't he? He just gets one out of the middle of the bat and then everything can change. This one won't be. It's another wide. Good work again from Dave Sturton.
Down the leg side here. Sturton's certainly earned his keep in this game, hasn't he? Behind the stumps. Harvey will straighten it up to the left-hander. Another wide. Yeah, it's becoming criminal, isn't it? As far as the extras are concerned. Harvey, can he get it right this time? Well, better, and hit straight, and hit really well. Well, that's the breakout shot if ever I saw one from Hussain, who goes Maximo. And Harvey gets a taste of his own medicine. Downtown for 6 runs.
Yeah, finally. I just got the feeling he just was waiting and was going to unleash one. And he does. He fires the middle of his bat, does Hussain. And that should give him a bit of confidence as the two batters stand together for a moment and just have a chat about this and say, look, come on, stick with it. We're almost there. It's not that many away. It's almost, I mean, it is. It's run a ball will do it.
And comes back with a dot. But yeah, I mean, that shot came from nowhere from Hussain. He's just struggled to get going. But what he has done, he stayed there while others have fallen around him. And so he does have the opportunity to bat his team to the win.
Harvey has other ideas. Oh, and once again, just straying down the leg side. I'm a little bit confused why. I mean, so many bowlers have had trouble bowling to the left hand. They keep putting it down the leg side. Why they haven't tried to come round the wicket? Not really sure what the thinking there is. That's a good delivery, and that's right through him. And that's why, says Marcus Harvey, because I want to do that. So it starts like it's going to be going sort of outside the off stump area and then comes back in. A good delivery, so gets the wicket, and the big wicket of Aqib Hussain. Just once Hussain started to find the middle of his bat, he's got to make his way back.
Yeah, and this is the right one, isn't it? And so, yeah, finally, stump to stump, and yet quick turn of the head from Hussain, but it was true. As this snuck back and took the top and middle. So, well, wickets are a concern, aren't they, for Madrid United as they lose a 6th. The score now is 72 for 6. This will bring Waqar Hussain to the crease for Madrid United. This is an interesting one because I think Rabiel Khan, he's pretty happy facing up next over. He doesn't look like he's going anywhere. And he says, all right, fine, we'll take one. And so Hussain gets off the mark, and it's the end of the 8th over. The score's 73 for 6. But what do we always say about games where first team scores in the 80s? We call it the Grady 80s because you get great games of cricket, and that's what we've got right here. Even though you'd say 12 off 12, you'd favour the batting team, but with six wickets down and just the nature of how this innings has gone, this game for me is still right in the balance.
Yeah, I think we say all happens in the 9th. And that makes this a very important over, a nice, tight, tidy one. It's going to make it difficult to get those runs off in the last. And no, the umpire wasn't quite ready.
Yeah, Saying right arm over. So, yeah, I'll probably say that because he's steaming in. But, all right, here we go.
Siddiqui, big over.
Pretty good shot, but well fielded. I mean, that's one you don't want to get through. And guess who? That's Abdul Hakim.
Yeah.
Been very good for Madrid CC in this series, hasn't he?
Hasn't he been good? And we saw him use his knob, as they say, thinking about what he's going to do, and says, yeah, I know what I'm going to do. I'm not going to pitch up to this man, and he didn't. And then when he needed to pitch up, he pitched up.
Oh, this is skewed. Yeah, this should be out as well. He's not going to drop this. And so Harvey takes the catch. And that's a big player gone. Romeo just cannot get going with the bat today. He wasn't balanced for this, and he sliced it up in the air. Siddiqui comes back, takes the big wicket of Romeo Khan. And Madrid United on the brink now. They're 74 for 7.
Yeah, and Khan just hasn't happened for him today with the bat. In every other department of the game, he's been good. He's bowled well, caught well, thrown well, but he hasn't batted well, and he goes, and that leaves his team in a bit of a pickle here now. Somebody has got to try and get them over the line. I mean, it's only just under run a ball they need, but they're running out of wickets as well. That's the 7th that's gone down. And
Siddiqui, he's just on you a bit quicker than you think, and that's why I think Romeo Khan is late on that. That's where it ends up going up in the air. I think it's, I don't know. I still think I'd just favour the fielding team now to defend this.
Yeah, I mean, Siddiqui finishes off this over well. Maybe, they may scramble a couple from it. And I can't see them scoring sort of more than 8 runs in the final over.
Need a bit of luck, though, as well. Kash Iqbal is a man in the hot seat. It's going nowhere. And, wow, he had Shafiq in there pretty quick. And times you don't know where the ball is. You can't see it, but sometimes you can hear it, and sometimes you can hear footsteps. That was one of those occasions. It'll go down as a dot. He's just got to find a way to get off strike here, Kash Iqbal.
He's got to swing and swing hard. And, well, he does swing hard. He normally knocks himself over with that swing. Look, this is the right shot to play. You get an edge on this. It's 4 runs.
You can't blame him for not swinging hard enough. Back to live action. Another dot ball. So it's getting really tough now. You've got to hand it to Siddiqui. It's been an excellent over. He's done everything asked of him here.
Yeah, he's just hobbling a little there. I just noticed when he goes back to his mark. Imran Siddiq. So big moment. Can he get bat on the ball?
Last ball the over. Well, there is some bat on this. And now they will get one. And they won't be able to get back for a second. So Iqbal does get off the mark. But he retains the strike. We're going to the last over. 9 overs down. It's 75 for 7. 10 runs will be required by United off the last over. Otherwise, they're walking away from their first day of action winless.
Well, Iqbal probably does what his team didn't want him to do there. Gets back on strike. He was the villain. He dropped Harvey on 13. And we know that Harvey went on to score a 50. Can he be the hero for his side as well by, somehow getting the runs that they require? They need 10 off 6 balls for victory. Or will Madrid United, the golden ball specialists, take us to another golden ball? Well, let's wait and see.
Interesting. Pretty good bowler to bowl here, Shafiq. He's gonna close out, but just remember, his first over went for 27.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. 10 to win. Oh, swing and a miss. That hurts. I mean, Hussain is the man that's desperate to get up the striker's end. He's going to have to find a way to get there.
I think the message is to Hussain, get to the other end, run. Well, let's see if Iqbal gives him the chance. Well, I'm not sure what's going on here. I think this is Madrid United getting a bit excited and shouting all sorts of things from the dugout.
He was yelling from off the field. But just tell you, you're not used to playing with a crowd though, when you can be interrupted by someone from the peanut gallery.
Yeah, Shafiq just stopped himself there.
Well,
Iqbal.
This is a great game of cricket. 10 off 5. Miss.
Thing with Iqbal is every time he's swinging, rather than thinking of running forwards, he's going backwards. He's got to have a swing and run and they're just not doing it at the moment.
I think it's not just running. I mean, you want to just try and find a way to get Hussein down there now. Iqbal, he scored 1 off 6, and that was the one that basically kept him on strike. 10 off 4, running out of chances. United. Well, then this is all right. This is in the air, but how far is it going? It is out of here. Maximo! Well, if you live long enough, you'll see everything. And I've got to admit, I didn't see Iqbal hitting the 7th ball that he faced out of the ground. And 7th heaven for Iqbal. And how about the fielder? This really was a catching opportunity, you'd have to say, on the boundary. And it went down. Finlayson Blake, he couldn't grasp it. He couldn't keep it inside the field.
Ooh,
and he couldn't take the catch. So 4 off 3. This is probably back to 50-50 now. Here we go. Now,
what
now they're going to run.
Oh, they've got to run.
And he might get run out here anyway. They missed twice.
They missed twice.
No
they
way.
missed twice. First, the two batters just stood and watched each other. Then they decided to go. There was one shot that was missed from Sturgeon, and then it came back to him because with another miss, they got one.
Well, this is like Wimbledon. Just it goes across the net once, and then he's kind of shepherded out by the guy who's about to run him out. And he was at Siddiqui the second time. He misses. So what's that? 3 off 2. That'll be a bye. Golden ball's on here, isn't it? 2 singles for a golden ball.
Madrid United.
Madrid United are the golden ball specialists. They had golden balls in 2020 and 2021.
Yeah.
Anyway, 2 to tie, 3 to win, 2 remaining. Misses. Now they're going to run and they're going to miss again. So that's another bye. And now we've got Iqbal, who's one of my favourite cricketers now. Cash Iqbal is going to try and tie the game, needs a run.
Dave said that I'm not taking him temping bowling with me. He's not. He's in your team.
That's another gutter ball from Sturgeon. But here's the thing. If they do that again, we'll have a golden ball.
Can you imagine if they don't run? They have to run. I mean, everybody's been brought in here. So 2 to win.
This is a ridiculous last over.
Listen, what are the odds that he's going to make contact with this and it's going to go over? Because look, there's nobody back. If he hits it on the leg side, which is his shot, they've won the game.
They're all crowded in. Someone has to take the bowler's stumps as well, right? In case they run. But they need 1 to tie, 2 to win now. So
Iqbal getting ready.
They want the win, though. Madrid CC. If they can prevent a run, Madrid CC will win it right here. Okay, 1 for a golden ball, 2 to win for United. He misses. They got to get... Oh, this is going to go right down to the wire.
Oh, they're going to have to check this.
I honestly don't know if he's made this or not.
I think they're checking whether does he have the ball with him all the time is the other question.
I just think they're checking if he's in or not.
They don't look very confident.
Have a look at this. I think we're going to a golden ball. If he's run out, the Madrid CC win. How about here? He's made it. We're going to a golden ball. We're going to a golden ball. And Sturgeon, he didn't want to throw it. And you can understand why. And here we go. Golden ball 28.
Oh, well, he didn't want to throw it. And yet, you're right. After missing twice, they went for it. The batters got in. We go to a golden ball. And, well, this is like a penalty shootout. Real Madrid versus Atletico Madrid. It goes to a penalty shootout. We got the golden ball. These two teams from Madrid is going to be decided on a golden ball.
What a game. You take they've hit 1 ball out of the last 12 and still scrambled about 10 runs to somehow tie this. And this is where we're going. Golden ball 28. It's our first golden ball since the 10th of February. That was in the ECL between Star CC of Luxembourg and Helsinki Titans of Finland. So this is what's happening. That there has been a tie, and I can't believe Madrid United have got another one. So now, whoever gets to face, good luck whoever that is, probably Hussein, I think. Oh, who knows?
It could be any batter.
It can be any batter. It can be any batter that has
come out.
Yeah, so it'll be one of these two that's here, you'd imagine. Hussein's 2 off 3, Iqbal's 7 off 9, but 6 of them came in 1 ball. And they might even be making a switch as to who is coming out to run, because also running's important, right?
So who they're taking off?
Here's the thing. If they decide that Waqar Hussein is the man that's
they're getting rid of Iqbal, though. Iqbal is our hero.
Yeah. Well, he's said, I've done my bit. What more do you want out of me? I don't really want to run anymore.
Yeah, but look, how important was that catch? I mean, if you're in a close game, he went for the catch. He would have been better off, Galileo, just pushing the ball back in and saving the boundary.
Well, I still think to do that, you have to catch the ball first or get close to it. I mean, here's the end. Talk about social distancing or lack thereof. I mean, everyone's rushing in.
This is like Malta all over again, isn't it?
That's unbelievable to tie the game in that circumstance. And now either batter can face here because you've got two batters that aren't out. So anyone can bowl.
That's what Shafiq is checking there. He's saying, can he come in? Can he bat? And they're saying, yeah, anyone can.
Yep, they're not out, so it's not an issue. Let me take you back to Golden Ball number 1 in Alicante, match 7. It was the 3rd of March, 2020, Madrid United.
Who has come in there? Just checking who's coming. Well,
Waka Hussain is already in, and Kaza Ahmed, who hasn't batted yet, he'll be the non-striker. So I think that is because... because they think he's quicker. So that's smart.
Yeah.
That's Kashik Bowl, if he's not going to face, they think that they want someone that's quicker. Yeah, so Golden Ball number 1, it was Madrid United who won with the bat, edging over third man for 4, and it was Wakas Mirza on that occasion. I'll take you forward to Golden Ball 23, 27th of October 2021, as Madrid United were bowling. It was Robiel Khan bowled Sporting Alfez batter on that occasion. So they're 2-0 in Golden Balls. This is Madrid United's first Golden Ball. The Madrid derby. They're going down to the wire, and with 7 wickets down, you'd have to favour the fielding team here. But, excitement plus.
You know the other thing that interests me here? We talked about never seen a wide.
Yeah.
Left-hander.
Yeah.
Left-hander.
Agree. So it's going to be the captain, Galileo Finlayson-Blake, who's going to bowl it, and he needs to prevent 2 runs. And it's going to be Waka Hussain, who needs 2 to win. Here we go. Golden Ball 28. He doesn't get it anywhere. They get 1. I don't think they're going to get 2. It'll be run out. And Madrid CC sweep the mini-series this morning in golden style. And Madrid United, their golden run comes to an end on Golden Balls as they lose their first. They certainly have been involved in some close contests. It's Galileo, the hero. The final score is 84-84. Madrid CC winning in a Golden Ball.
Well, the captain of Madrid CC picks himself to bowl the Golden Ball, and he bowls a good, and I was worried bowling to a left-hander. He may not get his line right, but he did. But the man who wears the socks does the job, the captain, Captain Marvel, and Madrid United's good run of winning Golden Balls comes to an end, and at the 3rd time. And, it could have been a hat-trick of Golden Ball wins for them. It's not to be, but they're certainly the team that have featured in the most Golden Balls, Madrid United. But for the first time, they taste defeat. And Madrid CC have done the double over the team from Madrid United. I'm pretty sure we'll see Madrid United come back stronger, but they need to be sharper as well. And win tight games like this is when those little things we talk about in the field, those fielding errors have cost them this victory.
Yeah, and a few wides as well. You could say they were kind of prevalent in the game, but early on, seems a long time ago, Sajjad Mirza was out there, and he was looking like he was in a hurry, wasn't he, early in this chase, Rico?
Yeah, he certainly was. He played really well. Some excellent shots. 33 of just 12 deliveries he made before he went. But when he went, everything slowed up. And it just goes to show just how important a player he is. But it was clever bowling, I think, from Hakeem. It wasn't maybe the best bit of bowling, as in what he bowled, but it was clever. He knew what he wanted to do. He knew what he didn't want to do. And he picked up important wickets for his team, Hakeem. And that wicket of Sajjad Mirza was key. After that, they just kept dropping him. A great catch we saw taken there by James Bentley, and he could have had a sensational one. This one would have been amazing. It would have been class, but it wasn't to be. They just couldn't find the boundary, and a drop catch there. That one, how important could that have been? And then you saw the catch from the captain himself when he was on the boundary right towards the end. That could have gone anywhere. And but he made up for it to Galileo when he came back onto bowl the Golden Ball, and they got 1, but they weren't getting the 2 that they needed. A great catch there from Sadiq as well, and it's another player just going to get better and better. Then there came that big 6 that came from nowhere.
Did not see that one coming, did we? And as it came down to the last few overs, I just felt this game could go either way. I thought it was going to go down to the wire. It doesn't get much more down to the wire than a Golden Ball. This is the one that came from nowhere. Cash Iqbal just unloaded off lucky ball number 7, but not too many were hit apart from that in the last over. I mean, this should have been run out. Waka has
Couldn't
said
believe that.
should never have been allowed to stick around. They had 2 bites of the cherry. The cherry was uneaten. And then last ball is once again Hussein, who somehow scrambles in. And I don't think Cash Iqbal could believe it. And then golden ball time, couldn't get it off the square. And Finlayson Blake, he kept his cool and affected the run out, which meant the Madrid CC, a golden moment for them in their cricketing history, which we know is a rich and an interesting one. They are golden ball heroes in golden ball 28. It is Madrid CC that beat the crosstown rivals. And what a game that was. And it's a shame, actually, that we don't get to see these 2 teams play again. Maybe we'll see them playing again on Finals Friday. But as far as the extras, 24. Even though they did ultimately defend this total, you would say that Madrid CC will have to sort those wides out. They gave away plenty of those. Of course, Sajjad Mirza early on 33 off 12 was the instigator of the spark. And apart from that, didn't get a lot of help. And as we look at the bowling figures, some really good efforts. Galileo, Finlayson Blake, you can see why he brought himself back. He bowled a maiden in there, as well as being the golden ball hero. 2 for 3, 2 for 6 for Hakeem. Harvey also chipping in with a wicket, as did Siddiqui early. Shafiq was very expensive first over, much better in the second over, and essentially he was the reason they were able to force the golden ball. But what a game we saw here in match 6. Bit of news, we have a 10-minute delay to the start of match 7 just because we ran a bit over because of the golden ball, but it was worth it, Rico, because that was one of the most exciting games of cricket you could ever imagine.
Yeah, it was certainly worth it. Was loving that. Great action all the time. Hakeem, I think he bowled brilliant for me. Did really well, and I think, well, if it was down to me, I would probably be putting his name forward for the player of the match. Good innings, of course, earlier for Marcus Harvey, but that was quite amazing as well. 50 not out, but only a score of 84, so it certainly was going to be a low-scoring one, but that was a fantastic effort from Madrid CC to contain Madrid United. It was a great game of cricket, a lot of exciting stuff all the way through, and we have a golden ball as well. And Madrid CC, well, for the time being, they're going to be sitting top of that table. So like you said, Vinny, we're going to have a bit of a break. We've certainly got plenty to settle our nerves down as we start again. And by the way, thanks for the dead arm.
Yeah, so I don't think we could believe that you could scramble 10 runs by only hitting 1 cricket ball in the last 10 minutes of a game, but you'll see everything here on ECN. Join us back in 15 minutes with the first ball of the afternoon session. It's the host, Costa del Sol, taking on Granada. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full for the European Cricket Network. Back soon with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
This is how we play cricket
on the Costa del Sol.
Welcome back to the Costa del Sol, and we're halfway through the program here on day 2 of the FanCode European Cricket Series. Time now for the afternoon session. I'm really looking forward to seeing the hosts again, Costa del Sol Cricket Club. They are here. They're taking on Granada, who had a bit of a mixed time yesterday morning. I think it should be a cracking contest. Let's go over to the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch, who's with the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Heads the call. It's tails.
Andrew James, the Costa del Sol skipper, has won the toss and he's elected to field. They do seem to like chasing, don't they? And they did it with ease yesterday against Malaga. They have a few options, don't they, Costa del Sol? Particularly, I like to see Avinash Pai at the top of the order. He went first ball, first game yesterday, but came back with a very solid contribution. Kenroy Nesta, we haven't seen quite the best of him with the bat as yet, but we know that KNS can whack it to all parts. And of course, the Nayaks are always featuring for Costa del Sol. Michael Kelly as well with the ball. I'd like to see him get amongst the wickets. He'll probably be unleashed first up as they have elected to field here in match 7. But for Granada, their captain Adrian Riley, I don't think it's a bad thing that they will get up there and get to put a score on the board. I think they do like defending. They do have Viv Kingma, of course, the Netherlands international, in their squad. I think we might see a little bit more out of him. And the good news is that Whitehead has come back from that injury. He is in the 11. Where he'll bat, I'm not so sure. As we head into the afternoon session, Rico Full is in the commentary box. Let's get ready for the first ball. And the news from the toss is that Costa del Sol, they have won the toss and they'll be fielding first.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu. Looking forward to this fixture. Costa del Sol, they made a good start yesterday, the home side, and they're winning both their matches, and they'll be looking to, well, to keep their form going. And well, this is we just saw the derby there between the 2 Madrid sides. Well, now we've got another local derby here, the Costa del Sol based here in Malaga against the team just not that far up the road from them in Granada. So this is going to be an interesting one, and you heard Vinny talk about some of those key players there, and I agree with him. I think Avinash Pai will be key again once more in this one, but just have a look what the bat versus ball wall is saying. It's expecting Costa del Sol to just squeeze this one out by just a couple of runs. You see that there's not too much in it. Average runs for Costa del Sol, just their expectancy is a little bit more than that of Granada, but the runs against them more or less the same. And we did see some good knocks from the Costa del Sol players yesterday. I'm keen once again to see that one of Nike is in the side. Liked his batting, and Samir Nayak, so father and son, are in the team there. Avinash Pai, as we mentioned already. So this is going to be a good contest, I do believe. And it is going to be Granada with the bat first. That is courtesy of Costa del Sol winning the toss, deciding the field. So it's all about them preferring to chase rather than set a score. Philip Townsend will be opening the batting. With him it's going to be Joe Whitehead. Both these batters showed good signs yesterday. Joe Whitehead was particularly impressed with the way that he played. Rico Full here, and joining me for this match is Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, last time Townsend got run out off a wide off the first ball that he faced. Anyway, here's Kelly. Ooh, flashbacks. But no, it's all right this time. Hey, look, Whitehead himself, he had some issues yesterday, didn't he, about lower back issue, I think it was, which forced him to retire hurt. Good to see him back out there. Kelly does like to swing it around.
Nice shot. It's it in the gap, get off the mark.
Let's look at the lineup for Costa del Sol. 2 Nayaks in there, Manav and Samir, so son and father. Chris Batten is back in the lineup. Stephen Bales batted pretty well yesterday, I thought. A new name in there. Nushan Alwis is in there for the first game of the series for Costa del Sol. Apart from that, yeah, Pai, one you mentioned. Andrew James captaining from behind the stumps. Key players. Ian Higgins had a nice little return to cricket yesterday. He's been out with a bit of an injury for a while, so Higgy bowled pretty well.
Full delivery there from Kelly. Yeah, I mean, both these. We look at Granada yesterday in their first win against the Madrid side. It was Joe Whitehead made 38 of 18 deliveries. He batted really well. That's why I think he's quite key for them. this one's too wide, and called one as well. And in the second match, well, they fell short. And they didn't get enough runs on the board, despite James Davis scoring a healthy 33 of 17 and Joe Whitehead 26 of 20. But again, similar to today, the acceleration that you'd expect from the second part of the innings never happened. And they weren't able to score big runs. That will be a single.
Kelly's getting some really good outswing here as well, making the most of the conditions, a bit of cloud cover around, got that brand new ball. He just has to try and work out the line to the left-hander. If he can get it outside and swing it in from the outside of the off stump, it could be very dangerous. This is probably what's more likely at the moment, just with the amount of movement he's getting, sliding onto the pads or down the leg side. That time is a leg by. Yeah, Costa del Sol, big emphasis on their fielding. You know, they pride themselves on their fielding. That's why we were a bit amused yesterday when a couple of catches went down that would normally be taken.
And this one strays on the legs and puts it away nicely. Joe Whitehead is showing again his class. Any bad delivery to him, and he's more than capable of putting it away no matter what part of the ground requires. It's 4 runs, nicely batted away. Wasn't the best of deliveries from Kelly.
I think this is the one from Kelly. He swung a few away. This is the one he's trying to push through and get straight to the one that doesn't swing, but he just loses it a bit down the leg side. Nice little leg glance by Whitehead. Last ball of the over coming up.
Oh, this one well, it's been called a wide, but it was pretty high as well. It'll be interesting to see this as side on. And I can't really see why this one wouldn't be called a no ball, to be fair.
We'll see it from there. But yeah, I do think that if you really have a good look at that one, it probably was above the waist, but pretty good stop by Andrew James behind the stump. Stop it going to the boundary. Just be 2 wides.
Firmly struck, but the fielder will field it. They take the single, and that brings up the end of the over. 11 on the board. I mentioned some of the good batters for Granada. Well, bowling-wise, Costa del Sol, it was in their first match, the victory against Malaga. It was Samir Nayak, took 2 for 13, and as you mentioned, Higgins was in good form, 2 for 18, and in the final match, victory by 10 wickets. Costa del Sol over Malaga. It was all about the bowling of the youngster batter. So they've got a good mix of experience and young players in the squad, which will always give them a little bit of strength and depth. And one of the man I was talking about, who bowled very well in the first match, is Samir Nayak. He's going to have a bowl here now. He had a good player of the match performance as well, didn't he? When he scored 54 in the first match against Malaga as well. So very much in form player.
Yeah.
But go on, tell us the but.
Well, the 2-drop catches. I already mentioned it once. We're only in the first over, but we'll lay off Samir today. Assistant coach of the Spanish national team as well. Here he is. And just prodded by Joe Whitehead for 1. Yeah, it must be easy bowling spin in the power play. I often think spin, traditionally you think about getting some fielders back and protecting, but you can't really do that with only 2 outfielders allowed in the first 3 overs.
Yeah, he's a very intelligent bowler though as well. He knows, I mean, these guys would probably know each other pretty well, so he's setting the field
So
exactly where he wants it.
a lot of our viewers, they just can't wait to see Paul Fletcher out there. And a lot of chat about it in the live chat at the moment. We won't see Fletch just yet. May or may not get a bat. That second half we'll see him fielding. And probably going to be fielding right in front of us because of the change of ends, Rico. See, Townsend goes back and, wow. Ooh, this might be out, you know.
Ooh, does he get this bat back in
I
time?
got a feeling this is gone. I mean, just looking real life. Because Andrew James is really quick at getting the bails off. I don't think he thinks it's out. I mean, I'm not saying it's out. I'm saying this is going to surprise you. Look, it is. Oh.
Very close.
I think it's
very
just
close.
it. Oh.
Just.
That's the one. Or back one frame. I reckon this one here, or one back from that, I think.
Yeah, I think he just gets
Probably
there,
just
Vinny.
in.
Just gets there, and he has to reach and reach hard. Otherwise, he would have been well short. It's lucky the bat doesn't plug as well.
Won't be lucky this time. This is going to be stumped, and we'll get a replay of this up for you. But yeah, Samir Nayak just slides this one across him. So it was a close call the ball before, but if you ask any keeper, they'll take a stumping any day over a run out. And a nice bit of keeping to finish it off. Samir Nayak, this was the very next ball. See, it's a bit of a nothing shot, wasn't it, from Townsend in the end. He knew as soon as he missed it, he wasn't going to be able to get back that time. Excellent, excellent bit of wicket keeping by Andrew James, the captain, to create the first wicket of the day for Costa del Sol. And it leaves Granada with their opener in the shed. It's 12 for 1.
Yeah, good bowling. I think that from Nayak. I like the way he's got this to drift wide off the left-hander. And as soon as it's past him, he's already committed himself. He's not going to get back there. But yeah, tidy hands from Andrew James gets the wicket. So 12 for 1.
Good start for Samir as well. So gives James Davies bat at number 3. He impressed me yesterday with his all-round contributions for Granada. But yeah, Samir Nayak, not an easy bowler to get away. Oh, this one drifts in, and I think this has bowled him.
Bowled him.
Well, how about this? And I don't think anyone saw this. I thought I was about to go up for a big LBW appeal. I think it probably just flicks the pad, perhaps, and then back onto the stumps. We'll get a good look at it here. Yeah, I mean, it seemed that was going to crash into the pads, but it crashes into the stump. So 2 and 2, and Samir Nayak's on a hat-trick.
Yeah, I mean, Samir there, I don't think he realised himself that he's actually gone all the way through and not the stumps over. So the man that had a very much different day yesterday, James Davis, scored runs on both knocks that he had, 23 and 33. Well, today it's a first baller and captain. Doesn't look like he was quite prepared to come in so early. He makes his way out there now. And Adrian Riley's got some work to do.
He does. He's going to have to face a hat-trick ball. First up, some Samir Nayak. He's putting those memories of yesterday with a couple of his less enjoyable cricket moments to the world. But, I mean, he'd love to get a hat-trick here. Anytime you get a hat-trick special, if you can do it in front of millions of television viewers, it's even better. Adrian Riley is at the crease, the captain at number 4. He's regularly an opener in the longer forms of the game, so let's see if he can try and turn this around at the moment. Nayak 2 for 1, and they put in a slip and a leg slip now.
Putting the pressure on the skipper of Granada. Here we go, hat-trick ball. Samir Nayak. And well, it goes through. Sort of nothing, no shot sort of played, sort of delivery this from Riley. He didn't want to get anywhere near it.
Keeping the field in, why not?
Got him! And it's another. And Samir Nayak is over the moon. And he's not in the mood for messing around. And oh, well, the captain, Riley and Samir, have a few words. This one, just an absolute beauty. Just love the way he drifted in, takes the stumps. And there's a few words here said. I'm not sure what it was. I think, hey, Riley, well, there's no point you saying anything. I think you just got to go. And when you've been done, Samir was happy about the decision. But I think the Granada captain, Adrian Riley, probably said a few words back to him.
I think that's friendly. But, I mean, you never really know in the heat of the battle. It gets 3 and 4. What I'd say is both of those guys would have spent a lot of time working with each other around the ground during the ECL, so they know each other really, really well. So it's, I think it's probably just a little personal battle, but I think really you have to hand it to Nayak. What an over that was, 3 for 1 and 12 for 3. This innings in tatters now. I think you have to bring him back after an over like that.
Yeah, you have to. You really do. And Todd Davey is the new batter comes. I mean, Joe Whitehead is still there. I wonder if he's going to decide that he's going to change the way he has to bat here now, because with wickets tumbling, he'll have a good idea of what's left to come. And you may find that he decides he's probably got to start to just play it a little bit more aggressively than normal. To start off with, he's quite happy to take a single and say to Todd Davey, there you go. So it's all happening while he's at the other end, though. Those 3 wickets falling. And all falling just for one run as well. Davey. Oh, well, this is a plug and a half. The bat does a somersault and almost does the perfect landing. And you can see he wants to get back to the other end, Joe Whitehead. And, well, this was going to be close. And with the bat plugging, you just know a direct hit and you're in trouble.
Yeah, you find out the hard way. Don't try and slide your bat here. And, oh, poof. Carnage.
Caught, gone. And, yeah, he's got to go. That's a really good bit of bowling. And Bodder, that's another one that I mentioned who bowled really well yesterday. He gets the prize wicket there. Well, Joe Whitehead, he wanted to run and get back to the danger end. It was the danger end because he had to stand up, dust himself off and face Bodder. But could only last to one ball. That's an absolute gem. Just hits the seam, gets through him and takes a little bit of the bat on the way through.
A bit of extra bounce, almost takes the shoulder of the bat. And so disappointment for Whitehead and Granada. After a promising start, now collapsing here. It's 14 for 4.
And, well, that's the big wicket as well because just added 8 runs on the board. That's Joe Whitehead, and he goes off these 7th delivery. Good bowling from Bodder again. And one thing I liked about what he did yesterday is he made the batters play. He kept plugging away at them. He bowled and attacked the stumps. And that's where you get your rewards as a bowler. And that's what all the bowlers have done so far here for the Costa del Sol and Granada. Well, Vinny, how do they get back into this match? They're in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, well, I've got to be brave. I mean, we've still got some batting to come. Richard Abbott is the man who's facing up now. It's a good-looking shot. I mean, you have to try and put those wickets out of your head. And you've also got Todd Davey, who's about to face up for the first time. And I know that he relished this opportunity. He's into the side. So, look, got to start somewhere. I think tough because you're probably going to get an over a Samir Nayak coming up after this as well. Sammy Bode always impresses me, though. Can't swing the ball both ways. He's just a good young player. First saw him in the night series at the start of the year, but he's certainly had a good start to this ECS.
Yeah, he has. And I think Bodder, when we saw him playing for the Cowboy Giants, he was saying that he hasn't played cricket for several months. This one's played out, and you can see the difference it makes to players, both young and old. Once you play a few matches, you know, you start, your movement gets better, you're reading the match and the game better. And if you're a bowler, well, you know, it starts to come out of the arm good straight away. You don't get those aches and pains after you've bowled a few overs, and you can see him a lot freer now, and he's bowling a really good tidy line.
Yeah, I like the way he's getting it outside off stump and giving it a chance to swing in. And even if it doesn't, if it holds its line slightly, it won't probably be a wide. So, yeah, Boda, really good over from him. That's 3 overs down, and they are in a bit of trouble, to say the least. That's 16 for 4 now off 3.
Yes, it's a long way to come back into this match as we just have a look at those tables. So Madrid CC, having done the double over Madrid United, leapfrog Costa del Sol to the top, but of course they have played 2 matches more than the Costa del Sol, who are looking to get right back up there, and they've got a superior net run rate as well. So a win here will take them back to the top of the table for sure. And, you see there that United, they need to get started, don't they? It's a difficult start for them today, and losing twice to their neighbours, Madrid CC, means that they have to come back strong tomorrow. Power play done. They're not going to go back with Samir Naik. It's going to be Avinash Pai who's going to bowl this one. So Avinash just checking his field. And here he comes bowling to Richard Abbott. Nicely played by Abbott. Gets back inside his crease. Plays it down onto the offside. They look like a good unit, don't they, Costa del Sol? I mean, we've seen that more or less for every match they have 1 or 2 new players in their lineup as well, so they have plenty of availability of players. I suppose it does help being the home side. You're not having to drive 500 kilometres to come and play cricket. This one's been hit pretty well, and that goes all the way. Nice shot. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya.
Yes, they replaced one spinner with another. Avinash Pai coming on, replacing Samir Nayak, who took 3 wickets in his first over. This is a good shot from Davey. Good signs, though. Counter-attacking from Granada. That's what they need to do at this stage. We have seen innings start with kind of mini collapses of 3 or 4 wickets, but still get back on track. But you can't do it by being too defensive. You have to still take some calculated risks, and that was a nice shot for a Maximo.
Good comeback. Doesn't put it there. In the same spot. Avinash just holds this one back a little bit. Thought about the single, decided against it.
Bless you. This one is pushed through, and just going to be one dot, I should say. Pai's a pretty interesting cricketer, isn't he? From leading the Calpe Giants for a time.
Well bowled. Yeah, he is. I mean, you've seen these quality with the ball. We saw yesterday his quality with the bat, and he helped Costa del Sol get a 10-wicket victory over Malaga. He made a fine 58 of 23 deliveries. And asking the question, but I don't think he lifts his foot there. That's good keeping though still, because I think he's expecting with the way that the batter's leaning forward, Todd Davey, that maybe he may lift his toe up in the air, but it doesn't. It is the end of the over, and they reach 23 for 4, but it's a long way to get back in this match. But I like the positive signs. I think Todd, he's played some good shots.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem to be put off by the fact that they've lost those wickets. I think Richard Abbott would provide him good support.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's just about building a partnership. In the 10-over game, you're not as worried as in a longer game about what happens if you get out, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's just about trying to be productive while you're out there, getting back to basics, and I'm looking forward to this contest. Of course, they will play twice this afternoon, and you mentioned the fact that Costa del Sol, they have a lot of depth in the squad. I mean, they've got issues like everyone else with regards to availabilities due to personal commitments and everything else.
Yeah.
But for sure, I mean, the players they're bringing in, there are some class players that we see in their lineup.
Yeah, I think their issues may be slightly different to those from the 2 Madrid sides. I mean, for example, the Madrid side, they've got to play with who they've got available here. Whereas the Costa del Sol, and maybe Granada to that point as well, being that more local, they've probably got a lot of players that want to play.
Yeah.
So it's actually saying, choosing and being fair and kind to who does and who doesn't play. So that's difficult as well. Edge, gone. Adios. And there's more wickets, and it's Batten, one man that we did see playing for the Calpe Giants, and coming on to bowl and just, I think, doing what he did well for the Giants. It just bowls that teasing line outside the off stump. It gets batters to play, and he gets the nick here. Look at the loop on that. Really good delivery.
A little bit of outswing. Well, forget the Bulgarian Express. We've got the CDS Express out there now. And Andrew James decides to stand back. It turned out to be a good decision, because I think if he's up to the stumps, there's no way he's catching that. So end of a dangerous hitter as Davey has to go. 24 for 5. I tell, well, here's a man that can handle a cricket bat, that's for sure. Viv Kingma coming out at number 7. So, look, he's got over half the innings to do something here. So remember, we don't normally call games too early. In the European Cricket Series, a lot can happen. So let's see. Viv, of course, he's a recognised bowler at international level, but not so much an internationally recognised batter. But at this level, I think he will be a handful for Costa del Sol.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity, though, isn't it, for some of these bowlers? As you see Batten start off to him. It's up in the air. Could he go first ball? Oh, yes, he does! And the catch has been taken. And Kingma just guides this to the fielder, and he sort of drops it out of his hands. He cuddles it, he cradles it, but he ends up taking a catch. And well, that's a good one. That's another one that gets taken.
Yes, Nushan Alves is into the lineup, but How has he reached this?
Oh.
Viv Kingma, and that was almost off the pitch. And have a look, it's off the shoulder, off the peak of the cap, back into the hands. So,
well, he's got 13 on his back. Well, it's lucky 13 for him. It is not very lucky for Vivian Kingma. He goes the very first ball. And I was just saying there, wasn't I, what an opportunity this is for the fielding staff of the bowlers. If they can get his wicket, that's something really to boast about. Well, there's no bigger boasting than that for Chris Batten, because what he's going to turn around and say, you know me, well, I got Vivian Kingma out very first ball, and it puts him on a hat-trick.
Well, the CDS Express, that's 2 in 2. Second time we've seen it. Viv Kingma will not believe that he's gone after this. It's a long way wide, and there you go. Hand, shoulder, cap, hands. And for those of you saying you can't get caught off the cap, well, if you're wearing the cap, that's fine. All right, hat-trick ball.
Oh, got him! He's got the hat-trick. He's done it. Oh, wow. The CDS Express gets the hat-trick. There's the snick. And it's a long walk back for Andrew Upland. We've seen another hat-trick. It's all happening here at the Cartama Oval. Well, we had the golden ball before, and now, well, Chris Batten has a hat-trick, and it's really clever bowling. It's swing, top-class swing, away swing from the batters, and, well, that's a big smile on the face of Batten. Have a look at this, Vinny.
What is going on here? I mean, good catch low down. I mean, James is almost walking in because he sees it's low. See that, takes a step in and reacts, gets there, shields the impact, and, well, even Tyrone had to laugh. The CDS Express is open for business and reaching its destination pretty quickly. And not only is it a hat-trick, it's a hat-trick that includes an international player in the middle leg. And, wow, well done, Andrew James. 2 catches out of 3. Can you believe what you've just seen? 24 for 7. And he's still got 2 balls left in the over. Wow. You're running out of ink there on your sheet, aren't you, Rico?
I'm running out of ink. You're absolutely right. And, well, you can see me scribbling things down very quickly. What about our scorers as well from the blue crew? They're certainly having to work pretty quickly. But this innings, well, from Granada has gone from bad to worse. And Batten, he's not finished yet. He's got the hat-trick. 3 for 1 so far, his figures. Can he go? Can he go one better and go 4 out of 4?
We've only ever seen it once on ECN, 4 and 4.
There we go, he's bowling to O'Brien.
Cherry O'Brien, your turn.
Just leaves this one. And this one's just a little bit too wide.
What has just happened?
Sigh of relief from...
Kingma came out, and I thought, right, Kingma's he's doing the right thing. He's held himself back to 7. He's going to come out, probably whack a 50, get them up to 90 or 100, and then he's going to come and bowl like the wind. Maybe not.
It's nicely played. They'll take a single, and now it's a case of trying to rebuild. Well, I tell you what, the sun has come out for Chris Batten as well, and he's going to relish this moment for a long, long time to come. That's the beauty of this European cricket and this European cricket series, because it's there forever. You can go back and look at it over and over and over again, and it's a moment that he'll be sharing with everyone he knows well. And Granada, they'll be looking at that and think, well, that's a number they've got to dial for help, because that's what it resembles.
1-800, it's toll free as well. 1-800-73-001.
That's right.
But he's 59 years of age, Chris Batten. I'm not sure if he's taken a hat-trick before or not, but I'm sure he hasn't in a televised game. 25 for 7. This innings in ruins as Ian Higgins, Iggy, as we know him, he'll be bowling over number 6. Hard act to follow.
Oh, this is a snick on this. You say hard act for follow. It could have been a wicket straight away. Well, they're not running really well. There's going to be a run out. Oh,
would have been. And the bat plug. Look at this is carnage here, Rico.
Well, a better throw that the keeper could have handled, and it would have been run out. They were running nowhere.
You know, Samir throws this right-handed, right? They can throw both hands.
Yeah, well, he should stick to the left because it wasn't a good throw.
Yeah, I mean, look, Andrew James probably gambling to try and take that quicker, but it'll be 2 runs.
It's another edge. Well, Iggy, first 2 balls have been edges. And Samir this time.
I mean, Samir came and took 3 and 4, and we thought, well, that'll be the highlight of this bowling innings.
Yeah.
And then CDS Express, Chris Batten, comes on and takes a hat trick, including Viv Kingma in the middle. Kingma's steamed up, I reckon. Keeper might wear an extra pair of gloves. Now, it's not just a survival game, really, isn't it?
It was a very unusual shot because first, it was a very wide delivery. And secondly, he didn't try and put any power in it. He just tried to paddle it. And he paddles it to the fielder.
He was trying to not be silly, but actually had a silly result because he went after a wide.
What a moment for Nushan Alvis as well, though. He's included in the lineup of this one. But the way he took that catch, I want to watch that again because
hand, shoulder, peak of cap, hands.
Yeah, all over the place, but he holds on to it. He was still running while he was trying to take the catch. Almost runs to the boundary. All right, what's the best case scenario here? For
best case is you have a bit of time after this game to lick your wounds and come back for game 2 this afternoon. Yeah. I don't know. Seriously?
I think you've got to try. It'd be an achievement if they bat out the 10. That's one thing. You've got to show some grit and say, right, we're not getting all out here. We're going to bat the 10 overs.
You've got to be brave, though.
If that means you can somehow get to 70, I'll take that.
I'll definitely take 70 from here. That'll be the end of the 6th over. Iggy only goes for 6. Doesn't pick up a wicket, though, but not too bad at all. Grenada, they're 31 for 7 after 6 overs. Look, I mean, run a ball from here. It's not looking particularly good, is it? It'll be 55 if they get run a ball from here. You can get up to 60. I mean, you need a miracle, don't you? But, I mean, you've got a bowl like Kingma in your lineup, and let's see if maybe that Golden Duck fires him up a little bit in the second half of this game.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. But then, like we said, you still got, when you look at that, every bowler's just bowled the 1.
Yeah.
So those good bowlers will come back, and Batten, he is coming back. In the air, Samir takes the catch. Well, bravo, bravo. Well, Samir Nayak, third time of trying, does hold on to a catch. Well, if he drops this one, I think we're just going to march him off the field of play and say, right, you stay off, we get the 12th man onto field for you. But he does take the catch. He smiles. Well, everything's going his way today. He's picked up 3 wickets in his first over. And then he takes the catch as well. It's another wicket that goes, and Richard Abbott, who was seeing everything happen from the other end, goes for the big shot, slices it up in the air, and Samir does well. Good anticipation. And if you're wondering who he's looking at there, well, he's looking straight at me and Vinny to say, there you go, guys, I can catch.
Yeah, well, we know that, Samir, but how about the CDS Express? A 4th wicket for him. He's got 4 for 2 off 7 deliveries bowled now. 31 for 8. This is something that I wasn't expecting.
You know the best bowling figures in ECN? I think they're up for grabs here.
Well, at best he can equal them because there's only 2 wickets left, right? Yeah. So he could get 6 for 2 if he takes 2 more without conceding a run, and that would equal Stephen Gooch, who's actually
who's actually the tournament referee. Correct.
So he can't better it, but he could equal it. Anyway, long way to go. Randall, he'll face up at number 10. Good luck. Just want to go straight past the outside edge.
If Randall's going to back away, he's going to find his stumps gone in a minute. He's either going to get a little snick on this or his stumps will go. Batten has picked that up already, and you can bet your bottom dollar he's going to try and get this Fuller right into the pads and moving away. And he does just that, but gets a bit of bat maybe.
Must have got a bit of bat on that. Otherwise, they would have been shouting from the rooftops. What he's doing well, though, Batten, in all seriousness, is he's getting this consistent outswing, and he's locating the ball where he wants to put it.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be super fast.
Hit up in the air. Well, okay, that's runs. So that sort of dents Batten's hopes of trying to equal what is quite an amazing.
Could still get Bishnoi, though. 6 for 3.
Yeah.
That was the off cut of that time. So he just tries to not swing one. 32 for 8.
Oh, good stop there from Kelly. Diving to his left.
That's away. Still throwing themselves around in the field. Kelly will always give you 100%. He'll be picking sawdust out of his teeth as well. But, yeah, nice stop.
Yeah, good stop. I mean, first slip, I mean, he's really not at slip. Otherwise, he would have caught this. Well, they do get a slip in here now. So Iggy comes in the slip. Well, what an unusual field this is.
A slip,
look
a
at that.
fly, floating slip, and a very short gully.
And that will be the end of a superb spell of bowling from Chris Bannon. Picks up 4 wickets. Only can see 3 runs. And that's why Granada find himself in this really sticky situation. 32 for 8.
Yeah, so 3 overs to go in this innings, and we mentioned this earlier today. If you just joined us, the Spanish national team high performance squad, which will be going to a training camp from Thursday, was announced. A late inclusion was Atif Mohammed to that, but I know that Josh Tremberth, he's coming from Australia, but he does have qualification through having a Spanish passport. And I know there's a few others that you might not know so much about. Obviously, got Lorne Burns we know about. Daniel Doyle is from South Africa, again qualified. Charlie Rumistrovic, again, is someone that we've seen playing for the Mugatari Cup, a very good young spinner.
Star of the future. What did you think of him when you saw him at Belfast?
Yeah, no, I did. I liked him. A lot of buzz about him. And Samir Nayak, he just took a catch moments ago. He's the assistant coach of that side. Anyway, here's Iggy.
It should be a catch taken. He calls it and wants it and takes it. Well, he's back, isn't he, Samir Nayak? And after taking the first and after dropping 2 yesterday, he's taken 2 today. And he's having a good day out there. 3 wickets to his name and also now 2 catches.
Yeah, Smith's trying to rack up his stats after missing a couple yesterday. And Iggy just bowls a nagging length, doesn't he? And this is the 9th wicket for Granada. Again, just trying to take on the game. I don't mind that really, but just not getting the contact at all.
It's a funny game, isn't it? I mean,
funny.
You look at Granada and the way that they batted yesterday, and without any real changes to that team, it's the same team. And yesterday they batted really well and they looked the part.
Yeah.
And yet today they look completely different. But the man of the moment has yet to come out. Here he comes.
Here's the silver lining. Fletcher's getting a hit. Batting at number 11. No, I wouldn't say that's too high, but I mean, have your own opinions on it. He's got, I like the Kookaburra, kind of retro beast bat. And yeah, Paul Fletcher he's a really hard working member of the Blue Crew when he's not playing cricket here in Spain. So
guys.
Here we go.
Get back, Fletch! Get back, Fletch! Oh, he wants to get off the mark. This is nerves. This is, and well, Randall says, "Where do you think you're going, son? You stay over there. I'm keeping this end occupied."
That's a nice defence. Of course, we had the moment yesterday with Fletch where had a throw kind of go wrong, but we're not going to reference that too much.
Goes up in the end. This time he says, "I'm going to get a run," and gets himself off the mark. Well done, Fletch.
There you go. Back in form. New day, new Fletch.
Interesting though, isn't it? Because both Fletcher and Iggy were sort of part of the crew, weren't they, last week?
Yeah.
So a bit of a battle between them. There'll be more runs, and Fletcher's quite keen to get back. Of course, he's keen now. He's off the mark. He's on the roll.
You mentioned yesterday that Fletch played in the very first ECS back in Alicante back in
He did, and
March
he also
2020.
did some commentating with me as well.
That's right. I remember.
So
hung up the microphone for a while, hasn't he, Fletch? We've tried to get him in since, and there's no chance.
he's a survivor, Fletch. Look at that field. It's a nice looking shot. Good stop. End of the over. 35 for 9.
Did not see this game being 35 for 9, did you?
No,
earlier on?
But this is the point I was trying to make. You know, Granada have got seriously good batters in their lineup, and they've just all crumbled. I think there was clever bowling from Samir, and I was talking about how he was the pick of the bowlers in one of the matches yesterday, and he was pick of the bowlers in this match here today. Then Botta bowled really well, and then of course there comes Batten, picked up 4 for.
They were 12 without loss at one point, and then they lost the next 9 wickets for 21 runs. Now we're going to have Manav Nayak. Oh, that's pretty unselfish from Samir. I'm sure would love another over, but Manav, pretty good bowler in his own right. And his first one is swung away by Randall. Kelly with a sliding stop. I love the fact that they're always giving 100%, these players, despite the match being very lopsided at the moment. Kelly keeps that to 1.
Yeah, so more time to see Fletch. Yeah, I think you probably prefer the pace as opposed to spin. Plays that nicely.
Oh, how's Kenroy done this? He's hoofed it back. You know, when you've got size 57 shoes, then they do get in the way sometimes. Have a look at this. Bit of fielding.
That's one way to do it.
Lamunga Torrevieja Cricket Club in the chat right now. Of course, Fletcher is on loan from there for this series.
Swing and a miss.
I'd hate to see Randall get out here and leave Fletcher stranded 98 short of his 100. So, come on, knuckle down. Still 9 balls to go.
Swinging aimlessly, really. I think even if he gets bad onto ball here, he's just going to give a chance probably to Nesta there. But at least he keeps his foot well planted on the ground.
Manav Naik's the perfect bowler, kind of.
Got to attack the stumps, though, the young man there.
Yeah, but I think he's going to get him stumped. I think they won't be able to resist. I think they're tossing him up. Tail ender's nightmare, I think, Manav Naik.
His father there at first slip is still giving him advice. Let's see if he takes any of it.
Quarter wide. A bit of charity from Tyrone Peters this time. It's a 50-50 call.
Yeah, I think that's a win for the bowler. He thinks that's good. I'll get one more ball. So here he comes. Got to get closest to the stumps.
Yeah. Okay, well, looks like they're one ball closer to batting out the 10 overs.
Yeah, I think Fletcher will be hoping that Randall can see this one out. Oh, and, well, they took the second slip away, didn't they? And that's exactly where it gets played. Oh, no. Oh, well.
Well, that was foxing in the first degree by Samir Naik.
Yeah.
And this is just one thing about Andrew James keeping sometimes. I think he can afford... See how he tries to get in front of the stumps and be a bit clever? He can actually afford there to stay behind the stumps and take that a bit more traditionally. And I think he would have a much better position to run out the batter. But anyway, I'm happy with the result because it means we are going to the 10th. We get to see more Fletch. And that one will take them, unless I'm mistaken, takes them into the 40s. So 40 for 9 off 9 overs. And so, yeah, that ball wasn't gathered by Andrew James on the way back. That's why there was no shout for a run out.
No, not
and now Samir will get the chance for a 4th wicket now. Can he join the CDS Express Chris Patton with 4 wickets? Lamunga in the chat saying, have to share Fletcher's skill around Spain because it wouldn't be a good tournament without Fletch. Well, it wouldn't be quite the same, that's for sure. All right, here we go. 10th overtime.
Oh, he hooks up in the air. Oh, well, how about that? That is incredible. Well, the man who took the sensational catch, the man who got rid of Kingma, he completely misses this. Well, you do not get an easy chance on this. That's because he didn't knock it up on his shoulder, you see.
Nayak can't complain. We were watching yesterday.
But then Samir Naik says, well, okay, if I can't get my fielders to catch it, I'm just going to bowl you instead. Well, those two, the Naik and Fletch, well, they did a lot of work together as well around this ground. And now they're on, well, opposing teams. But Samir Naik, he does wrap things up. He takes his 4th wicket as well. And he's still having a chat with well, I would love to know what the two of them are talking about there at the moment. And that's father and son. Isn't that lovely also? Father and son in the same team. And, well, we know already the qualities of Samir Naik. But Manav Naik, trust me on this, that young man there is going to be a sensation as he grows up as well. He's a talented player. But talking of talent, it was all about Costa del Sol here. Grenada have been bowled out for just 40 runs. And as you said, Vinny, it didn't start too badly. They did get to 12 without losing that first. And then it went all wrong.
Yeah, it sure did. I mean, yeah, early on, you're right. It was Townsend and Whitehead out there. And yeah, it was a nice little boundary and just felt things were going along normally. But then after a close run-out call, there was a stumping the next ball. Townsend just had a rush of blood there at the wrong time. And then that started a bit of a succession of wickets, including this, which made it 3 and 4 as Riley went. And yeah, they just kept going, didn't they, at this stage? And I thought when Kingma came to the crease, or maybe they still could get a bit more out of their middle order. It went from bad to worse to whatever's worse than worse. And then you saw Sami Boda, he was decent as well with the ball. To nip around, following a good line and length. And although that was a good attacking sign from Todd Davey, it was CDS Express. He would come on and he'd change the game pretty quickly as Kingma chased a wide one. Well, he was out. Second leg in the hat trick. It was 1, 2, 3, 4 touches from the fielder. And Alvis took the catch. Ultimately, that led to a hat trick ball. And, well, didn't the CDS Express finish it off?
Well, they got the hat trick. I think that was really good wicket keeping there from Andrew James as well. Anticipation started to come forward, and Chris Batten was absolutely over the moon. And, well, there was none about over the moon as well, because not only did Samir get the wickets himself, but he took 2 catches as well. And yesterday, of course, he had troubled times taking the ball in his hands. And, well, and then he did come on and wrap things up as well there at the end. So what a match we had before this, where we had the golden ball, and now we've seen a match where we've seen a hat-trick taken as well. So very well bowled from Chris Batten. As we have a look at a scorecard, which, well, you can see there, nobody getting over into double figures. And 1-800 is how the phone number starts. And, well, it's one that Costa del Sol needed to use to dial for help, I think. 6 extras, 5 of those in wise, 1 leg bite, helped them get to 40. And all out as well with 4 deliveries to go. And have a look at the bowling there from Costa del Sol. 7 bowlers used in total. Chris Batten bowled 2, he's 2, and Iggy as well. And 4 for 3. And that's the hat-trick as well from Batten, and 3 wickets, or 4 wickets, sorry, from Samir Naik as well. And don't forget Iggy. Iggy played his part. Iggy was really unlucky actually. He went for 9, picking up 1 wicket, but he quite easily could have picked up 3 wickets himself. There were a couple of edges there that didn't go to hand. So it's a day that Grenada, they'll want to forget. They're a new club, only formed sort of just the other side of the pandemic. They're coming together. We've got big hopes for the future. I know a lot of work's been done on getting a ground set up. I think in the process of reseeding and getting the grass seeded and grown there at their facility. And well, there's certainly a club that we're going to see a lot more of in the future as well. And we're going to see their facility, I think, maybe this time next year. Grenada will be hosting a number of events at their place. But for the moment here, they're finding it tough going in the start of this day. They've had a tough game, or a tough start here against the Costa del Sol, their rivals. There was a bit of rivalry there as well. I think we noticed that in that wicket of the captain, Adrian Riley, that was taken by Samir Naik. But look, one thing they'll be saying to themselves is, look, it's not over yet. Okay, fine, it's a low score, but if we do what they did, there's no reason why we can't do the same. And don't forget, as Vinny said, I think Vivian Kingma would know that he was out, golden duck, and also gave Chris Batten the opportunity to complete a hat-trick. I'm sure he wants to have a say in this one. So Rico Full, join me, and with me, Vinny Sandu, as we come back for the conclusion of this match. But the way it's looking, it looks like that Grenada are going to start their day with a loss to Costa del Sol, unless they can pull off something remarkable. So we'll be back in about 10 minutes with the reply from the Costa del Sol boys.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. We are halfway through the third game of the day. It's match 7 of this FanCode European Cricket Series Spain. Cartama is the location. You can see some beautiful aerial shots of the ground there. 7 weeks in a row we've been here. We've been loving every second of it. I don't think you could say quite the same about Mount Granada enjoying this one so far. They were bowled out for 40 in the first half of this game. It was an epic collapse. 9 wickets fell for 21 runs at one point. And so now it will be Costa del Sol who require 41 for victory. You would imagine they do that in a canter, but a few little spanners in the works. And one of them is the fact that Viv Kingma looks like he's going to open the bowling. Chased a wide one, which, look, we've all been there, haven't we? It doesn't matter what time of the day, whether it's 2 in the afternoon or 2 at night.
I never chased a wide one.
Badly.
Never chased a wide one.
So
I may have swung widely a wide one.
All right.
Never chased, I never chased.
Here we go, 41 for victory. Kenroy comes out, just using the old-fashioned skull for protection, and plays a miss at this first one from Kingma.
Yeah, that's a snazzy bit of headgear from Kingma there, eh?
Yeah.
I bet that glows in the dark as well.
It's like one of those 80s gym instructors in the aerobics videos, isn't it? It's a picture of health as well, Viv.
Olivia Newton-John going on here. In he comes, Kingma. Getting that movement away. You can see you're just loosening up a little. This is an interesting battle between Kingma and
it's Kenroy and Nesta. K-Ness.
Nesta.
See, this is where if Kingma's sledging me here, I would have said, I've still lasted twice as long as you did. And then I probably wouldn't say that at this stage because I know he can probably go up a gear. All right. Still a lot of interest in this game.
Bowled again, and good bit of work there from the keeper as well.
Tell you what might make this game more interesting. What if Kingma can bowl all 10 overs? And how does this 40 look? Look okay?
Yeah, that certainly makes it more interesting, doesn't it?
Come on.
A wide head
What a
behind
contest.
the stumps.
Yep. He's back there today.
Oh, well, this is a chance. I don't think this is a bump. I think this is straight at him.
Yeah, it
and
was.
it goes down.
Wasn't it?
And
Yeah.
Kingma, he's going for the motions now.
Wasn't an easy catch by any means. Didn't really time it either. And Tyrone was already getting out of the way.
Well, maybe he saves Tyrone there, Kingma.
4 dots to start this innings.
This was a quick one. Fiery delivery. And Nesta saying that's fine.
These two teams will play again. You know, I'm just so glad this doesn't hit Kenroy because that's almost lights out.
Yeah, well, he won't be bowling another short one, so being Kingma.
Well, you say that. 5 dot balls to start the innings.
And digs this one up, and this will go all the way to the boundary. It does. Says Carreras. Volley, volley, volley. And this was almost like a flick of the bat, but the timing was perfect, using the pace of Kingma, and sends it for a big 6.
Oh, well, cricket's funny, isn't it? And Kenroy, despite knowing this is going, he still ends up just looking straight at Kingma, who was giving him heaps, I think, through the first 5 balls. That's clever play from Kingma. Never turns around. Kind of sums it up at the end of the first over. 6 for no loss.
Yes, after 5 dots, the one he went for the kill, went for the Yorker. But it doesn't get it right. It goes towards the legs, gets put away. Give us an update here now.
Yeah, golden ball, 28. It's in the books now. Madrid CC defeating Madrid United today. But that makes it 11 for the bat, 17 for the ball. The bowlers have been on such an epic run. It was tied at 10-10. So that means that bowlers have won 7 of the last 8. And in 2022, batters have won 1, bowlers have won 3. So, yeah. So just shows you the bowlers have been learning. I think some of the field settings we've seen have been smarter. I also think
the batters will be a bit disappointed that they've maybe not been able to handle the pressure of the golden ball as well as the bowlers. We'll keep an eye on that as things progress. That was the first golden ball in 138 games, Rico.
Yeah, and the last one, of course, was here. This one's been called a while. Last one, of course, was here as well. We both witnessed that one as well, and that was the unbelievable victory from Star
CC.
Luxembourg.
There were tears on the pitch. Had to bring out the super sopper after that.
And it was so unbelievable because, well, the Helsinki Titans were just in cruise control. They were winning a match. I think most people decided at the halfway point they'd already won it.
Yeah.
And how I still, to this day, don't know how they lost it.
Yeah, they needed 21 of the last 4 overs with heaps of wickets in hand. And yeah, it was a great comeback from Star CC. But you can see what it meant to them. It was their only win of the ECL, actually, in that eliminator. And they would bow out to Svanholm shortly after, but still memorable moments. That's what it's about. Cartamania at its best. It's a good take, actually. Oh,
he's in trouble. Oh, if he hits, he's gone. He probably had more time than he did.
Another run out.
Could be another chance here. Vivian goes for it. Well, we know what he did when he threw one here yesterday. It went all the way to the boundary, but this time somebody is brave and stops it. Wow, what a straight. Is that a wide in the end?
2 wides.
2 wides.
Yeah.
Oh.
It was a good block first up from Whitehead down the leg side, see?
Here's the first chance.
Yep. That's the first one. And then they decide to take an overthrow. Nesta says, okay, I know I'm going to make it. How about you? He said, well, probably not. This would have been out by heaps.
Yeah. It's going to be another wide. Well left this by Nesta. And, well, when you've only got 40 on the board, you can't be giving extras away. And Granada doing just that. Richard Abbott with ball in hand, trying to get the breakthrough. Nesta has hit this big, and this goes all the way. Well, there's some mechanical equipment over there that could be rearing this one. That's been absolutely smashed. And, well, that's 2 scoring shots from Nesta being big 6s. That one was lovely. A really good shot. Again, alle mera shakka, meri photo wicket, please. Smile, please. Click, click, click. That's a lovely shot. He can hit it big. Powerful, powerful man, Nesta.
Yeah, I mean, he does hit it well when he hits it, doesn't he? Abbott, a worst over. And now, I want to know who they're going to bring back for the next one. Do you think you bring back Kingman out?
Yeah. You'd have to.
I don't think Kingman will be silenced after being hit for 6 last ball. I think he wants another crack at Nesta. He probably wants Nesta on strike, I think.
Nesta doesn't want to be on strike. He wants to get to the other end. Or does he? No, he wants to be on strike. Yeah. He says, I'll have it. Yeah, I know what's coming, and I'm ready for it. And like that, let's see if it is going to be Kingma. That's the end of the over. After that, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, I don't know if we've got the right rating for that highlight. We won't show that again.
Yeah, talk us through here. You've got to try to get down and dirty.
Well, this is Sunsi San and Sexy Green.
You gotta love Granada. They're always coming up with a way to entertain us in the field. And yeah, Adrian Riley just kind of losing his centre of gravity there for a second, but it will be one to finish the over. 17 for no loss after 2. And here is Kingma to Nesta again.
And he takes him on, and Nesta sends it to the boundary. And well, the two of them are going to have a bit more of a chat about this one. Well, this is brave from Nesta. Yes, the short one is right at him. Nesta knows it's coming. And, well, somehow, I don't know how, and I don't think he probably knows how, he gets this over the keeper and to the boundary 4 runs.
I don't think this is over the shoulder either. I think it's just below. I don't know if it was called or not. But, well, let's just say Nesta, it's an interesting battle, but the game he's playing, I hope his will and testament is in order. Because this one's coming at him again, I think. He's on 17.
This one, it's up being 4 more runs. And, well, This is just, Kingma can just smile about it, but this has got to be hurting him. I mean, it's short again.
That one probably is over the shoulder, I think. Wow. I mean, it's borderline. That's going to be 4, though. Gotta admit, I'm nervous. I'm a long way away.
This is excitement of a different kind. It really is. And Nesta, he's saying, yeah, no worries. Bring it on, Kingma. Bring it on.
Don't know how convincing those last 2 strokes were. They bring the long on back now.
Last 3 balls from Kingma, 6 and 4-4.
Don't say it too loud. He'll hear you.
Slow delivery. And this one's dragged out to the fielder who go. Oh, no! Oh, my word. I've never seen anything like this. And he slid. He goes down. And Kingma can't believe it. It was a slow ball drag down. It should have only been a single. And maybe if they pushed hard, it could have been 2. The fielder looks like he lost his footing here. And he goes down. And the ball goes through. Look at this. Well, he left a little gap, didn't he? He tries to smother it. It goes through. 4 more.
Kingma.
And ouch, he says. And this time. Oh, I think who's going to be the happier here? I think Kingma is probably be happy that Nesta has got to the other end.
This is what I'll say. Cricket is a great evener. I mean, you can see this one, end of the finger job for Kingma, but, you know, sometimes things just seem to be conspiring against you. I think that's what Viv thinks about this game, where he's hit a ball that was so wide, found a way to get out first ball. Now, nothing going his way with the ball in hand. Bales' turn now. Hits the pad first. I think this is maybe just impacting outside the line of off stump.
Well, Kingma can't believe it. He's saying, what's wrong with that one? And the umpire says, no doubt. Let's have a look.
See,
and
it definitely hits the pad first, but I think it might just be fractionally outside the line of the off stump. Look at where this hits him. You see the off stump there.
keep an eye on it. And there's that as well. You know the other thing? The other thing is that could be going over the stumps.
Nah. Oh,
It's got a bit of pace.
I suppose we'll never know, but yeah, I think it's pad first. I mean, that's one of those ones that normally even in a broadcast you might say that there's umpire's call. Maybe it did hit him in line, maybe it didn't. It was that was the element that wasn't satisfied though in the umpire's opinion, I think. Last ball the over.
Oh, well, this one. Well, how about this? This is just ridiculous. What can you say? It's absolutely ridiculous, and this is what you see sometimes. That is probably the worst ball that Vivian Kingma has ever bowled.
Look where he bowls it from. He bowls it from behind the stumps as well. He bowls a slower ball. Look at it, where he bowls it from. A long way behind the stumps. And then this is the one that gets the wicket. So Bales is going to have to go. And, yeah, well, that's how you do it.
Kingma, I don't know if we can see that again, but when he lets this go, I think he shouts something which is like, oh, poo, because it wasn't a good delivery. But he ends up thinking, hang on a minute, I've got a chance of taking a catch. Dives forward and takes a catch. Keep a look on him. He says, oh no. Or says something. I'm not going to repeat what I think it was, but what a way to get a wicket. Costa del Sol lose their first wicket with the score on 30. And Kingma, well, he does pick up a wicket, but he goes for 19 in these 2 overs.
Well, entertaining. That's what I'll say about that. 11 to win now. And looks like Andrew Applin will get an over.
Nesta, he'd be probably looking to finish this off pretty quickly in this one. New batter that has come in is Nushan Alwis, who took that amazing catch of Kingma. I bet he's glad that Kingma's finished his spell. Kingma probably would have liked to have a bowl at him.
Yeah, I think you're right there. But don't forget, this is just the first meeting of these two teams, Rico.
Yeah.
There's another chapter to be written this afternoon.
Applin floats his up, and this is going up, and away. Bowle, balle, kinna sona, kinna bada shaka.
It's a nice pick up by Nesta. He gets to the pitch of it, so it makes it a little bit easier. This one bounces off the path. Oh, well, CDS Express, he's doing everything else today. By the way, I think I mentioned this in the chat, but you know that he is Actually, the uncle of Jamie Batten, the actual Bulgarian Express. All right, 5 to win now.
And, well, he's looking to do it in style, and he does. That's game over. And Nesta just deals in boundaries. And it's a big one. Takes his score to 38. Well, he almost done it all by himself, didn't he? Well, I think he does, because I don't think no other batter scored. I don't think Bales got off the mark in the 5 balls that he faced. No, he didn't. And always doesn't as well. So the only man who scored runs on the bat is Nesta. And then, of course, there was those few extras. So well batted by him. He took on Vivian Kingma. I think he was very brave, if you're honest.
And brave's one word.
I'd certainly like to see him. Well, you know me, I like to see everybody with a lid. And there we go. That's what I like to see. Vivian Kingma goes over to him, and the two of them, well, they're having a nice little chat together. And I think Vivian Kingma is saying, well, what do you want me to do, son? If you're going to come out here against me without a lid, I'm going to take you on.
Yeah, and look, they're both really big characters, and I've got a lot of time for both of them. So nice to see that moment at the end. Obviously, getting a bit fiery on the field. You don't often see that. You're the only batter to score runs. There's Kenroy Nesta, and we'll see these two teams going head-to-head again. I'm looking forward to this as Granada, they are now 1 and 2. Costa del Sol 3 and 0, undefeated. Same order of innings as Costa del Sol. They've won the toss, elected to bowl first. And why not after you've just knocked over a team for 40? So join us for that one, starting in around about 40 minutes time. Of course, finishing a little bit early here in match 7. Let's cue the highlights. And it was all about this. It was Viv versus Keynes. And little return catch didn't go the way that Kingma wanted. Neither did this. And it was the right reply from Keynes. But then, let's just say, Viv heard him, because next over, they were coming thick and fast, and they were going straight at the cranium of Kenroy.
Yeah, well, going thick and fast. That one wasn't very fast. It was just a bit of a blunder from the fielder. And then that one was even slower. The slowest slow ball you'd ever see. Kingma thought it was going to go to the boundary. And in fact, it was sliced in front of him to take Bales, who went 5 balls without scoring. But, well, it didn't take too long before this game was over, because Nesta just hit them for fun, hit 60s for fun. 38 he scored of 15 deliveries. That included 4 big 6s and 3 4s.
Yeah, so in the end, that target of 41 was never going to be enough really to challenge Costa del Sol. But what you can see, there's a bit of fight in Granada, and I hope we see that with the bat. If they get a few more runs on the board, when you consider some of the weapons they've got at their disposal, you know, I think they have brought in Kingma for a game like this to try and challenge Costa del Sol. And he did pick up the only wicket of the innings. Bales going for a duck. Nesta scored all 38 runs off the bat. There were 4 extras as well in there as they reached this target of 42 in only 3.2 overs. So 40 balls to spare. Big win, big net run rate boost as well for the Costa del Sol. With the ball, Kingma 1 for 19. He was providing a lot of entertainment for us. And I would have thought that any insurers covering Nesta, they were feeling pretty nervous as well during that fiery spell of bowling. Abbott 1 over for 11, and Applin fortunately just got the 2 deliveries that both went the journey. So we'll be back in around about 35 minutes with the final match of the day. Rico, I know you're going to take a bit of a breather. Got a special commentator coming in for the last one, but I'm sure that Rico, you'll be back with me before the end of the day just to wrap things up. For now, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're all having a great day. See you shortly. Enjoy the break, but then be back. Still some more action to come today from Cartama. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
This is how we play cricket.
On the Costa del Sol.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol for the final time today. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and it's time for the last match of the day. It's match 8 between the hosts Costa del Sol and Granada Cricket Club. Well, we saw quite a few interesting things happen in the last game, but what will we see in the final game of the day? Let's find out. Let's go across to the coin toss. Stefan Gooch is with the two captains. Once again, Andrew James, the Costa del Sol skipper, has won the toss, and once again, he's elected to field. And why not, after they were able to bowl Granada out for 40? It was a bit crazy, actually. At one stage, the Granada team lost 9 wickets for only 21 runs. I can't see something like that happening again, but really it just shows you the fielding and the bowling pressure of Costa del Sol. They've got a lot of options. Granada, well, I think we expect to see a bit more out of Viv Kingma. I think that he is one player who I'm sure we want to see more from. But Whitehead as well at the top of the order. I think he knows that he has to go a little bit big at the top of the order and bat a bit longer if they're going to put a competitive score on the board. Well, we do have a special guest commentator for the last game, and Andrew Elliott is man we have seen out in the middle umpiring, but we've got him in the commentary box. I'm going to join him right now for the start of match 8. The news from the toss is that Costa del Sol, they've won the toss and they're fielding first.
So it is over the last game of the daytime, and you can see the beautiful Costa del Sol is looking pretty as a picture there, and the weather has stayed away as we get ready for the last of the games here on day 2, and it should be a fiery rematch, I think, between the host club Costa del Sol and Granada. Granada knocked over for 40 back in match 7, and that was thanks to the destroying capabilities of Samir Nayak, who took 4 for 1. And the CDS Express, Chris Batten, but you wouldn't read about it. He's obviously gotten too successful. He's not in the 11, Chris Batten, for this match 8. Also Ian Higgins out of the lineup. See Bruce Reynolds comes in, and Sam Houghton also getting a run here in the last match of the day. Looks like he'll be behind the stumps. But yeah, that'd be Andrew James, I should say, the captain behind the stumps for Costa del Sol. And I mentioned there at the toss that I do have a special guest in with me last game of the day. A pleasure to welcome Andrew Elliott. Now, Andrew, just to introduce some of our viewers, they would have seen you today out in the middle as an umpire, but you've kindly joined us in the commentary box, so welcome.
Thank you very much for having me along, Vinny. And a good afternoon to all the viewers and listeners out there.
Yeah, and I know you've got a bit of experience, don't you, behind the microphone? Tell us a little bit about that back in your history.
Long time ago, Vinny. Long time ago, I was lucky enough to be BBC Radio Berkshire's cricket correspondent towards the end of my university days, and a little bit more recently, a Radio Red Hill.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I was, more on the music side.
Yeah, well, there's still a bit of rock star kind of power to the ECS. I think we'll agree about that. And of course, you're umpiring the night series, and you were actually telling me earlier that you're a bit of a golden ball specialist, because you reminded me that 3 of the 4 golden balls we've had to date this year on ECN, you've been out there in the middle.
I have been, and I was even on the ground for the 4th one, involving the Luxembourg Stars and the team from Helsinki.
Yeah, I mean, that was a memorable one, unfortunately for Helsinki, for the wrong reasons, because they had to go home after that as we get ready for the start of match 8. And it will be Kelly who's into bowl. It's a fairly full ball and just pushed away for a single. That opens the account. It's Whitehead who's out there with James Davies. So he's been elevated from the number 3 position. And Townsend will have to bat a little bit lower. So tell me what you think of the T10 format. I'll ask you just after this ball from Kelly, because obviously we've played a fair few cricket matches so far in this format. And it's something a bit different, I'm sure, whether you're umpiring or playing or even just watching, right?
Yes, before this year, the only 10-over match I'd umpire would be one that was reduced from 20 overs because of rain. So to have so many coming so thick and fast during the day, it's quite exciting as an umpire as each game comes along.
Yeah, I mean, it's there's a lot going on very quickly. I mean, I know that you're a bit of a well versed in the laws. Let's say some of the laws that you don't see very often, the ones that are in the back of the rule book, let's say. But they all seem to come up in this form of the game, don't they?
A lot of things come up.
This is pushed and run by Davies, who's off the mark. Well, I've got one for you today, which kind of had us talking. There was one earlier where the scores were tied, and there was a big shot that was hit for 6, but the batters may have completed the run before the ball actually bounced. Okay, and I'll come back to that in a second. As we see Kelly into Whitehead. It's a pretty good ball, but pushed away for a single. Now, if they had completed the run before the ball bounces, does that mean that only one counts? Is a ball 6 only when it bounces, or once it's crossed the boundary and you're satisfied that no one will touch it?
No, it's when it becomes grounded beyond the boundary.
Is that right?
Is the moment that the boundary is valid. So if both batsmen have completed the run before that happens and the scores are level prior to the ball, then you have a result with the 1 run being scored.
Yeah, interesting. That'll teach them running so fast. This is a full toss. Not a good one from Kelly. He's searching for the Yorker there, but he's not able to locate it. And the result is a boundary. So Davies gets this one away. It wasn't a particularly good ball, just below the waist, but still dispatched to the boundary. That's the end of the first over. And Kelly just be a little bit upset, searching for the wicket there at the end of the first over. It's 7 for no loss. Yeah, I mean, because sometimes I see umpires putting their hands up well before the ball hits the ground, right? Because, for example, when the ball is hit out of a stadium and you never actually see it bounce. But it was an interesting little debate we had. But, yeah, I mean, tell us a bit of
an interesting one. If it goes out of sight, then you have to make the assumption that it has landed somewhere.
It's not still circling the planet, right? But yeah, it's been an interesting battle. I mean, you probably saw the last game between these two teams. Granada bowled out for 40, a bit of a collapse. Do you see them doing a little bit better this time around?
I think it's unlikely that Lightning's going to strike twice, but I try not to make too many, from the umpiring point of view, try not to make too many predictions about cricket. Always expect the unexpected.
Well, you're not umpiring now. You're up here, so you can give us a couple of opinions. That's all right. Samir Nayak, he was excellent before, wasn't he? 4 for 1 he took.
Yes, unlucky not to get man of the match with figures like that. It's not often you get 4 for 1 and don't receive the man of the match award.
That's right, and even created a couple of wickets with catches as well. The first one does get called wide. It was touch and go. Caps a bit of the blue line. Yeah, but how was the CDS Express? Chris Batten, who took the hat-trick, including Kingma as the middle leg. I mean, pretty good play to get in the middle of the hat-trick.
You ever taken a hat-trick, Vinny?
Well, this one squeezes off the inside edge. I think that's why it's not out. Good shout, though. I did take one as a 15-year-old. And yeah, it's one of those moments you'll never forget. I just asked Chris if he'd ever taken one. He said no. That's the first one he's ever taken at 59 years of age.
59.
This one.
So his next one will be due?
Yeah, 118.
Yep.
When he's 118. No, but it's funny, the one I took, you know how often fielders will come into ridiculous positions on a hat-trick ball, but they rarely actually impact the play, but actually a little catch popped up to one of the short legs who caught it, and I thought, well, lucky we brought them in because they wouldn't have been a short leg otherwise. So I guess it does work sometimes. That's the other one, I think, from Nayak, comes in and well fielded by Houghton, who's into the side. So yeah, Nayak's a clever bowler, isn't he? Because he can spin the ball away from you, or he can slide it, and he seems to hurry some batters with that slightly quicker one. And even if you get it away, it's hard to get it away with any sense of purpose. There's Kelly doing the fielding. Tell us, okay, I've got some questions for you then. Tell us some of your favourite players to umpire in this region. And because you've got a few characters here on the Costa del Sol.
Yeah, I will happily come up with players as the action progresses.
Bowled again by Nayak. He hasn't taken a wicket, but he hasn't conceded too many either.
I think my answer kind of is almost a question back to you, because I'm noticing we've now got players here today that have played in all 3 of the ECN tournaments that we've had so far this year.
That's true.
And Sam Houghton, you just mentioned, has played for 3 different teams now.
Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah, no, he has.
Michael Kelly.
Yeah, Michael Kelly's another one. You could say the same. He's not the only one. Avinash Pai. Out. And not often you see the slip coming into the game, but it is a slips catch that removes Davies, and it was well taken by Sammy Boda. Well, he's too young to be fielding a slip surely in this lineup, but he's in the right place at the right time. Good captaincy as well by Andrew James, and Nayak can't stay out of the wickets. A wicket to finish the second over. 11 for 1.
Yep. I think this is the fact that he's got a slip is testament to the fact that he is turning the ball, which is not the easiest thing to do on this surface. But having been at the bowler's end for Samir's 4 wickets earlier, I can tell you he's definitely getting turned on the ball.
Yeah, and you could see that. It just turns probably a ball width. And that's what kind of lures the batter into the stroke. James Davies, who a pretty important player for Granada, but he has to go. And yeah, well bowled by Samir Nayak. Let's see if he gets his second over straight out the gate again. Last time they held him back, so a little bit later in the innings. And now Boda holds onto the ball and bowls the third over. He's been swinging the ball around as well today. Getting a lot of in-swing. It must be nice to see some young players coming to the fore in this region as well. Andrew, I know you've been in this area for quite a while, but I like what I see out of Boda.
I'm hoping that Louis Bruce is going to make a guest appearance for Costa del Sol. Of course, he's still at school, so there are natural restrictions with that.
Yeah, makes it a bit complicated, doesn't it? This one swings a bit too far down the leg side. Nice take by James. And Louis Bruce impressed me a lot.
Yep. Opening the batting and the bowling in some cases. I know there is some debate about what his best position might be in the batting order, but for the teams that we've seen so far this year, he's been opening the batting.
Kept me quiet because I thought maybe he should be in the middle order, but he batted really well in the ECL. The Carpe Giants. Goes after this. This is going, gone. Maximo Whitehead. He's been a bit slow off the mark, but there's nothing slow about this. Just goes with the angle, opens himself up and deposits that. Nice shot, 6 runs over mid-wicket.
Just clearing the head of Manav Nayak there is another, of course, a very interesting prospect. He bowls leg spin at a good pace.
Yeah.
He works the ball around well as when he's batting.
Goes again, and it probably will be the same result. Rolls the dice, comes up double sixes by the inflatable ball. Maximo, 6 and 6, 12 come off the last 2 deliveries.
I think Manav's one of those players, going back to him, that's when he fills out a little bit, I think we're going to be seeing a range of shots come out. At the moment, he's more someone who works the ball well into areas.
Yeah.
And I think of course, he's capable of hitting a long ball.
Yeah, for sure. He's getting better every time I see him. Oh, this one grabs the fingertips, I think, of Boda on the way past. Could have done much more. Just pulls length back a bit there, Boda. And so Whitehead's forced to play a different shot. Gets away with it, just a single though.
Samath, of course, another person who's played in various formats or for various teams.
Yep.
Just has that uncanny knack with a little bit of in-swing of picking up wickets on a regular basis.
Yeah, he does.
He rarely goes wicketless.
Anytime you have the ball coming back in towards the stumps, you're always going to be dangerous. And so now here is Phil Townsend, who's been put down the number 3 position. Left-hander, ball be swinging away from him, but he just gets a bit about on this, the first one. And he gets off the mark. But yeah, I mean, lots of young players that we've mentioned there. And yeah, I think it's just wonderful. We've got an ECS for the first time here at Cartama. Of course, we've had 2 of the marquee tournaments here. The ECC last year, international one, and the ECL, which is the Champions League, just coming to its conclusion. Must be great to play cricket all year round here, though, in the Costa del Sol. That's one of the real benefits, right?
Yeah, exactly. Just nicely nudged into the gap there, rather in the style of Manav himself might have worked a single there.
Yeah.
I think really the only months they don't play around here in the Costa del Sol are when it gets too hot. July, August, there isn't so much cricket.
Yeah.
But as you say, it's a good reason not to be playing cricket rather than the long, close seasons you have somewhere where I'm from, England.
That's true. And then you can hit the beach and you can do something else, give yourself a bit of a break.
Use the swimming pool, make more use of the swimming pool.
That's exactly right. You see the table there, Costa del Sol, now top of the ladder once again after winning that last game. Their run rate got a fair boost as well. And Granada, I'd love to pinch one here. And speaking of Manav Nayak, here he is to bowl the 4th over. And what I love about Manav Nayak's bowling, he's got a lot of variations, doesn't he? He's not really your regulation spinner. He's got a lot of tricks.
He's got a very strong action. He's actually got a very good quicker ball. I personally have had cause to actually to see a bouncer go over the batsman's head.
Is that right?
Not only a few months ago. So just look out for that quicker ball that he's got. It's not really a big change of action, but it's significantly quicker.
That's a big weapon, isn't it? If you can put that in the batter's mind, it's all about the ability to upset their timing. And he can bowl leg spin, can bowl off spin as well.
I think leg spin's his forte.
Yeah, I agree with that. And his first one goes through everybody. The top spin than anything. And Whitehead misses it. So does Andrew James. It'll be a bite. But let's see what he bowls to the left-hander, because sometimes he likes the ball turning away. So sometimes he'll switch to off spin just to get the ball turning away from the batter. It's a good skill to have.
And this is becoming more common at the top level of the game. Joe Root now has both.
Yeah.
Liam Livingston, I'm mentioning 2 England players. I'm sure there are other players that I've momentarily forgotten around the world. So it's a very useful attribute to have.
Yeah, if you can bowl leg spin, you can normally bowl off spin. I think that leg spin's the one that's tough, bowling over the wrist. But whether you do it well or not, that's a separate debate. Let's see what he serves up to Townsend. Sticks with the leggies, and pretty well pitched, just the one. Well, Granada last time, they were 12 before they lost their first wicket, and they lost their 9th at 33. So that was quite the epic collapse. So far, so good. They're up to 29 for the loss of just 1. This one's tossed up. What I like about Manav Naik's bowling as well is his accuracy, and what he typically tries to do in this form of the game. You would have seen it back in the night series as well, as he just tries to get it inside that tram line on the offside, to the right-hander at least.
Vinny, can you remind me if there been any changes in the Granada lineup for this match? I know you went through the Costa del Sol ones.
Did see that Stuart Ross came into the lineup for the first time.
Bit of experience.
Yep, first time we've seen him. This is challenging the batter again. Probably will just be the one. And there's Nushan Alvis. Oh, say should be the one. Now, this is pretty close actually. I think they think this is out. Wow, it was Crum. It was Andrew James, I should say, that ends up throwing it. I think that that he's a bit worried here, Whitehead. You see, just slow this down as much as we can. He's slow to go. He's dawdling. Uh-oh, watch out. Oh, I think he might just be home. I mean, it's about as close as you can get there. I think you've got to give the benefit of the doubt on that.
From that angle, it looks like he's just got something over the line, doesn't it? And the bat's very well grounded. We've seen plenty of bats ripped out of the batsman's hands.
Yeah, that could have gone wrong.
Or causing the batsman to be impaled upon them.
Good bit of fielding, though.
And the ground was kind.
Yeah, the ground was kind to
the
that
batter
time.
there.
Might not be so kind next time. And I think that Joe Whitehead dodged a bullet there. He was pretty nervous and he was ball watching, wasn't he? But he gets away with it. It will be 2 runs. Hits one that probably would have been called a wide. Kelly wants to have a go. Does, but misses. Just a single.
Just to remind viewers who don't know this ground so well, we're positioned high over deep third man to the right-hander.
Yeah, that's right.
And the batter there was running to the far end, so we really needed the work of the Spring Productions team.
Yeah, Spring Productions, they do a great job. And so, last ball of the over coming up. A little bit short. Cracked. It was wide of Reynolds, but Samir Naik there to clean up. It's the end of 4 overs, and the score now is 34 for 1 off 4. And I hope that you're having a great time wherever you're watching from around the world. It's always great to have your company here on the European Cricket Network. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo alongside me, Andrew Elliott. Well, I had to probably get the camera up a little bit for you, Andrew, because you're quite a tall man, but I mean, I'm always curious to wonder how people ended up here. And I know that your Spanish is magnificent. How did you end up here away from your native England?
I actually spent 8 seasons down in Argentina, where things were pretty hairy with the pandemic.
Yeah.
And decided to take once I eventually got out of the place, decided to take a bit of a break and come down and see what cricket had to offer for me in Spain. I left England at the end of October, and with no idea where I was going to end up. But Cartama has become my base, and very happy to be a resident in the village here.
Yeah, I'm sure they're happy to have you as well in the cricket circles. Here's Kenroy, comes in, bangs one in short. Whitehead who misses out. Yeah, so I know that you've become proficient in Spanish. I'm a bit envious of your Spanish skills. That's something, just a lot of time you put in, and a mixture of that, and obviously speaking with native speakers.
A lot of luck involved. I did a degree in linguistics firstly, which teaches you a few tricks.
Yeah.
And I was lucky that a company I was working for in my mid-20s gave me, or provided one-to-one tuition for me for a month.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that all those things have come together very nicely, because a difficult thing, I'm sure, for some people moving here to pick up the language, but it's a beautiful language, isn't it?
And I think you've got a talent for it, Vinny. I think, you know, in the time that you've been here, I've heard you pick up more and more expressions. You've got decent pronunciation.
Appreciate you saying that.
And I think if you spend more time here, you could become quite proficient.
Well, I think, well, if Lords is the home of cricket, then this is the home of European cricket, as it was said in the chat today. So I think we'll be spending a bit more time here. As this next one is just worked away by Townsend. So these two are reunited, not opening the batting this time, Whitehead and Townsend, but coming down after one wicket was Townsend. But yeah, no, I think it's one of those things that you don't realise how much you're picking up until I find myself a bit more comfortable just in everyday situations around here with my Spanish. But certainly you've got to open yourself up to new things, and that's exactly what the batter does here. Opens himself up as Nesta goes short, and Whitehead snapped into position there and just swiveled on it. Maximo, 6 more to Granada, and with that they passed their score that they scored in match 7.
These are good signs. These are good signs we're going to have a competitive finish to the day.
Yeah, well, I think we will, and don't forget, Kingma was pretty fired up defending 40. If you can get at least double that, I think it's going to be game on. Next one just worked away for 1. But yeah, no, it's interesting being immersed in a new language, because I find myself able to understand a fair bit of the language. I find myself able to read it, because reading, for example, you can read at your own pace, right? So you can kind of gather a bit more of it. Speaking, when people speak to you, you can't really control how fast they're speaking. So sometimes you feel like pressing pause and rewinding on them. That's not really how life works. This next one's worked away to Kelly, who does well to get down and stop it. Just the 1. End of the 5th over, halfway through this first innings. It's 44 for 1.
You're right, and a hindrance to understanding Vinny in this pandemic has been face masks. Of course, they have a very valuable role in keeping some levels of infections down. But it also makes it a lot more difficult to understand someone, especially if they're not speaking in your native language.
Yeah,
and you realise how much you rely on the movement of someone's mouth in understanding every syllable they're producing, especially when they speak quickly.
Really good point you make. Whitehead's made most of the running early in this innings, 28 not out of 17. Looks like Money is going to get another over. Yeah, I think that's a really good point you make. And I think you've spent a bit of time teaching English as a second language, is that right?
Yeah, mainly in Argentina.
Yeah. It's a block hole delivery missed out by Townsend. So what's that like? I always think English would be a really difficult language to pick up, right? Because of all the exceptions and all the kind of idiosyncrasies of it. As this is hit straight. How hard does it hit? Not hard enough, but Nesta's eaten it up. And that was good backing up by Bales down there. You know, those two had some interaction yesterday over a high catch, but Nesta, this is one he would have hoped to have taken, but he comes up with just fresh air. Where'd he go wrong there, Andrew?
The positioning didn't ever look really balanced, and I'm not sure he knew which way his hand should go.
This time it was Whitehead who tries to pull. Yeah, I think you're right. He doesn't get behind it. He tries to catch it to the side, doesn't he? That's always difficult. You should only really be doing that if you have to.
Some would say the best position for your hands is around the ball in that particular situation, but just break off.
Oh, this one's just the quicker one down the leg side, and it's going to beat Andrew James. It'll be 5 wides. And look, Andrew James is a pretty good keeper, but he's just deceived by the extra pace. And this is the one that you talked about, the quicker one, which is not a real discernible change in action. But that one is a bit too spicy for everyone. 5 bonus runs for Granada, and they'll take them. That brings up the 50 in the 6th over.
I was just watching that ball on replay, Vinny, and I was just watching the position of the hand. Maybe a current ball?
Yeah, I think it's one that comes out of the front of the hand. That I think it's just pushed through a bit quicker. Well, it was a lot quicker, I think, for the keeper. But that's what I'm talking about. They've got interesting variations.
Yeah, that one just seemed to be in some way flicked out of the hand. There was something very strange.
Yeah, it's something, not traditional kind of delivery, but yeah, Manaf bowls it pretty well. A few people were just realising Fletcher's been rested for this game in the chat.
It's a disappointment, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's it.
Because there's been entertainment. Paul's been here for, I think, certainly working here for 3 of the 6 weeks of the ECN and was back as a spectator for finals week.
We can only hope that he is being rested for matches to come. That's all I'm going to say about that. Anyway, it's been a pretty good spell from Manav. Hasn't got a wicket yet. Last ball. This one will be a big chase for Houghton.
Ooh.
I think he's all right here. We'll have a look at it. I think this bounces off his knee just before he touches the rope. Now, you're in a good position here as well. What's your take on this?
It's definitely worth a very close look.
See, wind that back again, maybe one more time. You see, it ejects from him now.
Does it go and does it play pinball between his thighs though?
And you can't see the rope move. I think it's all right. And then, certainly on that evidence, I know the benefit for boundary stops goes to the fielders anyway. I think that'll be okay. At the end of the 6th over then, it's 56 for 1. But I would say using the hands is probably a more preferable method than that was. In fact, they have given it 4, have they? Oh, they have. So, it shows you my umpiring's a bit rough. It's given 4, and so it is 56 for 1 after 6.
It's one of those, I'm going to speak on behalf of the umpires here, it's one of those where the decision either way would have been correct.
Yeah, fair enough. Leg side, as we're going to see some Bruce time now, Bruce Reynolds.
Interesting player.
Yeah, tell me
really
about
takes the pace. I don't know much about Bruce personally, but he really takes the pace off the ball.
This one is bring the face mask of Andrew James into play as he has to go try and block it down the leg side, but yeah, just a bit ill-directed to the left-hander, but now he gets a chance to bowl to Whitehead.
I will say, without wishing to sound unkind to Bruce, he is prone to the occasional wide ball.
Yeah.
So you should expect to maybe see an average of 1 per over. And stick my neck out.
Well, this one would have been a wide. Instead, it's cracked back down the ground. And Kenroy ends up sliding with the boots to stop this one. It's effective in the end. It'll just be a single.
Now, this one's just an example of the law has been clarified on this recently.
Yeah.
Because just looking at this first side, there's a suspicion that
they touch.
One of the fielders is in touch with the rope and in touch with the other player at the same time.
Yeah.
And the laws have clarified that that's not considered a boundary.
Yeah, not unless it's a deliberate attempt to assist the fielder, right? I think that was always the case. Not always, but recently. But there was that one in the county T20 final, I think it was, where it was a judge 6, even though they were kind of in touch, kind of completing the circuit, if you will. But yeah, I think that was maybe a misapplication of the law, because I don't think it was a deliberate attempt to assist the other fielder in fielding the ball. This one is a little bit short, and it's deposited. This one's gone a long way. Well, heads up in the fan zone. Maximo Whitehead reaches 40. And that one was a little bit short, but good footwork. Got him in a perfect position to play it, and that's a big shot for 6.
There's a gentleman there who's a regular local supporter. He appeared to be on the way to the bar there, Vinny.
Yeah.
Luckily, he was watching the game, because that could have got quite nasty.
Yeah, he got a bonus, didn't he, that he wasn't counting on.
I think he's wearing a hoodie, if my eyes don't deceive me. It was close to plopping into the back of the hoodie there, I think.
Well, this has worked away off the pads. It's going to be a really difficult stop, and I think he has stopped this here, Manav Nayak. And I think they get back for a couple. In fact, have they even got a couple here? Well, let's have a look at the stop. I think they might have only run one here. He's got a good pair of hands. Yep, just inside. So I think they just ran one. I think he thought that was going for 4. So you can see Whitehead. He's blowing on strikers end at the moment. Reynolds finishes off his over, just a single. So 12 come off that one, and Granada, they're 68 for 1 off 7.
But yeah, just observing that last bit of fielding by Manav, it's a really good example, and I think you're likely to agree with me on this. Over the last 20 years, fielders have become a lot more aware than they used to be of exactly where the boundary is.
Yeah.
And Manav showed good awareness. He realised the ball was trickling towards the boundary. He didn't panic.
Yeah.
He casually picked the ball maybe 3 or 4 inches off the boundary.
He did, yeah. You can't panic, because if you touch the rope and you're touching the ball, then you're going to give away the boundary anyway. This is what we've got coming up tomorrow. Malaga versus Granada in the first half of the day at Madrid United versus Costa del Sol. The hosts will be in action in the afternoon. Madrid United, well, they are golden ball magnets as well. You know, this morning that was their 3rd golden ball that they've ever been in. They were actually the winners of the first ever golden ball back in March 2020. Now this should be out, and it's dropped. That was straight to Abu Udin. And it was Kelly, who cannot buy a wicket at the moment. He had all kinds of catches dropped off him yesterday. And this was an opportunity to get rid of Townsend.
Vinny, can you fill us in a little bit on the history of the golden ball after this next delivery from Michael Kelly?
Yeah, I'd love to. This one gets through the batter.
Is there one person who is credited with the idea, or is it something that just developed amongst a team of people?
Well, I came up with everything except the name. I came up with the concepts of it. James actually created the golden ball. It was originally called the Super Bowl. But,
Okay.
I thought that sounded a bit like a bigger American football match. So, yeah, it's an idea that came to me for a way to tie-break T10 matches, because we don't really have time for a super over. I think lots of the times super overs don't even go down to the last ball or two. They can be a bit anticlimactic. I wanted to guarantee a way that you have an exciting but fair finish to a T10 contest, or any contest. Oh, this one's a bit too high. It's going to be no ball, and it's going to be on the roof. Maximo! Kelly, a couple of times, has just got a little bit too full, and we'll get an idea of the height here. That's a fair call, and it disappears out of here. Adios, siete carreras, and it's going to be free hit coming up.
You see, there's an example of your burgeoning Spanish talent, Vinny.
Yeah.
And also, Michael Kelly, just letting a high full toss go there. We can't say that Michael isn't experienced in this format at this stage.
Yeah, we know
so
that.
he's now got to bowl a free hit. It won't be the first time this year he's had to bowl a free hit ball. So let's see what he's got in store. What might he be looking for?
Yeah, I think he's just going to try and probably, not a slow ball, it's not really his go. He'll probably just try and bowl a Yorker, something the batter can't get under. That was a length ball, but gets away with it, just one, so escapes further punishment. It just finally on the golden ball, it came down to, originally it was when I watched the 2019 World Cup, the way that was decided, when England won, even with the asterisk, as we say in Australia, but that was the exact situation on the last ball. Guptill needed 2 to win, and 1 wouldn't be good enough. And I actually took a moment and I thought, I think this is a really, really even contest. And finally, Kelly's going to get a wicket, and he gets one through Townsend. And, well, he says finally, it's been a rough week, and he gets one full, gets one straight. Well bowled, Kelly. Couldn't find a nicer guy. Granada loses the second wicket. The left-hander goes. It's 77 for 2.
Yep, Michael Kelly, for those who don't know, a native of Liverpool, I believe, which comes across quite strongly in the way he speaks.
Yes, he does. He does speak that way, but it's one of my favourite accents. Even if some people think you need subtitles to understand what he's saying, but I really think he deserves that wicket.
You wouldn't want him wearing one of those face masks to reduce the possibility, because I'm slightly fortunate. 3 of my 4 grandparents were born in Liverpool, so I grew up. Although I've never lived there, I grew up listening to the accent, so I find him quite easy to understand. But even some native English speakers do struggle.
Yeah, well, you're talking to someone that's half Scottish, so I know all about accents that not everyone can understand straight away, but they've got their own charm. Hey, here's Todd Davey coming to the crease, though. He hit a nice 6 in the last game amongst the carnage around him. Let's see if he can do something positive in the last couple of overs.
Now, Todd Davey is a player who's aware that I also have a coaching hat. Vinny, and has asked me for a bit of advice in his game. I actually think bowling is his strongest suit.
So he came to you for batting advice, and you said, I think as a batter you're a good bowler? Is that what you said? Or?
No, he asked me for general advice about his game, because I've also he's been playing in the Southern Cricket League here, which started back in November and concluded a couple of Sundays ago. So he's been keeping for Granada.
Yeah.
He's been opening the bowling on occasions. He's been batting anywhere in the order from perhaps the whole spectrum, maybe opening down to number 8, 9. And he asked me to have what I thought of his overall game, and I told him that I feel that bowling is where he could develop the most.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. I mean, I actually quite like the way he batted. He played a nice shot earlier. He got out in a way that he probably regrets in the first innings, but yeah, I think he's obviously got a few strings to his bow, and that can only be a good thing. It makes him more valuable to your team. He can kind of pop up where required. As we're going to head into over number 9, Samir Nayak's going to come back, and well, here's the first over, finished with a wicket. This one, I think, well, it's a tight one. he might be a bit lucky to get away with this, but yeah, Andrew James there, just got to be a bit careful. Doesn't get in front of the stumps either. I think probably a bit generous from the umpire. As this one is head out to Manav Nayak, who drops it off his dad. Well,
Pocket money.
Samir had some issues yesterday with the catching. This is a tough one, but it's one that's catchable.
Yes, Manavs, he seems to attract the ball in the outfield.
And we have a very good fielder. This next one slides through. That's the one that just gets on you a bit quicker than you realise. As Whitehead moves to 49, he's eyeing off a half century.
Manav does drop a few catches, but where he fields, he gets a lot of opportunities. So the more opportunities you get, the more chances you have.
Well, this one's going nowhere. Samir says, I'll do it myself. And so Davey's going to go. And it just turns the face on this one, leading edge. And Samir takes another wicket. That's 6 for the day so far. Not a bad afternoon's work for Samir Nayak. And Granada lose a 3rd wicket, 80 for 3.
Now, Samir's one of those players, I used to think they were in a minority, but they seem to become more and more common, who bowls with his left arm and throws with his right.
Yeah, they are still the minority. I mean, I've seen some people that can do that. I mean, I imagine he must be able to throw a bit with his left hand as well. I actually played in the Indoor Cricket World Cup against Samir back in 2019 in Cape Town. He was playing for the United Arab Emirates.
All right.
That's when I first ran into him. I've gotten to know him really well now. And it's strange. We've seen all sorts of things in the European Cricket Series. I mean, in European Cricket League. Recently we saw Balwinder Singh, the cross-handed bandit.
Yes.
He bats with his hands a different way around on the bat. Richie Abbott is a new batter here with 8 balls remaining.
It's something I saw umpiring in the Surrey Championship as well, and it's so unusual. I was even asking myself whether it might be the same player. Because they look quite similar. My memories of the chap who batted with the cross hand.
I've seen 3 different players, I think, do it in Europe over my travels. Okay, 2 to come. Here's Abbott. Oh, is this little nick? It is. So it's 2 in 2, and Nayak's done it again. And I don't think Richie Abbott is convinced, but it was a spontaneous appeal from behind the stumps. Andrew James takes the catch. Samir takes a 7th wicket for the afternoon. He's on a hat-trick with 1 ball remaining in his spell. It's 80 for 4.
Yep, Samir took 4 for 1 in the first match of the afternoon. So with figures of 3 for 6. That puts him around about 7 for 7 for the afternoon.
A bit expensive, isn't it?
Exceptional bowling figures.
Yeah, it looked like there might have been a little feather on that. I think that the umpires are convinced. Now, you're meant to be out there, so tell us, who have you got standing in for you out in the middle, Andrew?
You just mentioned your Scottish ancestry. We've got Ian Ramage at the bowler's end at the moment. He is a veteran of 35 one-day internationals.
Yeah,
and
very experienced umpire.
As things stand, one-day internationals haven't been proliferated to all the member countries.
True.
So one-day internationals are played between typically between the top 15 countries in the world.
Yeah. I'll stop you here for a second. This is going to be a great battle. It's only going to last 1 ball. Adrian Riley on strike to Samir Nayak, who bowled him and let him know about it in the last game. And now Adrian has to try and see out a hat-trick delivery.
In Samir's defence, I will say,
he came in on a hat-trick last time, blocked 1 out, but then got out to the very next ball.
He did.
This time, this is the only ball they'll need to receive. And, it's a generous one.
Anti-climax.
He's called it a wide. I think Samir was asking, can you please call that a wide? Because
he wants another go.
I want another ball. Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind. It gets a bit of a line. This isn't going to be out there. This is going to be quicker and at the stumps. It'll be the one that got him before. Calling that one right now. This will be the one that slides in with the arm. Last ball for Samir Nayak.
He's going to get another go.
I think this is a deliberate attempt to set him up for one. To the one that comes up the other way. He's shown him 2.
It's an interesting gamble.
He's cheeky because that was a wide by so much. There's 100% that was on purpose. All right. Here's the money shot. It comes in and, yeah, well played, Adrian. He will keep that one out. Yeah, a bit of fun between these 2 teams. They know each other very well. At the end of 9 overs, the score's 82 for 4.
Yep, Samir and Adrian have been working together. I believe the ground crew here at Cartama Oval for the last 6 weeks. They've been colleagues, and now they're adversaries on the field.
Yeah, they are.
So we've spoken about Ian Ramage, recently retired from the ECB first-class list. And he is enjoying life, lives in Edinburgh,
He'd be enjoying the weather here then, if that's where he's normally living.
Well, I did accuse him of bringing it with him for the weekend, but of course we had a lot of rain here last week, which he was very swift to point out. Bruce Reynolds is going to bowl the last over of the innings.
Be a chance here, but not quite, as Whitehead will go to his 50 with that shot. Brings up his 50 of 27 balls. Been a good innings from the open up. 5 sixes and a 4 in there. And,
He's not a flashy player, Joe. He kind of goes unnoticed, but he's churned out 50 there at just under strike rate of 200.
Broken out a couple of times, and you'll have to tell us who is who's out there with you.
Well, now that Tyrone Peters has come to the bowler's end, he I believe did the last 3 weeks of the European Cricket League here at Cartama. Lives in Utrecht in the Netherlands and from Johannesburg.
There's a turn around the corner, and probably just be the one here. Now, Tyrone's got a few fans in the chat. I know that Yossis Janine in the chat is a big supporter of Tyrone. So is his girlfriend Amy, who's always in the chat, popping up when he's umpiring.
Who was that first person, Vinny? I didn't quite catch the name.
It was Janine.
The one before that?
Well, Yossis is the brand. Yossis is a South African expression. You've probably come across it, maybe.
I haven't that one. That one's new to me.
It's an exclamation.
Ah.
They say Yossis lifestyle. It connects South African expats around the world, and Tyrone's a brand ambassador. All right, well, this is going high. Who wants it? On you, Bruce. He gets it, and he throws it away. Bang, bang.
That's a very Bruce celebration there. Characteristic. He loves to celebrate in that way.
And look, I love this. And Bruce Reynolds, I'll say he's been setting him up for that for 9.5 overs. This was skied, and in the end, he gets the big wicket of Whitehead, who gets to 50 but goes no further. And here's Bruce with a little finger gun celebration. And that's what the ECS is all about. Lock and load it, Reynolds. And I think Andrew James tried to call it straight away. Bruce said, "You're dreaming." He pointed the gun at him and said, "Stay away, this one's my ball."
I can exclusively reveal to you from being on the field yesterday that Bruce came in for quite a bit of stick for that particular celebration and not being conscious of where the cameras are. He had to be reminded that he's playing on television. So
you need to know where the cameras are.
And it shows what a natural high he gets from taking a wicket, because I still believe he was blissfully unaware of the position of the cameras when he was doing that.
Lucky we've got the cameras everywhere, so we pretty much got it that time. Here's Andrew Applin, who's going to come out with 2 balls remaining. Scores on 84. Pretty well located. Don't think they're going to run out here because just was a bit unbalanced when he picked that up, Abu Udin. So Adrian Riley, well, this is your best chance to smoke a Maximo ever. Adrian, you got 1 ball left. Let's see. I'd be getting down the track and trying to drive through it. I think it's not going to be quick. Get down there, get to the pitch, and slam it towards the sight screen.
And if that happens, it's going to be a very popular moment.
Yeah, I think it will. Here we go. Last ball. Fasten your seatbelts. He's going to get stumped off wide. Will he listen to me? And so Reynolds.
There it is.
There it is.
There's the camera.
He's going to get a second one. I mean, obviously, the only thing here is you want to make sure you don't get in front of the stumps. And so, have a look here. Yeah, no problem there at all. So, Adrian, well, what he'll tell you is he might have induced that wide, and so he has got another run for his team, and they still have one more batter available.
Created another opportunity.
But this is exactly when you normally take your pads off with 1 ball to go. So I don't see anybody coming down. We could have our first timed out ever in the European Cricket Network, because I don't see anybody ready to bat. And Adrian, who hasn't really sprinted off the field, he's already coming back, and now someone's coming out. We've gone over 2,000 matches. That's the one thing we haven't had as a timed out.
Yeah, and players don't like it, do they? Fielding teams don't like doing things which don't involve any skill.
He's got his pads done up yet. It looks like there's a strap missing. And it's the last thing you expect when you see a wicket on the last ball, what you think's the last ball.
Yep, Jamshid Ur-Rahman was the man who's just got the shock of his life, realising he was peeling off his pads and getting ready to think about having a bowl.
Is there a rule that says you have to wear pads? Because if Bruce hits you on the legs, it's not going to hurt. There we go.
Can I come back to you after this next ball and before the ball following that?
Tell me if there's any rule that mandates the use of safety equipment by the batter, because I always wondered
in the laws there isn't, but we'll come back to you on the regulations.
Okie dokie. Here we go. Last ball, I think. And this one will be a third wicket, and get the guns ready, lock and load. He's going to be out of ammunition, and he actually shoots down Jamshed Ur-Rahman, who feigns getting them in the chest region, but Reynolds is somehow going to wangle his way into a 3 for. What an over. He finishes with 3 for 16 off his 2 overs. And let's have a look. He shoots the batter, and down he goes. And a nice moment. And poor Jamshed, he got ready and he rushed out there only to get a golden duck. Granada going to finish at 86 for 7.
What wonderful entertainment at the beginning there. Would you believe, or would you consider, Vinny, that there was a slight amount of burgling going on there with those 3 wickets at the end?
Well, he did steal them. I mean, he went shopping, as Corey would say, and he somehow got 2 wickets off the last ball. I don't even know how you do that, but I suppose when you're the man holding all the guns, you make your own rules, and that's exactly what Reynolds does here. And he just thwarts a late charge by Granada, who were out to certainly put a few more runs on the board than the 40 they were only able to muster last time. How about this with some captaincy? The slip was in there. It was Sammy Boulder that took the catch. That was the end of James Davies. He was up at the top of the order. Costa del Sol, you know that they're a pretty professional fielding and bowling outfit, but I did like the innings of Whitehead. He was really important in making sure they got a competitive score on the board.
Yep, and that's much better effort, isn't it, than last time round by Granada. They've more than doubled the score, as you mentioned. 86, they've got something on the board. They will be believing right now that this is their chance to avenge the rather one-sided game they had earlier this afternoon.
Yeah, for sure, and you think some of the options they've got with the ball, Kingman in particular, but this was Kelly getting a wicket finally. Bruce said, that's really cute, you got 1 wicket, I'm about to get 3, but yeah, I think that it should be a very interesting second half of this game. Samir Naik just can't stop taking a wicket, 7 for the afternoon, and this was 2 in 2 balls, had him on a hat-trick once again, well held behind the stumps. Can't say enough good things about the keeping of Andrew James. This was when it started to rain bullets, didn't it, in the Costa del Sol, as that was the first one for Bruce, then it was last ball. Adrian getting stumped off a wide, and then I was loving what I'm seeing here from Bruce Reynolds. And then the other last ball, great catch by Houghton, coming in from cover.
Yeah, we didn't give that enough credit, did we?
This is one of the highlights for me, who knocks him down with the rubber bullets.
Yeah.
And, well, don't
Great
mess
spirit.
Don't mess with a man with a ponytail like that. Reynolds ends up with 3 for 16 with his right arm. I don't really know what to call them, but it was effective, and Granada finished 86 for 7. 50 of them went to Joe Whitehead. His innings was super important. The only other player to get to double figures was Townsend. Nice to see him sticking around a little bit today and facing a few more deliveries. 11 wides and a no ball and a bite, so 13 avoidables in there. I think it's probably just a few too many. That's still Costa del Sol. I think they fancy themselves to chase this kind of score down, but we know they're going to have to deal with Kingma. They have to deal with a couple of tricky bowling options that Granada have at their disposal. Once again, Nayak was excellent. Samir Nayak, that is 3 for 8, but also Manav Nayak got a bowl and did take a wicket, but I always think he does a pretty good job. Kelly picked up a wicket, happy to see that, but it was the gunman. It was Bruce Reynolds from the grassy knoll in the last over, 3 for 16, and he was able to just make sure there weren't too many at the back end of the innings. In particular, the way he removed from Whitehead. Only 4 runs came off the last over. In fact, only 8 came off the last 2. So quick turnaround, last game of the day. Andrew's going to go brush up on those quiz questions that I was just asking. But we'll be back in a few minutes. When we return, it will be Costa del Sol, the hosts, trying to remain unbeaten. They'll need 87 off their 10 overs if they're going to do it. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Andrew Elliott for the European Cricket Network here in Match 8. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Cricket Oval. Last innings of the daytime. And we should have a really good match for you here in match 8. It's Costa del Sol, the hosts, coming out to bat now. They are chasing 87 for victory against Granada, a side that really struggled to put a competitive score on the board back in match 7. They only were able to manage 40, then Costa del Sol chased it down with ease. Here it's a slightly different story. It's 87 required for victory. And looks like Kenroy Nesta is going to open up. And I've noticed that he has got the helmet on. Well, he did. I think he was expecting to see Viv Kingma coming off the long run. But just abandoned it now as you realise that Kingma won't be bowling just yet. They might keep Kingma up their sleeve a little bit. Granada searching for the first win of the afternoon. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, with you once again. And joining me as a guest commentator in the last match of the day, back for more, is Andrew Elliott. Andrew, should be a very interesting contest coming up as we see the first ball from Davies is hit straight down the throat of the fielder who parries it away. It's Richie Abbott who drops big K-Ness. And well, what an exciting start to the innings.
Yep, very good all-round sportsman, Richard Abbott, and he had a couple of goes at that one, didn't it? Seemed a little bit like a bar of soap.
Yeah, he did. And probably lucky he doesn't bat it for 6 in the end. You see, this is 1 and 2. Just needed someone there to spike it if it was volleyball. Next one's wide outside off stump. Well, Kenroy's a player that can hurt you, isn't he, if you give him a bit of a chance. Particularly strong straight of the wicket, straight down the wicket.
Well, Vinny, I know that you scored 79 a couple of weekends ago at this ground, I believe.
77. We
77.
won't exaggerate it.
Modesty.
Don't want any fake news. And were you going to mention that I was dropped early in my innings?
I'd forgotten that.
Okay.
I was lucky enough to umpire that one, but the previous weekend, Kenroy got to his 100 in the 9th over of an innings, which...
I think he said it was off 23 balls. This is pretty... I don't think I've ever heard of 123 balls. Our best on ECN is 28.
He was certainly hitting it very well that day. He's an interesting player. Doesn't blow hot every day that he steps out on the cricket field, but when it does go well, when everything clicks for Kenroy, it's an impressive sight.
Yeah, some people have a bit of that magnetism about them, don't they? Well bowled by Davies, just puts him back on his haunches, and that's a rare piece of defence from Nesta.
Just for clarification, that was a 20 over innings.
Yeah.
I know that you've had a handful of hundreds in this format in T10, but impressive to get there in the 9th over when there's 20 to play.
Yeah, that's true. It's a good take from Whitehead. He's swinging around. I like the keeping of Joe Whitehead for Granada. Good hands and good technique there. Yeah, no, we've obviously seen some things that you probably thought you'd never see in a cricket field. It's going to happen when you have so many matches, as Nesta goes back and punches this down to Kingma, his old nemesis, who just hurls this in, just a single. Yeah, we've had it 150, individual 150. That was last year in Barcelona. Govinda Singh Bajwa, 156 off 45 balls.
Good strike management.
Yeah, well, that's part of it, isn't it? If you're going to score that many. I think the most balls we've ever seen one player face was Lorenzo Ingram, who faced 47. He scored 109. So that's even better.
Were any of those no balls?
I don't think so. As this one is just pulled away. It's a little bit too short from Davies. And Bales, who missed out last time, he gets a boundary here. Don't forget, in that previous victory, not often you win a game and only one of your batters scores any runs. That's what happened. Kenroy Nesta scored 38, not out. And in that game, Bales got a duck, and the number 3 came out and took the 0 not out. So now finally, someone else is on the scoreboard.
Well, that's a detail I hadn't noticed in the middle, so thanks for that. Thanks for that, Vinny. Yeah, so the only runs in a successful run chase, only runs off the bat came from one single person.
There were four wides in the innings. And now it will be Nesta to face up because it's going to be second overtime. And it's going to be Andrew Applin to bowl.
Andrew, I believe, is I believe the vice chairman of Granada Cricket Club.
This first one comes back with interest. It's going to be for Applin, maybe vice chairman, but earlier today he was not having a great time in the office because he bowled 2 balls. They both went for 6s. And both off this man. New game. That same storyline. Applin gets whacked for a boundary first ball by Kenroy. He wants more. This one is going to be 6 more. Well, that was a really good effort from Kingma, who gave everything. Slightly surer footing than yesterday when we saw him wiped out on the boundary, but still Kenroy had enough to get this one for 6. Maximo time.
Yes, Andrew's an example. So many people working so hard to develop cricket in Spain.
Yeah, well, let's see if we can have some success here. Well, not so much. This one will be a no ball for off the surface. Just trying to push it a bit wider, but overdoing it.
Yep, free hit time. Kenroy and Nesta, probably not one of the men you want on strike if you're obliged to bowl a free hit ball.
It's already hyper aggressive. And yeah, this is well bowled by Applin. That's not easy to come back that way. And yeah, it was a good ball on the free hit. Only concedes 1, so kind of gets out of jail to an extent. I wonder if we'll see Kingma in the 3rd over then, just as this game's just creeping away. Yeah. 1.5 overs in, 22 on the board.
That's going to be key as to when he bowls, isn't it?
I'd like to see it. This one is a full toss, helped around the corner by Bales. It's going to be a boundary. And yeah, Applin just struggling a little bit with his control. This one may have been dipping, but anyways, it ends up at the boundary. 4 more runs.
Yeah, Vivian Kingma, you would have thought, of course, they've done a lot better in this match, Granada, but you can't really hold them back to the 8th and the 10th over.
No, I think
because the match might be done by then.
I think we've got to get him out there and try and get some early wickets.
Maybe the last over of the power play, perhaps. Or would you go that way, Vinny?
Yeah, I think I'd bring him in. Probably would have bowled him ready, to be honest. This one, fair way down the pitch here. There's a long distance between the impact on the pad and the stump, so a lot could probably happen. It's probably just heading down leg side with the angle. Last ball for Applin this over. That's a pretty good one. Just worked away by Bales. They won't get a run here. It's the end of 2 overs. Costa del Sol 26 for no loss.
Yep. One of the 2 teams with a 100% record here, of course, Costa del Sol so far. Just coming towards the end of day 2. Of course, they have 100% matches. Same fate not for Malaga Cricket Club, who, of course, return tomorrow with a lot of work to do.
Yeah, no doubt about that. We'll see it here. Malaga without a win. Madrid United without a win. And they lost a golden ball earlier today. Madrid United, but yeah, Malaga will want to get a wriggle on because one of those teams, they won't survive to Saturday, will they? Because in the top 4 go into the finals. We have round robin matches Monday to Friday, and the top 4 playing on Saturday. So looks like they're not going for Kingma just yet. It'll be Jamshed Uraman, who bowled pretty well yesterday. He's on to bowl the 3rd over, last to the power play.
Yep, it'd be lovely to see Jamshed come on. Be nice to see him have a bowl against Bruce Reynolds, wouldn't he? After what happened earlier.
Kenroy waits. This one could have been an outstanding catch if it was pulled off. It was Stuart Ross. He wasn't too far from the bat. This one almost took his head off. Almost bounced up and got caught as well.
He's feeling pretty close there, as we can see. We'll see after this replay. He's just kind of on the edge of the square.
It's great reflexes to pull that one out of the sky. This next one, well, could be out. If he hits, he'll be gone. And he misses. Well, had so much time there. More time, I think, than he realised, James Davies. And the bowler was at the stumps. He just had to get an early throw to the bowler. But he double clutched it and said, I'm going to try and do the job myself. It would have been run out by metres. Kenroy gets a bit excited. This ball had some length, and I can't believe he's missed this one.
He's already seems to have run into 2 different types of form just in this short innings. He's hasn't faced a dozen balls yet. He started off really good form. Last couple of balls he's faced, the timing just seems to have been a bit awry.
Sometimes the slower ones can kind of throw you, especially when you're up and going. Got the adrenaline pumping. Here's a Rahman. And once again, we see a miss from Nesta. I don't think he gets anything on this. It's going to be a bye. I think this might have been a stumping chance as well. Nesta, I think it overbalances out of his crease.
Yep.
It's never really gathered from Whitehead, who's a pretty good keeper. I think he'll be annoyed, but again, I just don't think he expected Nestor was gonna miss it. And that's what you have to expect when you're keeping. This is in the air, just wide of Ross. He's in the hot zone. This will be a single. A few things happening at the moment, Andrew.
Yep, Vinny, just off that last ball, the bye that went through, you're of course a very experienced keeper. I can't say to have done it very often myself, but I understand the best thing is just to imagine that the batsman and the stumps aren't there.
Yeah, that's exactly what you have to do. It's easier said than done sometimes. This last one is fielded nicely by Ross, who might have leather poisoning because the ball kept following him that over. After the power play, it cost Del Sol a 30 for no loss.
Yeah, Stuart Ross, it would be not unkind to say he's not in his first flush of youth. He's an evergreen cricketer. I would have thought that we will be seeing him bowl. In fact, just as I say that, he does a few loosening warm-ups. So it'd be interesting to see him come on against attack. He does take the pace off the ball. He's very accurate. And I've never seen him in this format of cricket because this is his first game of the tournament. Granada's fourth. But I feel that he could be a key component. Could go either way for Stuart, depending on how the batter views his talents.
Yeah, fair enough too. Special comments from Andrew Elliott. He has the local knowledge. And Granada still searching for that first wicket.
Just while they set the field, Vinny, how much have you told your viewers and listeners about the ground that is being developed at Portachil on the outskirts of Granada?
Well,
brand new ground.
I haven't told them a lot, so you can probably, that's what you're here for the local knowledge.
I was happy enough to have the opportunity to visit there at the beginning of January. It's in the early stages.
That's very exciting. There's Abbott, and it's dropped. Another catching opportunity, this time Applin. The vice chairman looks up at the sky and said, why me? But Abbott should have had a wicket first ball. Yeah, tell me a bit about that. That's really exciting. I'm always excited to hear about new cricket.
It's quite a small fit. Richard Abbott, who's just come on to us, is a key component of this new facility.
Wide, good take by Whitehead that time.
It is his life project. I believe he is living in some type of mobile home on the actual ground itself while he's developing it.
Is that right?
I believe he's at least the part owner of the land, if not the exclusive owner. And it's taking shape at the beginning of January. It was very much recognisable as a field.
Very exciting. The Granada, fairly new club, but a lot of enthusiasm around it. You can see that at the moment. They haven't really had the results they've hoped for this afternoon, or even yesterday. They did pick up a win yesterday. Yeah, there's a lot of buzz about their cricket. They're loving the opportunity to play in the ECS. And this one is going to be trouble, but luckily the trusty backstop's there, so it'll just be the two wides.
Yep, Todd Davey fielding that one. We still haven't seen him bowl. So far in this tournament, he didn't bowl in Granada's first game. I'm not sure if there's an injury issue there. He isn't keeping wicket. He hasn't yet bowled. Remains to be seen whether that will change.
Yeah, let's see if he gets a chance this time. Just a little inside edge here because it was pretty adjacent. Bales survives. Pretty good over so far from Abbott, but just struggling a couple of times with his control. But I like Abbott. I think he's a good competitor.
I think he's an all-round sportsman, which
Yeah.
is one of those cricketers who you can see has got great coordination.
This one flicks off the top of the pad. Ken Roy's had enough of watching. He says, get me down there. So they scramble through. Yeah, a little bit of glove in that, I think. It popped up, and yeah, one run given by Tyrone Peters. So it's a shame it didn't pop to the keeper. Whitehead. Whitehead to dismissal. Anyway, here's Keynes. This one has him reaching. That's one thing you would say about Nestor. If you get the ball outside the off stump, doesn't really move his feet, does he? So.
And I remember in the night series, the opposition caught onto that. He had a good start to the tournament with the bat, faded away relatively rapidly once the team realised that was the place to put the ball.
This one slides into him. Bit of in-swing there for Abbott. Nestor's able to negotiate it. Not too long on.
Going back to the ground at Portachil on the outskirts of Granada, the hope when I visited there at the beginning of January was to play their first game in April. I don't think they're going to quite make that target. And they're now looking, after the hot season is over, maybe around the August-September time, possibly some stage in autumn.
That's an exciting development. This one goes straight through everybody. And Abbott, unlucky not to get a wicket on a couple of fronts there. And, it's a good block, though, by the keeper, Whitehead. Pity he didn't love it. He might have had half a chance for a stumping. It's the end of 4 overs. And the score now is 37 for no loss. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Andrew Elliott, special guest commentator here in match 8. And yeah, so Andrew, it must be exciting for you, actually, being fairly new to the Spanish cricket scene at least, to see that kind of development and the fact that new grounds are being developed. I know Madrid, that's one place they really have been trying to get a cricket ground for a while, but that's certainly a step in the right direction for Granada.
It's a great place to be involved in cricket in Spain at the moment because it's developing very quickly.
Now this next one is gone, and so Kingma will get his revenge on Keynes, not with the ball, but with the mitts, as this one is straight down the throat of the Dutch international. It's Jamshedur Rahman that comes back, and he gets the big wicket of Kenroy. He goes for 15, and it's 37 for 1.
Now Kenroy is walking off very slowly, and I have noticed that the umpire Ian Ramage appears to be talking on the radio to the third umpire, but now Kenroy seems to have quickened a step bit. Although as he draws level with Tyrone Peters, he's now stopped, so they must just be checking the validity.
Yeah, I think there's no problem with the catch. I think that was the issue that they were checking. But
Kenroy just looks, for a while there, looked like he might be on his bat phone.
Yeah, the bat phone.
Trying to get some type of resolution to
the new batters come on, Alvis and Kenroy say, hey, what are you doing? I'm still here. So
it's not over. In Kenroy's mind, it's not over yet.
Now, I just saw that get caught, but I think it was a ball that bounced, right? So it was no issue with the height as far as the waist.
The only thing I can think is because we know now Vivian Kingma is standing quite alongside the boundary. Maybe they were just checking that he was on the field at the time that the ball was released, rather than when taking the catch.
Yeah, but then I've got another question then, because we couldn't find any rule that said you have to be on the field when the ball is released. Per se.
It is a good one, and there are a lot of things that aren't written in the laws that are just assumed.
Yep. This one's a bit short. Always tries to give it both barrels. They may think it's 2 here. Well, they're going to go for 2. The throw's airmailed, nowhere near the keeper. Whitehead, so it'll just be a long single.
Ever since 2000, the MCC did a big rewrite of the laws in 2000.
Yeah.
And now the rewrites and additions seem to be coming at a more regular rate, and the MCC are always looking to tweak and clarify, and that's probably one which could do with some more clarification.
Well, this is in the air, and, well, he's going to get away with it. I thought, maybe Bales thought he was a dead duck because he didn't even take off straight away there. Yeah, it's one of those things you assume the 11 players will be on the field when the ball's bowled, but I don't think it's actually written anywhere. There could be an argument maybe for unfair play, that if you're not on the field, then you shouldn't have any business fielding the ball.
The laws state that you have to ask the umpire's permission to leave the field, but then there's some boundary fielders who leave the field at least 6 times and over.
Yeah, actually, that's
so what does the law do about that?
That's a really good point. Really good.
And much of the law says the ball becomes live when the bowler starts his run-up, but the fielders don't enter until just before the ball's actually delivered.
Yeah, well said. This is in the air, and again it's going to fall safely. Frustration for Jamshedur Rahman. But yeah, it's a good point you make. And obviously, the field of play. I mean, every time you go get a ball from over the boundary rope, you're leaving the field of play, right? So
and you don't ask the umpire's permission.
Exactly. The last swing from Jamshed. Do like the fielding from Stuart Ross, and well, I won't say he stuck the landing there, but I do. I think for a guy who's, you won't mind me saying, he's 62 years old, 63 in a few months. It's graceful.
Well, he's in good nick, I think we can say.
In a key position there as well. As Bales tries to sweep this one, doesn't quite catch up with it. End of the 5th over, it's 40 for 1.
Okay, so just short of halfway in terms of overs, just short of the halfway point as regards the target. Now that Kenroy Rust has gone, it sort of brings attention on Bales. He's got 14, his strike rate's just slipped below the 100 mark.
Yeah.
So is that something that you think could be key in deciding the results of this game?
Well, it will be. When we get to the end of the chase, we might look back at that. What I would say is there's still 5 overs to go. But remember, you got Vivian Kingma. He showed he was fit enough to bowl earlier. He can win you a game here if you got him to bowl essentially 40% of the balls left. I think that'd be worth thinking about.
And we mentioned him not holding back for overs 8 and 10. It's now looking like the game might extend to that point.
First Townsend's going to have a go, and this first one's drilled down to long off for 1. Dare I say it, you are the golden ball master, Andrew. Maybe you can conjure one from the commentary box, because this one looks like it could go down to the wire.
It could do. It's an early shout, that, Vinny. But you're not scared of an early shout, are you? You're not shy of that.
Well, the tingle happens when the tingle happens. This one should have been a run, but they don't take it in the end.
You can't control the tingle.
What's that?
You can't control the tingle.
You can't control the tingle. What I was going to say is, no wonder Bales can't get his strike rate up when Elvis has just sent him back straight away there. Over to you. You've been here longer. You sorted out Townsend with the ball. A little bit short. But, field's well placed at the moment. Adrian Riley's got his fielders in the right spots.
I was watching Phil Townsend bat earlier, thinking we haven't seen him bowl yet. I think this is his first bowl in the tournament. And he's quite a canny operator. Doesn't look much, but he's quite accurate. He's got a good idea of where he's putting the ball.
I've seen him bowl a bit, but this one just seems back, and it could be a catch. It is, and guess who? Stuart Ross. Well, he is in the hot zone. Elvis couldn't really get going in this innings, and this one bites back off the surface from Townsend. A second wicket falls, 42 for 2.
I've always considered Stuart Ross to be a specialist bowler, but right now he's a specialist short cover. The ball seems to be going to him more often than not, and he's becoming quite key in the game, and he hasn't even had a bowl yet.
Yeah. Nice catch, European style from Stuart Ross. And, well, aren't his teammates thrilled? They'll be so happy. He's into the side, and he's into the action at 42 for 2.
Vinny, you're going to have to explain European style to me. That's a new one to me.
European style is, I'll show you actually. Yeah, so you've got the Australian style, which people often talk about, the fingers up, and then you've got the kind of traditional kind of fingers down. But if you, the European style, sometimes we call it because it's crocodile style, but it was effective. That was this way crocodile, the Pac-Man.
Yep.
That doesn't matter as long as you catch them. I suppose it doesn't really matter how you do it.
The Y formation.
Yeah, the Y formation. I like that. All right, here's Samir Nayak. He's coming into the action just as the rate's just gone over 10 for the first time. And like I say, I mean, Granada, they really want to win here, don't they? Especially after they were, in a sense, shown up by Costa del Sol, getting bowled out for 40 in the previous match. So
that's a tough one to come back from.
Oh yeah, it is. It's a skill to be able to put those bad results behind you, I think, in a tournament such as this. Here's Townsend. Nayak hits this one really well. That's a really good shot first ball from Samir, who he did score a half century yesterday, showing he hasn't lost his touch. He's having a pretty good day out there in the middle. This one brings up the 50 for Costa del Sol.
Yeah, Samir Nayak, of course, we knew from the night series how good he is with bat and ball. Andrew James yet to make an appearance in the batting lineup for this game. You would assume he's going to come in next.
Plenty of batting, that's the thing.
I'm assured that this whole season Andrew James has been short of runs by his own lofty standards, so maybe this is the day for him.
Yeah, but I've seen him play one or two pretty handy innings though on ECN this year as well. He's a busy player. That's what you need at the moment. You need to keep scoring. Last ball of the over for Townsend. Goes for this and doesn't get it at all, and it's dropped. Oh, well, this is one that goes pretty much straight to Applin. It was a chance to get rid of Samir Nayak, who fist bumps the bowler saying, well, you did me all ends up. I should have been gone, but I've survived. At the end of 6, it's 47 for 2.
Yep, and Samir Nayak keeps the strike as a result, so it's a bit of a double whammy in dropping that catch. We look now at the last 4 overs. It's getting closer.
It is.
We assume now that Vivian King was going to bowl half those overs if it goes that
He's
far.
bowling this one. So I think this is a good move. Then you can decide. You've got a bit of flexibility because then you can bowl him in the 9th or the 10th. And also, I mean, you don't want to bat over here where you never know if he's going to get his 2 in. So I think this is a good kind of trade-off between bowling him late but also probably guaranteeing that he's going to get his 2 overs in. So I think now we'll probably see. Well, it looks like the keeper's coming up to the stumps. I'm not so sure about this.
Yep.
Depends what he's going to bowl, I suppose.
Well, it doesn't look like he's going to bowl off spin with that run-up.
Well,
there were a few comments out in the middle about about the wisdom of wearing or not wearing a helmet. So it's nice to see now that both.
Unless he's going to
the
come up
batters-
and exclusively bowl slower balls. That's all I can think.
Okay, now who was
Well,
the bowler?
I
Who was the
think that-
bowler who did
I
that
think-
in the ECL?
I think that's Whitehead just pranking him there. Kingma turned around and saw Whitehead up to the stumps.
Yeah. Now he seems to have burst into laughter now. So.
All right, here we go. This will be a good contest. It's Kingma versus Samir Nayak. Starts with a wide, so 39 off 24. Anybody's game at the moment.
Yep. So with that, just comes under 10 runs per over required. You normally consider, presuming wickets in hand, that the batting team are going to be favourites to win at any stage that it's under 10 runs per over, and that's where Costa del Sol have got it at the moment. But this format can change very quickly.
Yeah, it can. Circumstantial, isn't it? If you told me 2 of those overs are from Kingma, it might change your opinion. Nayak, though, is a pretty technically proficient player on a surface like this, to where it's not going to do a whole lot. And you would fancy he could handle the raw pace of Kingma. Kingma was clocked in the mid 130s, which is around about the kind of 85 mile an hour mark back in the ECC.
Yep, and he's got Bales on strike, 15 off 17. Might fancy his chances of dotting up a couple of balls here.
This one just through Bales, I think, before he knows too much about it. I think you've got to be brave here against Kingma. You don't want to be too defensive, because you might as well go for your shots. Slash at this, you might get a little edge, it might go for 4.
I think he's beaten for pace there, Vinny. I think
Yeah.
he was going to do something along those lines, but the ball was through him before he could get it,
Yeah,
anything on it.
That's exactly what happened. This one beats the bat as well. So, I mean, a couple of good overs here from Kingma, and suddenly that rate can creep out of control pretty quickly, as you're seeing right now.
You look at the over at this stage, 2 off the next 3 balls gets it to 36 off 3.
That's 2 a
And
ball
that's 2 a
already.
ball.
Yeah.
So these are crucial times, and they'll be looking at managing the fielding team. Adrian Riley, the captain, will be looking at managing who's on strike as much as they possibly can, where it's within their control.
And he uses a short one.
Okay,
And
that's the one for the over. That's been pointed out by Tyrone Peters, who's at the striker's end. Relayed to Ian Ramage, who now, of course, goes through the process of telling the bowler, telling the fielding captain, and telling the 2 batters in the middle.
Bales walks on him and slightly there as well. Gets something upstairs. And, yeah, I still think I'd probably have a 3rd man back on the boundary, even though you've spent the short one. Can't see him drilling him over long off somehow. Slower ball this time, and it's picked, and it will be 4. That's a really good shot by Bales, who had plenty of time, as you can imagine, because it was a slower ball. Just relaxed and didn't try to overhit that one. Important boundary for CDS.
Yeah, I'm a little bit old-fashioned when it comes to this. Vinny, it won't be any surprise. He's got the batsman completely tied up. He can't get it. He can't seem to get any decent bat. Can't seem to get the ball into the gaps. Carry on doing the same thing.
Yeah. No, I don't think that's old-fashioned. I think that's probably sensible. I think.
But it's the slower ball has provided an unnecessary opportunity, perhaps.
So it's probably getting a bit greedy there, Viv. Last ball of this over. This one isn't the slower ball. And once again, he was a little bit too late. And that's the end of 7 overs. The score 53 for 2. Yeah, so in that over, we saw Kingma enter the game, didn't we? Only 6 came off it. It has pushed the rate up now above 11. Just a reminder, we'll be back tomorrow with the 3rd day of action here in Cartama. Matches 9 through 12, starting with Malaga versus Granada. In the afternoon, Madrid United, well, they'll be desperate for a win. They're taking on Costa del Sol. No easy matches in this series. Well, starting tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe, and 2 p.m. in India. You can see from this match, where you'd say at the moment probably Granada with their noses in front, that their past performance is not necessarily a reliable indicator of what you're going to see, because the tables have turned here in match 8.
Yeah, it's a big match back from Malaga. And that's 9:30 tomorrow morning. All starts again. As we approach the end of this match, Vin, it's been lovely being with you, but I am really looking forward to getting that field again tomorrow.
Look at where Nayak's standing now. He's standing a long way outside the off stump. I'll tell you what this does. It throws the keeper off completely, because normally where Nayak's standing here, it's normally where the keeper would be setting up. So then they have to decide, do they go further outside off stump? in the end, you just got to go somewhere you can see the ball and try and track the ball. This one's pulled into the gap. Kingma is there. He's prowling. So that's just one. And knowing that Kingma's going to bowl probably the 9th over or definitely the 10th, then it does force you to take risks against some of the other bowlers, just like Townsend.
Yep, they've got Nayak back on strike here, who's currently striking at 175.
Goes in the air.
This could be a crucial moment.
Yeah, hanging in the long time, but Kingma wasn't able to get in. And if he's not getting there, nobody is.
A good athlete. Yeah, absolutely right. That's spot on with that, really. He's the man who had the best chance on the field of making that one. As Townsend comes in again.
He knocks him over, and so Bales has got to go. He survived Kingma, but he can't survive Townsend. Bales labours for 20, but he is the 3rd wicket to fall, 56 for 3.
There you go. And called it before, Philip Townsend, a canny bowler. Manages to, in what the end really was just a low full toss, which Bales looks as if he's just played around. And that probably will bring Andrew James to the crease, so maybe no bad thing for Costa del Sol at this stage of the match.
They've got plenty of batting. They've got Avinash Pai, for example. We still haven't seen him. Other kind of busy options like Sam Houghton, the Iceman, and Manav Nayak as well. But
well, according to the team list, Avinash Pai is not playing in this one. So
well, it'd be hard to get Pai out there then.
Yep,
that's a fair point. But they have gone for the Iceman, Sam Houghton, who's a bit of a finisher. And so let's see if he can support Samir Nayak and get them across the line. Suddenly that target of 87 is looking quite far away.
The thing is, it's a good time to get up the 2022 Golden Ball all-time stats, because of course Sam Houghton has a role to play in that one. I know that we've had 4 this year because I've been fortunate enough to be on the ground for them.
Yeah, that's right. He was able to strike a 4 off Ian Lattin, I believe.
And I believe of the 4, that's the only one that the batting team have won so far this year.
It is.
Unless I'm mistaken.
You're exactly right. Batting team now one out of 4 in 2022.
And that was 1 strike from the man who's just arrived at the crease. So he's called the Iceman for a good reason.
Well, this time he hits it straight up in the air, and I don't see this getting caught because he doesn't get there. Stuart Ross, we just think lost that in the clouds for a second. Houghton, you thought he was gone for all money. Ross.
Stuart Ross has been a magnet to the ball, but in that case, I think the magnets were opposed in that particular case, because he didn't seem to be able to get close to where the ball was going to land.
He knew it was up there somewhere. And Nayak goes bang, and it's going to go all the way. Maximo! And salt into the wound as it changes the strike. Means Samir gets an opportunity against Townsend, and he goes bang. Half a dozen to finish the 8th. Another really good game of cricket on the cards here. 8 overs down is 63 for 3.
Really, that's such a big shot. You're looking at a dot ball there. You're in 30 off 2 overs. Now it's 24 off the 2 overs. Swung around, so you're looking to get the required rate up to 15. It's now back down to 2 a ball, 12 runs per over.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, you shouldn't have had Nayak on strike, because you'd imagine if Ross sees that, he probably catches it, and then you've got a new batter on strike. And that would force Nayak to maybe take some more risks against Kingma. Now, will they go for Kingma here, or they're going to hold him back? Okay, so they're holding him back for the last over.
So Richard Abbott is the man entrusted with this over.
So
he will back himself to get this into the last over. That's the best thing you can say about this move.
I think with it's 24, you feel like you're probably not going to get 24 off this over. If it was less than that, say it was in the teens or 12 or something, then probably you'd have to bowl Kingman out. But they're saying, okay, we'll see how much you can get off Townsend. Even if it is 5 or 6 or 7 you need off last over, it won't be easy against Kingma. You know what kind of pedigree he has.
Okay, so Richard Abbott went for 7 off his first over. So if he manages to duplicate that, we'll be looking at 17 off Vivian King's over. I know cricket doesn't work like that, but it's just something to go on. And that's not going to be easy if it's somewhere up in those upper teens.
Yeah, for sure. Well, it won't be easy, no matter how many it is, I think. Costa del Sol have just struggled to get too much happening in this chase. Last innings of the day. Here's Abbott. And this is in the air, and it's going to get over the fielder. In fact, this will go for 4. Well, that's extraordinary timing from Houghton, the Iceman. He just kind of bunts this over cover. Next minute, it was past the rope, 4 runs.
Yeah, I think he's hit that with topspin, because it's just crept over the fielder and then sped away to the boundary. And of course, there's been a lot of rain here in the last 10 days or so. So that shows you that he hit it deceptively well.
He's looking down at the bat saying, whose bat's this? Because that really pinged off the middle. 20 off 11. Now gets a full toss. It's really good fielding though. And I know Andrew Applin hasn't had too much to shout about in the field, but that was an important one. It saved 3 runs for his team.
Yep, he's had a mixed time in the field. Stuart Ross had been doing excellently until the the penultimate ball of the last over. So anything can happen here. The fielders are definitely under pressure.
I think you see Nike looking to attack Abbott. He does, hits it hard. Man, he mishits. He probably hits it well, but just doesn't get the placement that he wants. Kingma makes sure it's just one. You feel they need 2 boundaries this over, don't they?
They've got 6 off 3 this over, so again, duplicating that in the second half gets you the 12. You're halfway there, but then you've got Kingma in the last.
Yeah, this is the easier half, you'd think. Well, Houghton goes bang and goes 6. Maximal! Not too much wrong with the ball. I don't know what bat he's using, but is absolutely picking off at the moment. An important strike, 6 runs. Get CDS 6 closer.
Yep, he's really enjoys this format, Sam Houghton. This is the 3rd different team he's played for. Of course, he was here with the team from Zagreb for the ECL.
Yeah, of course.
And he's played key roles in this finishing department of batting.
A lot of people saying, oh, Kingma should bowl this one, Kingma should bowl this one. But I mean, you got to bowl Abbott sometime. Kingma should still have the game alive. You'd hope so. This is hit hard. Down to on. And the thing is, then Kingma will know exactly how much he's got to play with.
Yep, at the moment it's 11 off 7, so it's a cliche, but this is such a key ball coming up here because it could be anywhere between 11 and down to 5 that Kingma has to defend in the last over. Huge
Delivery. And it goes straight. It's in the air and it is caught. So it's Abbott that gets the last laugh. As an outswinger had Samir Naik reaching. He tried to go down the ground. The catch was taken by James Davies. And so 9 overs down, 76 for 4. And 11 will be required off the last over. And you can imagine that will be bowled by Viv Kingma.
That was a big... I've seen those catches dropped in the last few... Catches just like that dropped on a number of occasions in the last few weeks. This was by no means a gimme. No means a certainty. But a decent technique. Looked confident. Got himself balanced and swallowed the chance.
Yeah. So Samir probably wishes he'd gone over cover. But I think he just made up his mind. He wanted to go down the ground. And so it will be Manav Nayak to be the replacement batter who won't be on strike because Sam Houghton will be on strike. It's the end of the over. And now, what I would say about these two is they're both pretty quick between the wickets. That could be important because every run is going to be important.
Manav especially is very, very quick between the wickets.
You don't have Kingma in the field, so to speak, in the outfield. So perhaps if you can pinch some 2s here to the outfield, that could be important to get you closer to that target. They need 11 off the last 6.
You've got your wish now. You've got your 3rd man back on the boundary. Maybe that's just to provide some protection until he perhaps uses his 1 bouncer for the over, because you would expect at some point in this over there's going to be 1 overhead,
I'm not
over
so
shoulder
sure.
height.
I mean, it's a risky ball to bowl. I'm not sure if he'll bowl it, and the reason is I think he's probably thinking a bit more defensively. If you bowl a bouncer and even if it hits the head or hits the top edge, it goes for 4. I don't think you want to concede a boundary here.
Again, discussion here with the keeper, so maybe they're talking about exactly that, how he's going to go this over. One thing I wouldn't advise is the slower ball.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see a lot of slower balls here. I think you want to test out the batter first up. One thing about Houghton, he played a lot of cricket growing up in New Zealand. He hasn't played so much adult cricket, but he's got pretty good reactions. He'll be tested though, as the square leg is up, the fine leg's up. I think it says he's going to bowl Yorkers here. All right, here we go. 11 off 6. Oh, he gets the first one wrong. And I've seen him do this around the wicket. He just tries to sneak it inside that wide line.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering with around the wicket, is he just trying to maybe get into the batsman's head a little bit that there's a short ball coming, and it's just that slightly more awkward angle?
I know him well enough to know it's probably a defensive tactic to try and use that angle. And gets it slightly wrong again. See, I'd probably get back to basics here. I think Viv's treating this like he's playing in the ECC or something like that. Yep. I would be spearing him in at the bottom of middle stump, because you've got batters that haven't had the chance to face him yet.
And he's immediately switched to going over after those 2 wides, and I think that's a better tactic.
Yep, 9 off 6 then. And there's a little edge, flies down to third man, and it's going to be 4. No way. It's the same part of the crowd that in the Group D final. Oh, it
Wow.
just spun away from Brown. Oh, dear me.
That shot's been lofted directly towards us here in the commentary box, Vinny, and I didn't want to influence the game, but in my head I was shouting, spin, spin.
Oh.
And that's exactly what happened. He ran past the ball and it turned the opposite way.
Viv. Well, this will be quicker. So that's effectively 6 off the first ball. 5 off 5 required. And next one's probably a wide. It is. Down the leg side. And that was the short one. 4 off 5 now. And, well.
Okay, no signal from Ian Ramage at the striker's end, so he still has got that one shorter one
I think it's
up his sleeve.
You've got to get full and straight here. I mean, bowl at the stumps. Sounds radical. That's another short one. This time they're going to run. And this will be close, I reckon. This might be out. It might be a bat plug. I think you're ready to suspend him for making the TV signal. Yeah, this one, I actually think, just looking at the bat plug mark, it could be closer than you think. And we'll try and slow it down around here. That's out, I reckon that's out.
Yeah, I think you can see the bails off there, and I can't see that he's got anything across the line.
I think he's just out.
I think he might be touching the front of the line, but of course, as we know, he has to get over the line to be in.
Well, this will be an interesting call. There, when they come up, they're well off by then. See, there, I think he's already out there. I don't think he's broken the plane. And they'll have a good look at it. I honestly think that's out.
I think he's the closest he's got is he's disturbed some dust, which may have made it across the line.
Well, they've given it not out. Well, I know it's not the perfect angle, and I think he's a bit lucky to get away with that. It's not so much the wicket, but it's the fact that it's a run. And so now it's 3 off 4. Man of Nayak.
Tough one for third umpire.
Yeah, it is a tough
Phil
one.
Flaxman, who's third in the chair for this particular game. Former professional first-class rugby referee.
I would say it was more likely out than in. And that's saying benefit of the doubt to the batter, but again, don't see that written anywhere. Anyway, it's 3 off 4. Man of
Definitely
Nayak.
not there.
Man of Nayak, welcome to the big time. Hits it pretty well. They get 1. So.
Now that's a good stop, because that match is over if it gets past the fielder there.
Yeah, so 2
Nothing
off
behind
3
that fielder.
now. Normally 2 off 3. You're like, okay, no worries for the batting team. Should be easy. And you're staring at Big Viv Kinma, who probably looks like he's running in from a different zip code. And seeming a long way away. But Houghton, he survived. He's on 17.
And he's the Iceman.
He's the Iceman.
So
Can he
it's
keep
not
his
going to be a
cool?
problem.
2 to win, 1 to tie. He goes in the air. Well, this has to be caught. It's going to go over the fielder. And it's going to be 2 runs. It's going to be game over. And the Iceman does it again, this time for Costa del Sol. And they're going to win this with 2 balls to spare. And what a finish today, too. Haven't we seen some close matches? In the end, Granada, you got to feel for them. They pushed them all the way. Costa del Sol, ultimately, they will get across the line. And they do it with just a couple of balls to spare. What a match of cricket.
Yep, vast improvement from Granada in the second match up there. They'll feel they haven't come away with anything, but what they will have done is they will have improved their net run rate, which could be crucial when it comes to Friday and the standings of the table then.
Yeah, it could be crucial then, but right now, I don't think that's too much solace to Granada, who I think they were very, 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 very confident, I think, a couple of overs ago, but the young guns here, Sam Houghton and Man of Nayak, and they kept their cool. Man of Nayak taking on a pretty risky bye, but every run proved crucial in the end. It is Costa del Sol. They remain undefeated after 2 days of play.
Vinny, what we've seen over the last 8 weeks or so of ECN cricket, we've seen teams the likes of Albi Zalmi, the likes of Brescia. They found their form later on. So Granada should take some solace from that. They had a tricky first day. They had a disastrous third match, and in the fourth match they pushed it all away. It could be a sign for them that their form is on the way up.
Yeah, well, there's a very Albi Zalmi type moment coming up in the last over. But before that, Kingma took a catch right on the line, well, just inside the line. Kenroy was waiting on the bat phone, but eventually he got some reception. And it was a bit over and out stuff from Stuart Ross, who had a pretty busy 10 overs in the field as well. And just showing the crocodile style, which we have seen on occasions. Don't know what style that was from Applin, but they certainly had their opportunities to put Costa del Sol away, Andrew.
Yep, opportunities were there. Costa del Sol will feel they had a little bit of luck. They'll feel they probably just about played the better of the two teams in the match. So they'll feel that the right result was achieved. Granada, of course, will see it slightly differently, and they will look at a couple of opportunities which got away from them that could have made the difference and could have boosted their position in the table.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I saw and Houghton came out, Samir Nayak left, and it's going to be tough from here. Now, this is the moment. This is this part of the ground that has provided us so much entertainment for the wrong reasons. And then, this one is a really close one. I suppose they just ended up going with the on-field call because there's a big puff of dust there. Maybe you can't see the line. And Viv said, well, have a look at that one. We did. They didn't get the call. And in the end, it was just bunted over mid-on for the winning runs. And Costa del Sol, they are the winners in match 8. They sweep this mini-series with Granada. And pretty entertaining stuff. They went with 2 balls to spare. It was Bales that stuck around for a while. He top scored with 20, but the strike rate wasn't quite there, was it? Nesta, 15 early, 15 off 8 for Samir Nayak. But yeah, for me, it's all about Houghton. 19 not out of 8. He's called the Iceman for a reason. It can't be easy to keep cool with Viv Kingma steaming in off the long run, but he did, and he snuck his team over the line.
Well, you asked me in the first innings, Vinny, who some of my favourite players that I've seen over the last 8 weeks or so. I know that Sam Houghton is one of your favourite players, so I'm sure you got a lot of enjoyment out of his performance.
And they're all my favourites. They're a bit like having hundreds and hundreds of children, but I was happy for Sam there. Also felt for Viv because I think that one down third man, probably that's going to haunt Chris Brown for a long time. Well, it's not the worst thing that Chris Brown's ever done anyway, but I will say that two wickets were taken by Phil Townsend, 2 for 17 wickets for Jamshid Rahman and 1 for Richard Abbott. And Kingma, in the end, just couldn't quite pull it off for Granada in the last over.
Vinny, you've got to assume that Chris Brown never saw the footage of what happened in the last over when Albi Zalmi just crept a lot over the line by 1 wicket, because that's what the ball does on this part of the ground.
Yeah, well,
you can see it coming off the bat. I just felt, you've got to be short of the ball, and once you run past it, there's very little you can do.
Yeah, that's right, and it just skewed off the edge, didn't it? And it cost them 3 runs at that stage where everything was really tightening up. And look, it's been great to have you here, Andrew, of course, and all our viewers have really enjoyed having your perspective on things. Wishing you all the best for the rest of the week. Obviously, having you out there in the middle as an umpire, very experienced umpire, we're very lucky to have you, as we are all of our officials here. I just want to say a very big thanks for joining us in the commentary box.
Vinny, thanks very much for having me along. It's been a wonderful experience getting back, remembering my days as a cricket correspondent, and of course I spend a lot more time out in the middle these days, and I'm really looking forward to getting out there tomorrow morning.
Yeah, well, we'll be watching you with interest, as I'm sure you'll be watching all the players out there. Another action-packed day. We've got more cricket coming up tomorrow. Make sure you join us from 8:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe. It's 2 p.m. in India. You can go to our website, europeancricket.com, check out what's happening there. You can also check us out on social media at European Cricket, and I think we'll have a few highlights from today. One of my favourites was the finger guns celebrations and the batter recoiling of the bullets of Bruce there in match 8. But we're gonna take it easy, and of course we'll come back and we'll do it again tomorrow, won't we?
We will. Look at those highlights. Stone cold certainty you're going to see the bullets of Bruce Reynolds on there.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, if there's someone shooting around, then you're a big target. So I'd watch out, actually, Andrew. Can you see that we always had to extend the roof of the commentary box to get you in here? But look, we're going to have a bit of a breather now. We'll go back to the hotel. We'll be back tomorrow, though, for day 3. Still 4 days of action to go, and then plenty more locations across the year on the European Cricket Series. But for now, for me, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, as well as Rico Full, of course, and Andrew, and everyone from the ECN family, hope you have a happy and safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night.
Ball, but he's picked that up beautifully. He sent it all the way. Ginna, but the shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with a kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion, pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion, pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion, pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that pack in but the shaka 6 more.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion, pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.